Hello. Eshadala had the Willa Botenu, Abia Yiska Wabiako, Atakwa dos Meka Quados Barusha Meka Lola Wahe, with Shamu Bene Israel El Shabbat La So El Shabbat Le Doro Tam Bidi Ola, Beni Bene Israel Otinola, Kisha Shami Masa El Shaddai Wa Shamayi, Where Ta'aris Ubayom Mashbi Shabbat Boina Vash, Barusha Meka, Baruch Yemeneka, Baruch Torateka, Baruch Kushateka. El Shaddai Black, El Shaddai Malak, El Shaddai Lolam Wahed, Baruch Shem Kabor Makuto Lolam Wahed, Baruch Kabor Lohim Bin Kumo Leka Yom, Hallelujah Lolam Wahed. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, and revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness, possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who will by no means clear the guilty, visit the iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect for all ways of justice, a God of faithfulness and without iniquity, just and right is he. May you see. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, Chief Eliezer, to the chief men, princes, brothers and sisters, I say unto you, talking about forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom Lekah.
Yom Kippur Shalom.
Yom Kippur Shalom Lekah.
Yom Kippur, which means Day of Atonement, day to expiate, a day to relinquish, a day to really dig inside of yourself to find the faults in the things that we have done contrary and opposite from what God says. The only way we can do this, we have to be 100% sorrowful for the things that we did to offend God. And the only way to offend God is by going against his laws, commandments, and statutes. The only way to offend God is by going against his ways. These are two different things that we need to cover. What are the ways of God? And in order for us to learn the ways of God, God got to open your eyes and show you through reading what is the ways of God. Sin, iniquity. These are the things that blemishes our spirit. These are the things that leaves a breach in our spirit. But in order to confess and to make amends for your iniquity, in order, if when a person has a conscience or he's conscientious, you know what has to come with that? Humility. Humility got to come with that. Because if you don't have humility, you're not going to feel sorry or have this guilty conscience of the wrong that we did before God and man. When we have humility, then I will be sorrowful for what I did to you, of how I offended you. When we have humility, then I will feel that guilt of what I've done to God. Humility. That person don't think of self, don't think of themselves. They're selfless. They're not arrogant. They're not proud. Humility, when a person has humility, he's aware. He or she is aware of their mistakes, of their faults, of their imperfections. A person with humility recognizes that they are not perfect and they have imperfections concerning the laws and the commandments of God. A person with humility don't need to be the center of attention. A person with humility has empathy. Empathy means when you can care and consider how others feel. You feel for others. Those are godly traits. Those are traits that shows that a person has humility, and those type of people can confess and make amends for their wrong and not return back and not return. Because people say, I'm sorry, I apologize, I did this, I did this, but they end up reverting back to the same filth. So you're not really sorrowful. You know how many times we confess and confess and confess and confess to God over and over every year and still go back to the same filth? Now, there's no guarantee that this is accepted by God. Let's get that in your mind. Why this is no guarantee? Because number one, we need a high priest. We need a high priest to make this confession of the sins of the nation upon the head of this goat. Upon the head of this goat. And it was let loose by a fit man to Azazel, which is a demon. But before the priest goes through the officiating of the burnt offering and the sin offering, God commanded him to put a smoke. Make a smoke within the temple, the holies of the holies. Because while the priest is officiating and doing this thing, the glory of God comes down within that cloud, within that smoke. And he's sitting on a mercy seat between those two cherubs. A person with humility has accountability, patience, vulnerable, consistency. It's not guaranteed that these sins is gone. We don't have a high priest to confess these iniquities.
It ain't going nowhere.
So in order to get rid of these sins, you got to start putting in work. You got to start drawing that line and not crossing it. You got to start drawing the line and not crossing it. I'm not doing that no more. And never go back. Never go back. So we got to be able to go before God and tell tell God, oh Lord God, from the time that I confessed my fault, I never went back to there. I never went back. That is the key to relinquishing and getting rid of iniquities. Don't go back. The honoring of your father makes atonement for iniquities.
That's right.
Just by honoring your father. But a lot of things go with that.
That's right.
I can't go and steal and say I honor my father, so God is gonna forgive my sin. No, don't work like that. I can't continue to lie and say, man, I honor my father. I can't continue to sin before God and hang on that crutch and use that for a crutch. That's what people do. You continue your filth, but I hang on this crutch. Don't that sound like a Christian mentality? They sin and do all these foolishness and filth, and then they go and say 7 Hail Marys and sprint around 7 times. Make confession in the booth, which is all fairy tales and lies and foolishness. And got our people, got the people believing this. We got to listen. Part of feeling sorrowful for your iniquities is what King David did. In Psalms 119, it states, it says, deal bountifully with thy servant, that I may live and keep thy word. Open thine eyes that I may behold wondrous things in thy law. I am a stranger in the earth. Hide not thy commandments from me. My soul break it. In the Hebrew it says, my spirit is broken. My spirit is crushed. Which means King David had to break his spirit. Had to break his spirit in order to see his faults. Because if you don't break your spirit, you're not going to recognize your faults. You're not going to recognize your wrongdoing. You're not going to correct your wrongdoing because your spirit is not broken. Okay? You have to break yourself. I can't break you. You have to break yourself. You have to come into the acknowledgement that I am slipping with God. I am slipping with the laws and the commandments of God. There are things that I need to be doing that I should have been doing, that I was taught from a child, that I have turned away from in time. So now you're trying to find your way back to the Creator. Now you're trying to find your way back to God. Don't go back. In Isaiah 66, right? It states, talks about a crushed spirit. It talks about a nakeh ruach. A nakeh ruach is a crushed, right? Now, it says, thus the who? Thus saith the Lord. He said, the heavens is my throne. That's God talking. He said, the heavens is my throne. Right? When it speaks about the throne of God, it's talking about my seat of honor. He said, the heavens is my seat of honor. And what?
And the earth is my footstool.
And the earth is my footstool.
Where is the house that ye build unto me?
Where is the house that you build for me? This house was builded by King Solomon, thought about by King David, his father. It was in his mind to build this house for God, knowing that this house cannot contain God, knowing that the house cannot contain God. But the thought of it, that's why God turned towards King David. And certain things King David did in his life, God expiated it. He erased it. He erased it. Go ahead, read.
Where is the house that ye build?
Where is the house that you build unto me?
And where is the place of my rest?
Where is the place of my rest? Read.
For all those things that mine hand had made, and all those things have been, saith the Lord. But to this man will I look.
But to this man will I look.
Even to him that is poor.
But to this man will I look. Okay? So now, the word for look is abit. It means to look. It means to examine. It means to regard. He said, but to this man will I look, means to direct one's attention to, right? To regard means to consider or a feeling of respect. To examine means to inspect. To inspect means to look at someone closely. Now, how are we able to get God to turn his attention towards us?
Tighten up.
In that examine or that to inspect us? By fulfilling his laws.
Tighten up.
By fulfilling these laws, commandments, and statutes. By changing your ways.
Tighten up.
by fulfilling these laws and changing your ways. Yes. But in order to change your ways, I have to realize that my ways was filthy before God. I have to recognize that I am filthy before God. That's right. I have to realize and recognize that I was a sinful soul. And I have violated the commandments of God willfully, knowing that it's a violation. And you begin to make changes with yourself to improve, to make better. Tay, like what God told Cain. He said, why are you sad, Cain? Huh? He said, if thou doest well, I will exalt you. Which means if you do good. What is good? According to the mindset of God, what is good? Good, or when God said you're good, that person has the determination to serve God. That's right. That's the reason why he killed Jehoshaphat's son. He said he realized and recognized that a baby that just born had good in him. The same way God can recognize that a child or a baby had good in him, the same way God can look inside of a newborn and see that that baby had evil in him, and he's not or she's not going to serve God. But we look at these kids as innocent. They're not going to be innocent. They're innocent now. But they're not going to be innocent. And God can see that. God can see that. See, when Adam ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, then the heart of man was fully set in them to do evil. Then the heart and the mindset of man and woman was set in them to be contrary to God, to be opposite to God, to be adverse to God. Right? To look at someone closely, to examine, to inspect someone in detail, to determine their nature or condition. So God will examine you to see what is your character. See your character, to see your nature, to see who you really are as a person. As a person, right? To assess means what? Their condition and discover your shortcomings. That's what God tests us by. God tests us and proves us according to things that we come up short in. Brother said we got to learn to forsake our senses when it's concerning going against God. When it's concerning going against God, because that's what the adversary tempts us by our senses. Because what you see, you can't get everything you see. What you eat, your taste buds, you can't eat everything that your mouth, that you salivate from. Huh? Because we got commands that tells us what we should and should not be eating. That's right. We got commands and tell us what we shouldn't be touching, what we shouldn't be looking at, what we shouldn't be desiring. So we got to learn to forsake those things. And when we learn to control our senses, the adversary can't tempt you no more. Because I have full control over self. I have full control over myself. What did it say? Read that again.
Isaiah chapter 66, verse 2.
Uh-huh.
For all those things hath mine hand made, and all those things have been, saith the Lord. But to this man will I look.
But to this man will I look.
Even to him that is poor.
Even to him that is poor.
And of a contrite spirit.
And of a contrite spirit.
And trembleth at my word.
And trembleth at my word. Okay. What does poor mean? What do I mean by poor? If we went through what humility is, being humble. It means humble, modest, low estimate of one's own importance. And when you have a low estimate of one's own importance, I'm not coming to you and telling you that I'm better than you in nothing. You see that?
That's why we didn't rival and compete. That's why we didn't rival and compete. That's why our forefathers didn't rival and compete. Because when you rival and compete, those are not humble ways. That's not a humble characteristics. Because I'm always trying to prove to you, that I'm better than you in this, or this. Okay? When you think about your actions affecting the next person, that's humble. That's being humble. Yeah. When I think about my actions affecting you, when I think about the things that I'm saying affecting you, these are the things that we need to start putting into action. Because everything about us, everything about you and me turns God away. Everything about you turns God away because it doesn't correlate with what God says. It doesn't correlate, and it's not the same like the ones that drew God's attention towards them. So everything about you turn God's away, turn the Creator away from you. So now we're trying to get back in good graces and in good favor with God by taking heed to his laws, commandments, and statutes, by taking heed to his ways and customs. Contrite spirit. A contrite spirit means a nakeh ruach. Nakeh ruach means a smitten and afflicted spirit. A contrite spirit means feeling sorrow or grieving and penitent for sins or shortcomings. You feel sorrowful for the things that I have done, the things that you have done contrary and opposite from what God says. Penitent means feelings of regretful pain for sins or offenses. So now, how do I break my spirit? What is a broken spirit? You know what? One of the things that corrects your spirit, we're going to get into that later, when it's spoken. That's why confession is needed. That's why we need to confess. To confess, to declare, make declarations. Because I'm speaking to myself. So when we make confessions and admittance and confessions about the things that you have done contrary from what God says, you are speaking to that is within you, that caused you to sin and go against God. That's why it speaks about a certain type of people or a person that make a confession. The godly, the pious, the ones that got the determination to serve God. Let's go to Leviticus chapter 5. When we sin and transgress, against God, when we sin, some desire forgiveness. That's the only ones that desire forgiveness from God is the ones that have a conscience. Is the ones that have that guilty conscience. Because we're supposed to be walking before God guilty every day. Don't ever stick your chest out. Don't ever push your head up above the clouds like you doing something. You ain't doing nothing. I don't know nobody that did as much law as my father. And he said, I ain't doing nothing. He said, I'm always looking to see what I can do. Why? Why he said that? He said, because I ain't doing enough. So humble yourself before God, man. You ain't doing nothing. The little middle things that you're doing here and there don't amount to a bowl of Yaakov, man. Don't get big chest before God, because when you get big chest before God, now you feeling like you on top of the world. Yeah, nobody. Shut up. Shut up, man, and humble yourself before the Creator. A person with a guilty conscience don't uplift themselves. I said a person with a guilty conscience don't uplift and exalt themselves. Let God exalt you. Let God exalt you. When we sin, some desire forgiveness from God, and some don't because they refuse to submit themselves to his laws. A broken heart and a contrite spirit will experience sorrow. That's what brings repentance. When you are sorrowful for the things that you have done, when you are sorrowful for the things that you have done against God, when you are sorrowful for the things that you have done to others, that's what brings repentance. That's when you can go to a person and say, I did this to you, I did that to you, I did that to you, and I'm sorry. I violated. Now, let's read.
Leviticus chapter 5. And if a soul sin and hear the voice of swearing.
Okay. And if a soul sins and hear the voice of swearing. Right? What is sin? The word for sin is kata, chet, tet, aleph. Right? It means to incur guilt upon. Right? To incur guilt upon. What does incur means? Incur means to incur is to become subject to some kind of consequences. When you have violated the commandments of God, now you are subject to a consequence. Something's going to happen. We violate each other and don't look for consequences. I said we violate each other and don't look for consequences from what you have done. Why? Because you don't feel deep down inside that you are wrong. You don't have that guilt of what you have done. You have not recognized you have done wrong. There are consequences to your actions, man. So if I put my hands on you, won't you sit down and let that man put his hands on you like you did him? That's when you disregard for others. You don't have no regard for others. You don't have no regard for people. So that's why you dish out and don't expect it to be dished back to you. But you're supposed to be righteous. You're supposed to be doing all of God's law and doing what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to be trying to relinquish and stop being presumptuous. But you can't sit down and let them punch you back, right? Won't you sit down and let them knock you out too? Keep your hands to yourself, man. And stop doing things to offend people. Stop saying things to offend people. And don't want it done to you. When we gonna get this, man? When are we gonna get this? Because we're jumping all over the place. But we're not going through grade levels. You're not going through kindergarten. You're not going through first grade. Then you want to skip first grade and go to 12th without completing 3, 4, 5. You done skipped. What's wrong with us, man? What's wrong with us? These are the type of people cannot serve God. I said, you cannot serve God that way. Can't, man. It said to incur is to become subject to some kind of consequences as a result of one's actions. As a result of your actions. So, certain things ain't get answered yet. I haven't even found it in me to go to the person that I offended to recognize my fault. Say, man, I did this to you, man. I'm sorry, man. And guess what? It's still written down in the book of God until that get rectified. Yeah. You got to rectify and correct certain things. Don't go on in your life that you have not offended nobody. And like you ain't offend God. There's a way to rectify your faults with God. There's a way to rectify your faults with man. No, not man, only God. Well, God said these laws, commandments, and statutes is concerning each other. Concerning, and it tells you how I need to deal with you and how you should deal with me. There's a way that we deal with each other. And when we can't do that, I said, when we can't do that, you can't serve God. Because that's what these laws is all about. How we treat each other. What I could do to you. What I won't say to you. And what you wouldn't do to me and what you wouldn't say to me. There's a boundary and there's a line that we don't cross with each other. Fools. Fools. But we keep crossing the line after we get in our emotional state. After we get into our emotional state, it goes out the window. Everything goes out the window. Your morals, the laws of God, you're proclaiming you righteous in this. Why you can't hold your integrity even in your anger? That's when I see where you change. Hold your integrity in your anger. Hold your integrity while you're all emotional in your emotional state. Now I can say, wow. Now you change. Now you got it. Isn't that what Moses did? Huh? Why do you think God chose Moshe? I said God chose Moshe because he had a quality in him that no man had in him. And God knew that this is the type of man that it took to lead these people from serving the Egyptians 430 years. I need a patient man to deal with these people because they are just coming out of Egypt. That was the trial and the proving grounds. But we can't be patient with each other. We want God to be patient with us, but we ain't patient with each other. God look over things with us, but we can't look over certain things. I want to hold everything on your head. I don't want to forget nothing. Sometimes I got to tell them to let it go. It's past. It's done. Leave it alone. Stop. What is wrong with us, man? We can't serve God this way. Sin also is moral evil. When we sin against God, it has to deal with your morality. It has to deal with your morals. And what is moral evil? Moral evil is evil caused by humans or people towards each other. When I offend you and you offend me, it has to deal with your morals. That's why God commanded the king to read that law every day of his life. Number one, so that he may learn to fear God. Because you ain't going to learn to fear God without reading that law. Number 2, read that law every day of your life so that your heart don't be uplifted above your brethren. Which means you keep a humble mindset. A humble mindset. Listen, man. If you don't have a humble mindset, you can't serve God. You can't do this. Sin includes a failure to do what is right according to the laws of God. You have failed to do that which is right according to the laws and the commandments of God. Right? But we can also sin by offending each other according to the laws of God. Okay? It is violence. Violence done to each other. Right? You know what the next one is? Lovelessness. When love is not shown towards each other the way it should be. An ultimate rebellion against God. Sin corrupts your heart. Iniquity corrupts your mind. And when sin corrupts your mindset, that's what causes you to be inclined towards the things that is unlawful. That's what's going to cause you to be inclined to the things that God hates. That's right. That's what's going to cause you to be inclined to the things that God despises. That's right. Because sin has corrupted your mindset. Keep stealing. You keep lying. You keep doing this. You keep doing this. Now your mindset get corrupt. Now you have a different outlook from this. Now you have a different outlook from what God said. You have your own outlook from what God said. Why? Because you have corrupted your own self. I didn't corrupt you. We corrupt ourselves. I said we corrupt our own selves by the things that we have done with the works of our own hands. That's right. We corrupt ourselves, man, which cause us to be more inclined to evil and iniquity. Now, iniquity is a Latin word called iniquitous. Right? Iniquity is a Latin word combining the two prefixes, meaning not, and equitus, which means equal or just. So iniquitous means not equal, not just, not fair. Iniquity means not fair. You hear how much laws you can accomplish just by being fair. Just by being fair. Because if I'm 100% fair, then I'm not going to do nothing to you that I don't like for myself. And if I did it to this person, if I didn't do it to this person, it ain't going to get done to you. Just by being fair, you accomplish a lot of these laws, commandments, and statutes. It means not just or lacking moral principles. Perversity, depravity. Depravity is innate corruption. Innate means inborn. Inborn corruption of human nature due to the original sin. And when Adam ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, that's when the corruption was born. That's when we were born in iniquity. So the evil seed has been sown in the heart of man ever since Adam ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. So me and the brother was talking. I said, notice, when Eve ate the tree of knowledge of good and evil, nothing was said. Nothing happened. No reaction. No reaction. But when Adam ate it, God said, their eyes have been opened. Now your eyes is open. Because the man ate it. Adam have ate it. Take time.
Take time. Leviticus chapter 5.
Okay, hold up. Now, moral corruption. It means doing something regardless of it being right or wrong, according to the laws of God, for your own benefit. We disregard the laws of God, and we do what we want. Disregarding God. Doing our own wanting ways. But guess what? The Creator recognized, and he knew that in the day that Adam ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, he knew that we was going to be in a sinful state. So in Genesis 6, it stated that the Most High will not judge or punish man in his error because he is but flesh. In his error. You know what error is? An error means a mistake, or error is a person that means that it wasn't known. I didn't know. I didn't know. But how many of us violate the laws of God in error, by mistake? When we violate the laws of God, it's presumptuous. So forget about that verse.
It doesn't count.
It don't count. It don't count. Okay? Perversity is contrary. Perversity means being contrary, being opposite, contrary to accepted standards of God. I said contrary to the accepted standards of God. What are the accepted standards? The laws, the commandments, the statutes.
That's right.
Huh? And we cannot continue to add on. Because when we continue to add on, then it's not accepted. God only showed us how he will accept these laws by fulfilling these laws. When we do it exactly how we read it here in the book. We can't change nothing. We can't twerk it. We can't pull nothing out. We can't add nothing on. We can't do none of that. Because when we do these things, it ain't accepted by God. That's why it's very important to read and do what it says. Because God not going to accept this no other way. No other way, man. No other way. God's not going to accept this no other way. Time sheet.
If a soul sin and hear the voice of swearing, and is a witness, whether he has seen or known of it, if he do not utter it, then he shall bear his iniquity. Or if a soul sin,
and
hear the voice of swearing.
Okay, now hold up right there. Right? Perversity is contrary to accepted standards of God. Huh? Perversity is deliberate desire. Deliberate desire. When you're doing things on purpose. When I'm saying things on purpose. See, we got to cover the things that we do and the things that we say. So, we got to be careful of the things that I say to offend you. I got to be careful of the things that I do to offend you. So I said again, deliberate desire to behave in an unreasonable or acceptable way. You ever seen a person acting the way and you tell them you ain't got to act that way? You don't have to move that way. You didn't have to say that. That's why only certain people was made judges. Only certain people could do correction. Only certain people could do those two things because there are qualities and values and traits that comes with a judge. Every old sucker wasn't no judge. No. You know why I can tell you? Every old person wasn't an elder. Every old person wasn't an elder, I meant, not judge, elder. Because God told Moses, he said, look, he said, choose you out some elders. right? Whom thou knowest to be elders.
Everybody that 80.
Not everybody at 70 is an elder.
Everybody get that.
I said, not everybody at 60 and 70 and 80 years old, because we got some old fools amongst us. We have old, degenerate fools. So everybody ain't no elder, man. An elder is clarified and recognized by the things that he do and won't do, by his lifestyle, man. By your lifestyle, there's no requirement. An elder doesn't receive unjust gain.
No.
An elder doesn't deal with impartiality. He's not partial.
No favoritism.
No favoritism. Huh? Being deliberate, contrary, doing the opposite of what God expects or requires of thee. Perversion is what? Is a form of human behavior which deviates from what is right by God. That's what perversion is. It's a form of human behavior. And this human behavior, you turn away from the ways and the customs of God. Where we at, bro?
Verse 1. And if a soul
Leviticus chapter 5, verse 1. Tom Sheet.
And if a soul sin,
and if a soul sin,
and hear the voice of swearing,
and hear the voice of swearing,
and is a witness,
whether
he has seen or known of it, if he do not utter it, then he shall bear his iniquity.
Did it say witness? We got a lot of people that talk, run their mouth, ain't witnessed nothing, ain't seen nothing, ain't heard nothing. They're only going by speculations. They're only going by hearsay. But it takes a righteous person that considers the laws and the commandments of God not to go by these sayings, not to take what this person is saying and run with it, because he ain't hearing it. Nobody said it. All he doing about is hearsay. That's what you're going by. It's hearsay. Look, man, we playing around with God. We playing with these laws, man. We're not taking these laws seriously. Go ahead, let's read it.
Or if a soul touch any unclean thing.
Or if a soul touch any unclean thing.
Whether it be a carcass of an unclean beast.
Whether it be the carcass of an unclean beast. Read.
Or a carcass of unclean cattle.
Or the carcass of an unclean cattle.
Or the carcass of unclean creeping
or
thing.
the carcass of an unclean creeping thing.
And if it be hidden
from him,
he shall also be unclean.
He also shall be unclean
and guilty.
And guilty. That's what we are not. We are not guilty before God. We don't walk before God and come before God with this guilty conscience. Because if I kept this guilty conscience upon myself, then I will always right. be taking heed and being mindful upon myself to rectify and correct myself.
Yeah.
Okay? The word guilty, you know what it means? Culpable of. You know what culpable of means? Deserving blame. Deserving blame or responsible for a specified wrongdoing. Which means you can't be wrong and strong.
Uh-oh.
You can't do things and then push your chest out like you right.
Uh-oh.
You can't do things and push you, and you got so much to say.
Uh-oh.
Because you're at fault. And at that point in time, you have nothing to say. You have nothing to say. Go ahead.
Verse 3. Or if he touch the uncleanness of man, whatsoever uncleanness it be that a man shall be defiled withal, and it be hid from him, when he knoweth of it, then he shall be guilty.
Or what? Or if he touched the uncleanness of man. Whatsoever uncleanness it be, that a man shall be defiled defiled withal. What are the uncleanness of man that we read about in the book? Zob. And when you look up Zob, it's It's venereal disease, things that cause you to leak and trickle in your productive area, infections. The uncleanness of man is when that sperm leaves your body through sex or nocturnal emission. That's also the uncleanness of man. Okay? And it says, or if he touch the uncleanness of man, whatsoever uncleanness it be, that a man shall be defiled therewithal. Which means if I touch you while you're unclean, I become defiled. Right. And it be hid from him. When he knoweth of it, then he shall be guilty. Which means when it's revealed to you that this person was unclean, now I'm guilty. So God don't really come down on people that doesn't know. God don't really come hard down on people that don't know. Huh? That's why my father used to say it's better not to know than to know and play with it. Than to know and play with it. Dangerous. Tom C.
Verse 4.
Verse 4.
Or if a soul swear.
Or if a soul swear.
Pronouncing with his lips
to do evil.
Or to do good.
Or to do good.
Whatsoever it be that a man shall pronounce with an oath, and it be hid from him. When he knoweth of it, then he shall be guilty in one of these. And it shall be when he shall be guilty in one of these things.
You know what's deep, man? That we don't really consider the things that we mention out of our mouth. And when we mention things out of our mouth and it's not performed or done, then we violate and we sin before God. So that's why we have to be really careful and take heed to ourselves when we utter things and say things out of our mouth. Because when we say things out of our mouth, it's expected. There was no contract, written paper. Our contract was your word. My contract, your contract was your word. Was your word, man. Tom Sheet.
And it shall be.
And it shall be.
When he shall be guilty in one of these things.
When he shall be guilty in one of these things. Right?
That he shall confess. That he has sinned in that day.
Wait a minute. That he shall confess. What does confess mean? Admit your fault. Confessing is admitting your fault with no excuses, with no explaining, with none of that. And when you add number one, we don't even know how to admit our fault with each other. So how are we going to admit our fault with God? Right. See, when King David had that broken spirit, right? In the Hebrew, it says a broken or a crushed spirit. How do you break your spirit? I cannot break your spirit. You got to break your own spirit. And one of the ways of breaking your spirit is confession. Because I'm talking to that which cannot be seen. That's how you rule and control the evil that's in you. By confessing before God. But we want to wait only on one day, once a year. We want to wait only on Yom Kippur. Yeah. And then we tell the people that our sins is gone.
And we count it in the book of life.
We tell the people that our sins is gone.
Yeah, talk about it, man.
No, your sins ain't gone nowhere until you get rid of them. Because people confess and go back to their filth.
That's right.
Why do we confess, acknowledge our fault, and go back to what you was? We're supposed to be changing and getting better before God. But again, we playing. I said, we playing.
Right.
We're playing with these laws, commandments, and statutes until it's too late. Until God hedge up the way. And was it Hosea? Until God hedge up the way to where you cannot find your way back to him. You know what that is, man? When God block you, no matter what you do, you can't come back because God deals with time. There's a limit. Each and every one of us have a time schedule with God. Your time with God is different than mine. My time with God is different from yours. Each and every one of our time schedule with God is different. Some have less, some have more. But complete these laws and establish and fulfill these laws before your time run out. Because when your time run out, you can still be living. But you're blocked. When your time run out, your name could be called. And you could die. Or end up in the hospital. Or end up with an ailment. End up sick. No chance of getting better. No chance of getting better. And when some people walk off from God, how do we walk off from God? How do we depart from God? When we leave all from the fulfilling of the commandments for months, for years, and then next thing you'll find your way back. Guess what? There is some good in you that God said, you know what? Let me bring this person back. But let me bring this person back, hoping that you bethink yourself.
That's the mercy that God has.
That's the mercy that God has.
I know you ain't going to turn.
And some of us turn, some of us don't turn. But he gave every one of us a chance so that you cannot say, I didn't know.
He see the end. He know you ain't going to turn. But he still give you that shot.
He still give you a shot.
He see the end.
Some of us turn. Some of us will turn. And he gave them a shot and they turned, and some don't turn. But only God knows that. Nobody knows that. Why do you think God went to Jonah and said, hey, I need you to go where? To Nineveh. Go to Nineveh. Go to Nineveh. Jonah said, nah, they heathens. Nah, they this. Nah, they that. Wait. Oh my goodness. Wait a minute. This is a jewel, man. Because I see the same mindset amongst us. Wait a minute. Which means God don't like that mindset. God saw changes in the people. And we ain't got no connection with God to get this direct contact with God the way God could tell you and say, hey, go tell him. It's the reason why God was telling him to go tell him. Hey, God ain't tell you nothing. Oh, rebellious one that think you're doing so much. So stop talking about all they heathens. Oh, they this. You was a heathen at one point in time. You also was a pagan at one point in time. And you knew God. Y'all want to play games, man. I said it's a mindset that comes with doing these laws, commandments, and statutes. Stop your foolishness. It's not all about wearing fringes. It's the 613 laws, commandments, and statutes that needs to be done. There are ways that we need to be cleaned up.
But your ways.
We got to clean our heart up. But we want to play, man. We playing, man. So when I hear this type of despicable talk, you know what it does? It hurts my ears. And then guess what happened after that? I begin to run. Who I'm running from? You can laugh. You! Because you still got the same mindset 2 years ago. You still got the same mindset 3 years ago. Well, what's wrong with us, bro? God didn't like that mindset that Jonah had. That's why when he ran and went to Tarshish, God caused an uproar on the sea. Shit moving. But Jonah connected with God. And he didn't lose his connection with God. So he knew where it was coming from. So he went in the bottom of the barracks and went to sleep. The captain come by, he see him at the bottom. He said, hey, everybody is going through hell right now. Get out of there, man. Pray to your God. He said, man, I serve the God of the sea and dry land. At that point in time, he feared. The captain got scared. He said, what? He said, if you throw me over, the sea will subside. They didn't want to throw him over. They kept unloading things off the ship. Unloading and unloading and unloading. He said, nah, listen, man, it got more worse. Throw me over. The man trusted in God, man. After he threw him over, God caused a big fish, a large fish, to swallow him. And in the mercy of God, still lived within the belly of a fish. You get swallowed by a shark and see if you live. You're going to die. You're going to die. And within the belly of the fish, he recognized his fault with God. He recognized his wrongdoing with God. The belly of the fish spit him up on land. God come back to him. Hey, let me see if you listen to the correction. This is a lesson learned. When God corrects you, he come back with the same duty, the same command to see if you learn from your correction. Okay, now, let's do this all over, son. Yeah. Let's do this all over, son. Go over there. I bet he went this time. That's all God is looking for. When we're wrong and come up short with God, acknowledge the correction from God and make changes with your life. Be better. Improve with God. Improve with God. We don't do that. God corrects us and chastises us, and we keep the same mindset. We keep those same dirty ways. And I blame you instead of blaming myself. Instead of blaming the shortcomings that came, why this happened. The shortcomings, your own shortcomings is what brought this upon yourself. We got to break our spirit, man. We have to break our spirit because your spirit can be broken. That's why God said, rule it. You cannot give everything that you desire to yourself because you succumb to that evil. You succumb to the evil that's in you. And when we do these things, we strengthen the evil that's in us. Mm-hmm. We can strengthen the evil that's in us, and we can weaken it and subside it, and all by fulfilling the laws and the commandments of God. Tom sheet.
Verse 6. And he shall bring his trespass offering.
And he shall bring his trespass offering.
Unto
trespass offering. His guilt offering. We don't have this no more, man. There's no more high priest to bring up no guilt offering. There's no more high priest to send up no burnt offering and sin offering. There's no high priest to send up no confession for the nation. So, yes, it's a good thing to confess. But you know what comes with confession? Changes. You gotta change. We can't remain the same way that we was before. But in order to make changes, I have to recognize that that person before was evil. 2 years, I have to recognize that the things that dwells within me is not godly. I have to realize that I'm sick. Like you had an AA meeting. Admit that you're an alcoholic. If you don't admit that you're an alcoholic, then you're going to continue to be an alcoholic. So we have to admit that we were sinful, that we was wicked. Not I'm a good man, I'm a good woman. No, because what makes you good? What makes you good? In the eyes of God, fulfilling the laws, commandments, and statutes of God.
That's what makes
That's
you
what
good.
makes you good.
Not being a lawyer or a doctor.
Okay?
Or having
Michael Jordan is not my people. None of those black. No, listen, man. You know who my people is? God said, God said, my people shall hear my voice. So guess what? These are the words of Chief Shammah. My people hears the voice of God.
That's right.
My people acknowledge God.
That's right.
A stranger will not follow. So forget about the black nation thing. When God was dead set on Israel, we messed that up. So now he said, I'm a God for all. Everybody get a chance. God told us to wipe out the 7 nations. He said, kill them all. We had a better idea than God. We wanted to marry into them. We wanted to do this. But guess what? If we killed the Hittites, then we won't have Uriah. So now, what's that saying? God's people, I forgot the saying, what Prince Zachariah was saying to me before about he said, my people, damn, I don't remember. I remember it. But go ahead, read. Where we at?
Verse 6.
Verse
and
6.
he shall bring his trespass offering unto the Lord for his sin.
Bring his trespass offering unto whom?
Unto the Lord.
Unto the Lord.
For his sin, which he has sinned.
Which he has sinned.
A female from the flock.
A female from the flock.
A lamb.
A lamb.
Or a kid of the goats for a sin offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for him concerning his sin.
And the priest shall make an atonement for him concerning his sin. Where?
And if he be not able to bring a lamb, then he shall bring for his trespass which he had committed 2 turtle doves.
2 turtle doves.
Or 2 young pigeons.
Or 2 young pigeons.
One for a sin offering.
One for a sin offering.
The other for a burnt offering.
The other for a burnt offering.
And he shall bring them unto the priest, who shall offer that which is for the sin offering first, and wring off his head from his neck, but shall not divide it asunder.
What verse you at?
I'm at 9.
Go ahead.
And verse 9. And he shall sprinkle of the blood of the sin offering upon the side of the altar, and the rest of the blood shall be wrung out at the bottom of the altar.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's what I was looking for. The Most High makes exceptions for those who make exceptions for his laws. That's why the Most High started accepting people from other nations. Look at Ruth the Moabitess. Look at Ruth the Moabitess. And look what line came out of her. The kingship came out of her. This was King David's mother. They didn't have I was talking to Prince of Persia. They didn't have grandfather and grandmother.
No grand.
They said father, mother. My mother is my son's mother. Yeah. My father is my son's father. My father and my mother could tell me, hey, stop yelling at your wife like that. Yeah. I'm not going to turn around and tell my mother and my father that's my wife. No, I'm not. Because I have honor and respect. Hey, leave that girl alone. But that's your wife, that God, that your father and your mother is telling you to leave alone. Listen, man, my mother used to run to my grandmother and cry to my grandmother about her husband. And guess what I noticed? He recognized and honored his mother and left whatever it was alone. That's the mentality that we need to have and recognize that your parents have ultimate authority, regardless of your age. Don't matter if you're a grown man. Don't matter if you're a grown woman. You ain't never grown in the eyes of God, in the eyes of your parents. You're still my child. And I'm going to still treat you like my child. That's why my daughter could be 20, 25. That's still my baby. So look at my baby here. You think I'm talking about my grown-ass daughter. Yeah. She's not. That's still my baby. That's right. They'll always be my baby. My sons. And that's what we need to realize, man. Let's read.
Verse 9. And he shall sprinkle of the blood of the sin offering upon the side of the altar, and the rest of the blood shall be wrung out at the bottom of the altar. It is a sin offering. And he shall offer the second for a burnt offering according to the manner. And the priest shall make an atonement for him for his sin, which he has sinned, and it shall be forgiven him. Verse 11.
Go ahead.
But if he be not able to bring 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons, then he that sinned shall bring for his offering the 10th part of an ephah of fine flour for a sin offering. He shall put no oil upon it, neither shall he put any frankincense.
Okay,
thereon.
brother, let's cut that. Let's go to Isaiah 58. Let's go to Isaiah 58. Isaiah chapter 58. You got it?
Isaiah chapter 58.
Time sheet, brother.
Cry aloud, spare not.
Cry loud.
Spare not.
Spare not.
Lift up thy voice.
What? Spare? What do you mean spare
Don't
not?
hold back.
Don't hold back.
Don't hold back.
Don't withhold. And sometimes we hold back. Sometimes we hold back because I don't want to offend you. But that's not offense when you're speaking on behalf of God.
Don't get offended.
I said when we are speaking on behalf of God's laws, commandments, and statutes, you can't hold back. You can't withhold. Go ahead. He says, spare not.
Lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgression.
Show my people their transgression. Tell them and declare it to them. Show them where they went wrong at. You know why we got to learn to do these things? Because you show that you don't agree with it. When you don't say nothing, you show that you accept it. But sometimes we have to say it and voice it to show God whose side you on. It takes separation. That's why the children at Mount Sinai, Joshua, the Levites, they separated themselves from that company that was doing those atrocious acts at the grounds of Mount Sinai. But the only reason why they didn't move on it was because there's protocol involved. We don't know how to respect protocol. When we can do these things, then we can come together. Then that will keep us together. Because there's protocol. Mattathias gave the a command and the authority to his youngest son that when it comes to war, you run the war. You run it. The oldest didn't get out of his place and say, well, I'm the oldest. No. None of that mean nothing. He said the oldest is the father to you. When it comes to certain things that has to do with fatherly instincts, then everybody falls under. We don't know how to do these things, man. Which means everybody had a place in a spot where you belong. We have a place where we belong, man. You can't keep coming out of your place and going in this one's place. This one can't come out of his place and go in that one place. But because we can't run a camp like that. You can't run nothing like that, man. Nothing at all. Let's read it.
Verse 2. Yet they seek me daily and delight to know my ways.
Cry loud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgression, and the house of Jacob their sin. Pesha. Pisham. It means transgression. It means rebellion. And what is transgression? Breaking God's law, which are moral rules. See, these laws, commandments, and statutes that we read about has to do, it will correct your morals, your morality. And when we don't take heed to these laws, you don't have no morals. Because you don't have nothing to restrict you from doing things that is contrary or opposite from what God says. Okay, go ahead, Tom Sheep.
Yet they seek me daily.
Yet they seek me daily.
And delight to know my ways.
They delight. They show pleasure. They show desire to know the ways of God. They show desire to know the paths of God. The way and the path of God is in the book. Okay? How? That's the know-how. Go ahead, let's read it.
As a nation that did righteousness.
As a nation that did righteousness at one point in time. We was considered a nation that did and pursued after righteousness. But then we failed. Why? Because we did the very same thing that God commanded us not to do. Go ahead.
To know my ways as a nation that did righteousness,
Uh-huh.
and forsook not the ordinance of their God.
What are the ordinance? The ordinance is an authoritative order or decree by God. What is the authoritative order? The laws of God, the commandments of God, the statutes and the commandments and the laws. Tom Sheep.
They ask of me the ordinances of justice. They take delight in approaching to God. Verse
They
3.
take delight in approaching to God. The word for reproach is quadba. It means to draw near. Right? Go ahead.
Wherefore have we fasted?
Wherefore have we fasted? Okay? Fasted, the Hebrew word for fast is zoom. Zadeh, shubuks, mimsofi. It means to abstain from food. That's how you fast. And that's the only way to fast. And that's the only way to afflict your soul. Okay? If I use the bathroom and I need to damp the tissue, there's nothing wrong with getting me a sprinkle of water, damping the tissue, because that's not going to take away from me and restraining from afflicting my soul. That's the least I would do. But I ain't going to wash. You know why? Because during the fast, our forefathers put dung on themselves. They put ashes on themselves, which means they did things to their body to show humility, to show affliction. Okay? Tom Sheep.
Wherefore have we fasted?
He said, why are we fasting?
And thou seest not.
And you didn't recognize it. You know these people is talking to God. He said, why? What is the reason for us fasting? And you didn't recognize it. Huh? Don't that sound like a son talking to his father? He goes to his father, he said, Bahama, I did this, and this, and this, but you don't even recognize you. We want to be recognized by our parents. We desire to be recognized by our parents. To see our good and see that we can come in better and so that we can be accepted by our parents. So that's the same mindset our forefathers had. When they did certain things, they wanted God to acknowledge it. And then now God is going to tell us why he didn't acknowledge the fast. Huh? The same God then is the same God now. If you begin to fast, when we begin to fast, we got to correct everything else, or God ain't going to recognize it. We want to pick up on fast, but I ain't correct this. I didn't correct the other. I didn't correct that over there. I'm still walking this way. I'm still acting like this. I still have dirty ways. Then you want to pick up on the fast. You think God recognized the fast? Jorge? No. God ain't going to recognize the fast because I'm not doing a full 360 correction with oneself. Read it and see. Let's go.
Wherefore have we
He
afflicted
said, why?
our soul?
He said,
and
wherefore?
thou takest no knowledge.
Wait. How, wherefore? Wait, read that over, man. Wherefore have we fasted?
Say they, and thou seest
And
not.
he said, God, you ain't seen it. Read.
Wherefore have we afflicted our soul?
He said, wherefore have we afflicted ourselves? The only way to afflict your soul is by fasting. That's the only way to afflict yourself. And while afflicting your soul, your spirit gets picked up. Your spirit begins to rise. And you become more inclined. You become more, your antennas is more up. Aware, that's the word. Become more aware of yourself. Not aware on you. You're more aware on yourself. Keeping yourself right with God. Making sure I don't slip. But you know what's the problem? It don't last. That's the problem. It don't last. Go ahead, read.
Wherefore have we afflicted our soul, and thou takest no knowledge.
He said, we have afflicted ourselves and you haven't noticed it, Lord. Go ahead.
Behold, in the day of your fast, you find pleasure.
In the day of your fast, you find pleasure. Why do we fast and then we pleasure ourselves? Why do we fast and we do things that we desire? Which means God only accept a certain type of fast. It's a procedure. So when we fast, why do I continue watching TV? Why do I continue to smoke? When we fast, why am I watching TV and doing all this? Why? He said, behold, in the day of your fast, you find pleasure.
And exact all your labors.
When they talk about exacting your labors, you know what it meant? They had people working. They had people working and they was making money on that day. Go ahead.
Behold, ye fast for strife and
Ye
debate.
fast for strife. You ain't fasting to take tea or to be better with God. You're not fasting to relinquish iniquities. You're not fasting to get rid of these evil ways that you have. You fast to strife and debate and quarrel and throw it in people's face. And then you get mad when you don't see them doing it. How are you angry? I do this every day. But when y'all gonna do? Wait a minute, stop worrying about what they doing. Don't worry about what people doing. You better worry about yourself and see how long it lasts. Worry about yourself. Go ahead.
And to smite with the fist of wickedness.
And to smite, he said you fast for strife and what?
Debate.
And debate. The word for debate is matzah. It means for strife. It means contention. And it says what? And smite with what?
With the fist of wickedness.
So now, what does it mean to smite with the fist of wickedness? What does it mean to smite with the fist of wickedness? We started to fast for all the wrong reasons. Not seeking humility and righteousness from God. But we fast for all the wrong reasons. That's what it means when it says you smite with the fist of wickedness. Go ahead, read.
You shall not fast as ye do this day to make your voice to be heard on high. Is this such a fast?
He said you shall not fast as it is this day. To do what?
To make your voice to be heard on high.
Wait a minute. Why it said to make your voice? You shouldn't be heard. You shouldn't be heard. Ahab put on sackcloth and he fasted and he walked humbly before God. He was quiet. He didn't say nothing. And when he did that, it drew God's attention towards him. To where he had to stop one of the spirits. He said, He said, don't you see how he humbled himself? Which means the way to humble yourself before God is to put on sackcloth fast and humble yourself. It goes hand in hand. You can't fast and have this raunchy, argumentative spirit. When you fast, it brings about humility. I said when you fast, it brings about a humble state of mind. Okay? Go ahead.
Verse 5. Is it such a fast that I have chosen, a day for a man to afflict his soul? Is it to bow down his head as a bulrush and to spread sackcloth and ashes under him? Wilt thou call this a fast and an acceptable day to the Lord? Is not this the fast that I have chosen, to loose the bands of wickedness?
Go back to verse 5. Is it a fast that I have chosen?
A day for a man to afflict his soul.
Is it a fast? This is the fast that God chose. Huh? I said, this is the fast that God chose. A day for a man to afflict his soul. To afflict means to humble. Brings about humility. To afflict your soul. Read.
Is it to bow down his head as a bulrush?
To bow down his head as a bulrush means what? Humble yourself. Stop walking around with your head all pushed up like you're doing something and you're not doing nothing. I say you're not doing nothing. Because when you continue to walk around like you're doing something and doing this and doing that, you leave no room to improve or to do more. You stop looking at yourself. And you ain't going to see where it come from. Where you're coming wrong at. Where you're coming short. Go ahead.
And to spread sackcloth,
and
ashes under him. Wilt thou call this a fast and an acceptable day to the Lord?
Wilt thou call this a fast?
And an acceptable day to the Lord?
Verse 6. You gonna call this a fast? Something, an acceptable day to the Lord? Go ahead.
Verse 6. Is not this the fast that I have chosen?
This is the fast that God chose. Read.
To loose the bands of wickedness.
To loose the bands of wickedness. To loose. The word for loose is patak. It means to release from restraints. To release from duty. Free from burden. From a burden. Tamshi.
To undo the heavy burdens.
To free from heavy burdens. Because they had their own people in slavery. They had their own people working. So this fast is to loose the bands and stop doing what you're doing. But in order to stop doing what you're doing, you got to recognize that what I'm doing is wrong. I got to recognize that what I'm doing is wrong. Go ahead, read.
And to let the oppressed go free.
To let the oppressed go free.
And that he break every yoke. Verse 7.
Verse 7.
Is it not to deal thy bread to the hungry?
Wait a minute. Is it not to deal thy bread to the hungry? You know what's the word for deal? It's paras. He said, is it not to divide your bread? I got a piece of bread and you hungry? You got a piece of bread. Isn't that what Paulie did? He said, man, all I got is this bread. All I got is this bowl of lentils. He said, you know what? He said, you hungry? We're going to break this in half. Many times. He split it in half. He said, you know what? Here. Sometimes he'll give you a little more than himself. He said, is it not to divide your bread to the hungry? Tamshi.
And that thou bring the poor that are cast out to thy house.
Cast out. And that thou bring the poor that are cast out. The word for cast out is merud, merudim. Merudim means the needy or the wanderer. Merudim means the needy or the wanderer. Okay? Tamshi.
When thou seest the naked, that thou cover him.
When thou seest the naked, that you cover him. Read.
And that thou hide not thyself from thine own flesh.
And that you hide not yourself from your own flesh. Read.
Then shall thy light break forth.
Wait a minute.
Man.
So there are certain things that we need to accomplish and do with ourselves. to be accepted by God. Then shall thy light break forth
as the morning,
and
thine health shall bring forth speedily.
Uh-huh.
And thy righteousness shall go before thee.
Uh-huh.
The glory of the Lord shall be thy reward.
Uh-huh.
Then shalt thou call, and the Lord shall answer.
Then shall I call, and the Lord shall answer. Read.
Thou shalt cry, and he shall say,
Uh-huh.
Here I am.
Here I am.
And thou take away from the midst of thee the yoke,
The yoke.
the putting forth of the
He
finger.
said, take away from the midst of thee the yoke, the pointing forth for the finger, always pointing, but you're not looking at yourself. Why do we continue to point, but we don't look to ourselves? We don't dig within ourselves to see what's going on with self so that we can correct. I'm always looking outward. I'm always looking otherwise. Go ahead.
And speaking vanity.
Speaking vanity. Speaking an injustice. Speaking evil. Tamshi.
Verse 10. And if thou draw out thy soul to the hungry and satisfy the afflicted soul, then shall thy light rise in obscurity, and thy darkness be as the noonday.
Tamshi.
And the Lord shall guide thee continually and satisfy thy soul in drought, and make fat thy bones. And thou shalt be like a watered garden, and like a spring of water, whose waters failed not. They that shall be of thee shall build the old waste places. Thou shalt raise up the foundations of many generations. And thou shalt be called the repairer of the breach.
The repairer of the breach. The word for repairer is shu. It means to restore, to return, to turn back. See, the repairer of the breach don't go back. They don't continue to walk in the ways of wickedness. They somewhere down the line, it has to stop. It has to stop. You got to draw that line and not cross that line. That's how you repair it. Tamshi.
The restorer of paths to dwell in.
Tamshi.
Verse 13.
Tamshi.
If thou turn away thy foot from the Sabbath, from doing thy pleasure on my holy day, and call the Sabbath a delight.
If thou turn away thy foot because of the Sabbath. Read.
From doing thy pleasure on my holy day.
From doing your pleasure on God's day. So, the only traveling that's permissible is to get to the Shabbat service. The holy convocations. To go to convocate. You can't be booking flights on Shabbat, man.
Going on vacation, bro.
Going on vacation on Shabbat. What are you doing booking a flight on Shabbat? Oh, brother on his way to the plane. I said, it's Shabbat. And he's on his way to a plane. Where you going?
Madness.
Where you going? People, listen. Go ahead, read.
And call the Sabbath a delight.
Call the Sabbath of delight. A lot of people don't delight in the Shabbat. You know why? Because there's a lot of restrictions. There's a lot of restrictions that come with observing the Sabbath day. And the only way to learn how not to profane the Sabbath day, you read it only in the book. But you got to hope and pray that God open your eyes and show you. Okay? So, one of the ways of profaning the Sabbath day is work. Right? Now, if God commanded the manservant and the maidservant to rest, and their job and their occupation was to serve, so why you allow people to serve you?
Right.
I should not be allowing others to serve you. I should not allow you to walk around this congregation with a pitcher of lemonade, pouring it in people's cup, because you're serving. Those called servitude. So nobody serves me on Shabbat. In Exodus 16, it states, during the time when God was giving us some rules and commands concerning the manna. He said, prepare, right? One of the words was prepare. Prepare in the Hebrew means hekinu. Hekinu means to prepare or to arrange, right? So why do we wait until Shabbat to arrange the seats? Why on Shabbat we shouldn't be removing these seats. This is why I'm against the
Unity.
thank you, brother. This is why I'm against the unity Shabbat. Because there's a lot of work that goes on. But people don't acknowledge and recognize that that is work on God's day. Because these people on the holy Sabbath day, they say it's your unity Shabbat coming up on this day. And you had brothers and you had people coming and they setting up tables, setting up foil paper and pans, setting up speakers. Lord have mercy, this is work. All this setup should have been set up already. You can't set up and arrange nothing on Shabbat. You can't prepare nothing on Shabbat. I only go by and I'm only specifying what I read here in the book.
That's right.
Okay? I'm not adding on and I'm not taking away. And I can show you everything that I say in this book.
That's right.
But when you show people exactly what it says in the book, they come up with a different termination, different definition about what it means. Well, it don't mean that.
That's because they block.
And they give you a different explanation. And what they give you, the explanation they give you, I didn't read it here in the book.
That's in their head. That's in their head.
And then we have these people that go into other books and say this is what explains the book. No. There's only one explanation. God did not preserve those books that you're reading out of. God only preserved the one book.
Don't need no support.
This book don't need no support. Nothing. If you read these other books, it has to correlate and coincide with this. And if it don't correlate and coincide with this, leave it alone.
That's right.
I read in other books where it says, and it gave you a reason why died. I'm going to say it. It gave you a reason why died. He said in the book that I read, it said the reason why died, and they said call him wicked, is because he didn't want to marry the woman that Judah gave him. He wanted to marry a woman from his mother's nativity. But you don't hear me teach that.
No.
You know why I don't teach that? Because I didn't read it here. I didn't read it here. So if I didn't read it here, you're not going to hear me speak nothing that I didn't read here. I'm going to keep it the same way. Don't we know we got to start fulfilling these laws so that God can accept us? It said of our own will, of your own acceptance. So when we're not, look, let's go. Let's read. Where we at?
Verse 13.
Go ahead.
If thou turn away thy foot from the Sabbath,
Read.
from doing thy pleasure on my
From
holy
doing
day,
thy pleasure on my holy day,
and call the Sabbath a
and
delight,
call the Sabbath a delight.
the holy of the Lord.
Wait a minute. I forgot I had to go into something. Burdens. In Jeremiah 17, it states that you should not, Tokzi'u means to exit. You should not exit your house with a burden. But people say that's not what God's talking about. But I read it here. And it says that there. But they give an explanation why it's not a burden. A burden, when you go into the depths of definition, it means anything that is carried. It doesn't depict how heavy it is, how light it is. And I see brothers coming to teachers with book bags. Oh, I bought 2 pans of food out like you're doing a good deed. All those pans of food should have been there from Friday before the sun went down. That's how I was raised and taught. Friday before the sunset, when we go into the camp, to the camp that we had on Nostrand in St. John's, we carry pans of food, everything going out then before the sun went out. Drop it there, put it in the refrigerator, it's there. You know why we got to do these things? Because we don't have Moses here to explain nothing. Stop acting like you're in the stead of Moses and you want to give these explanations and it doesn't even correlate with what you read here. We got to learn to take these words according exactly how we read and follow it. And people say you're not carrying no burden. All right, ain't no burden to carry a book. Ain't no burden to carry nothing in your hand. All right, I could carry a cup. I could do this. I could carry that. A burden does not depict how heavy or light it is. It means anything that is carried. So, because I don't have Moses here to explain this to me, I don't carry nothing. It's better not to do than to do and be at fault with God.
Right.
So I need to keep myself in the clear. I need to go all the way with these laws so that I keep myself in the clear with God.
You're sure of that.
You have to be assured of that. We can't play games with our lives. Because anytime we play games with these laws, commandments, and statutes, we're playing games with our lives, man.
That's right.
We're playing games with our lives. Let's go.
Call the Sabbath a delight, the
Uh-huh.
holy of the Lord, honorable, and shall honor him,
Uh-huh.
not doing thine own ways,
Not doing your own ways,
nor finding thine own pleasure,
nor finding your own pleasure.
nor speaking thine own words.
In the Hebrew it says, nor speaking of matters. Nor speaking of matters. So your conversations has to be correlated to these laws. We have to be talking about God and his laws. We can't come around and gather and start talking about Donald Trump. Start talking about Kamala Harris and the government and what's happening here and what's happening there. But none of that we're talking about is about God. Tom Sheets. Let's go to Psalms 32.
Psalms chapter 32.
Psalms chapter 32. Got it? Tom Sheets.
Blessed is he whose transgression is forgiven, whose sin is covered. Blessed
is he. Oh yeah. Yeah, you're blessed. You are blessed. When God came and sent Nathan the prophet to King David and showed him that riddle about the rich man and the poor man. The poor man had one little ewe, one lamb. The rich man had thousands, had many lambs. And the rich man refrained from taking from his own, but he took the poor man's lamb. King David said, that man shall die. He said, because he had no what? No pity.
No heart.
He had no pity. He had no heart. Hey, how many of us walking around here with this cold, freezing heart? A stony heart. Huh? And the Lord said, they don't say, thou shalt not have a cold heart.
No.
But as we read on and we read and we read and we read, these are the things that separate us from God. Because you can't find it in yourself to pity or have compassion for others. You don't feel sorry for them. My father used to cry for the heathens or for people that don't even know God. You don't know. You don't say that's good for them. That's the wicked. No, that's not the way to go. That's not the way to go. That's not the path. He said, what? Blessed is he whose transgression is forgiven.
Whose sin is covered.
Whose sin is covered. So the Most High forgave King David for what he did to Uriah the Hittite. Sent Nathan the prophet and told him, he said, listen, thou shalt not die. Wait a minute. But King David's dead. But I thought God said, thou shalt not die. But he still died. That's not a metaphor, people. I said that's not a metaphor. What did Nathan the prophet mean by thou shalt not die? But King David still died. You're not going to die in your sin. Because when we die in our sin, it's a different outlook. Okay? We forgive because there's love there. That's why you're able to forgive. That's why you're able to forgive and not hold on to grudges. Because God gave us a commandment and said, love your neighbor like you love yourself. And when I hold the grudge, guess what? That's not affecting you. It's affecting me. When I forgive and I'm able to forgive, guess what? That's not for you. When I'm able to forgive, that's gratification for me. That's to make me better. That's not for you. We forgive because there's love there. We don't hold grudges because there is love there. A grudge is something that you hold on to. And you hold on to it. And the longer you hold on to it, it becomes a burden. It becomes stronger. Now, from the grudging, it goes into hatred. Now, from hatred, now I want to kill you. Action's going to come through. Now I want to take your life. All because of grudges. God can only love us if we fulfill the commandments of God. Okay? Okay, put it over there. Put it there. Over here, over there. I said, God can only love us when we begin to fulfill the commandments of God. Okay? So if we're not fulfilling the commandments and the laws and the statutes of God, then God don't love us. He will despise us. He's going to despise us. He's going to hate you. He's going to despise us. He's going to hate us. Why? Because in Exodus 20 it states, love God and what? Keep my commandments. So if you love God, this is not something that's spoken. Love is an action. To show your love for a person, you have to show my love by doing action. Okay? Because what you do shows love. Tom Sheep.
Blessed is the man unto whom the Lord imputed not iniquity.
Wait a minute. Blessed is the man to whom the Lord has not imputed not iniquity. The word for imputed is kashav in the Hebrew. It means to think. It said, blessed is the man that what?
Is the man unto whom the Lord imputed not iniquity.
Have not to have a particular opinion, belief, or idea about someone. That's deep. You know why? Because God has given us a chance to make repairs with ourselves. I said, God has given us a chance to repair oneself. And if God had moved this way, then he will continue to judge us according to our past. Imputed iniquity, which means God didn't continue to keep that opinion about you on you. He gave you a chance to change, make some type of changes and be better with God. But us, on the other hand, we keep the same mindset about a person. But if I don't see no changes, then you're the same person. You're the same person because I don't see no changes. So in order for God to change his perspective about you or his opinion about you, we have to change to say, well, I'm not that way no more. I don't move that way no more. I don't walk that way no more. I don't think like that no more. I'm different. We don't give us each other a chance for that. Tom Sheep.
And in whose spirit there is no guile.
In whose spirit there is no guile. That's deep. You know what this guile is? Remia means no deceit, no fraud. Huh? When your spirit has guile and deceit and fraud in it, you don't teach according when you don't. It means when you don't teach according to what God says. When you don't teach according to what God says, now that spirit becomes deceptive. It's deceitful because you're saying things that you don't read in the book. You're voicing things that you don't read in the book. Do we realize the effects that happens when we voice and say things that we don't read in the book? We affect ourselves. A heavy effect happens to our spirit when we speak and say things that we don't read in the book. Tom Sheep.
Verse 3.
Verse 3.
When I kept silence, my bones waxed old.
Woo, wait a minute. He said, when I kept silence, my bones waxed old. Huh? When I held it in, it affected me. It took a lot out of me. It started to affect me. Read.
Through my roaring all the day long. For day and night, thy hand was heavy upon me. My moisture is turned into the drought of summer.
He said day and night, God's hands was heavy upon him. Go ahead. He said my moisture
is turned into the drought of summer. I acknowledge my sin unto thee, and mine iniquity have I not hid.
Wait a minute. I acknowledge my what?
My sin.
My sin
unto thee.
Unto thee.
And mine iniquity have I not hid.
And mine iniquity have I not hid. The word for acknowledge is odiaka. The root word is hodah. It means to acknowledge. You know what hodah means? It means to acknowledge. It also means to confess, to admit. So if I don't acknowledge my fault, I said if I cannot acknowledge my fault, there's no way we can be better before God. I have to be able to acknowledge my shortcomings with God to be better. But we have a problem acknowledging our fault. We have a problem looking in the mirror and telling yourself, man, I was wrong. You think you was wrong telling that brother that? Or telling this person that? And then you done spoke it and said this over and over that you believe your own self. And it ain't happened that way. To acknowledge, hodiaka, it means to discern. To make known, to confess, and admit. Admittance. Admit your fault. Admit your fault. Because when a person admits, he's able to make correction. When you admit, you're able to make correction with yourself. But if I don't make correction, if I admit and I don't make correction, then you didn't admit. You didn't acknowledge your fault because you're bound to repeat it again. So acknowledge is what? To accept, to admit, or recognize your fault or truth of something. What does discern mean? Discern means able to tell the difference between right and wrong according to what God says. Because sometimes we call certain things right and it ain't right by God. Right. Sometimes we say certain things is wrong, and it ain't wrong by God. We have to learn to correlate what is wrong and right according to what God said is wrong and right, not according to what you think and what you say is right or wrong. Because what I think doesn't count. What you think doesn't count. What we think doesn't count, whether you agree with it or not. So we have to train ourselves to agree with God. But recognize that you are sick and you have a problem. Yeah, you are sick and you have a problem because you have a problem accepting what God says. Go ahead.
I acknowledge my sin unto thee, and mine iniquity have I not hid.
I acknowledge my sin unto thee.
And mine iniquity have I not hid.
I didn't hide it. I didn't hide my iniquities. I didn't hide my sin. I didn't conceal it. Why do we hide our iniquities and conceal it? Okay, go ahead.
I said, I will confess my transgressions unto the Lord.
You know what it means to conceal? When you have not acknowledged your fault. Because when you don't acknowledge your fault, then you're not going to confess it to God. When you don't acknowledge your fault, then I'm not going to come to you and acknowledge my fault, my violation that I've done to you. That's why he said, man, I didn't hide my sin. I didn't hide it. Tamshi.
And thou forgavest the iniquity of my sin.
Now, question came up. Brother said, what if we've been wronged and hurt by the other nations? God allowed the other nations to do you hurt. I said the Creator has allowed the nations to do you hurt because you offended God. Because of your shortcomings. But it's not my duty to despise these people. God said don't hate them. God also said in Deuteronomy, he said don't hate the Egyptians. He said because you was a stranger in their land. The same God then, the same God now. I can't hate these people. I am a stranger in their land. I live in their land and they're housing me. They give you eat better tomorrow, EBT. They give you food, clothing, shelter. You can go to the Red Cross and buy what you want, stores. He provide everything. You're under the protection of America. So the same mindset that we read here in the book is the same mindset that we need to learn to acquire and keep to be accepted by God. These people only did to us what God allowed them to do.
That's right.
Because God commanded us and gave us laws, commandments, and statutes to take heed to his laws. And if you don't take heed to his laws, this is going to happen, that's going to happen, that's going to happen. And God gave us a chance after chance after chance after chance until we reach our worst state with God. Migrated into Africa. We stayed there and we still didn't change. Took on Hamitic customs and tribal marks. We became Africans. God's waiting for us to change. We ain't changed. Then he allowed us to be picked out of there. Listen, this only happened to us because of our shortcomings with God. Right. That's the only reason why that happened. Okay? It's not for me to return the favor to them. It's not for me to hate them. It's not for me to do none of that. Thomas, where we at?
I'm at verse 6. For this shall everyone that is godly pray unto thee.
Now, you said in here, you said to give out the same type of forgiveness that we would show to our brethren. That sounds like you're making a distinction, a separation. Now, I'm going to give you an example. All right? During the war, there was a black man and a white man. One of them needed an organ transplant. They did the test between the black man and the white man, and they found a blood match. and they did it.
Same blood type. Yeah.
Same blood type.
Different color. Yeah.
Okay? Which means we come from two people. The world is populated by two people. Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve. Okay? Tamshi. Verse 6, I think.
Verse 6.
Tamshi.
For this shall everyone that is godly pray unto thee in a time when thou mayest be found.
For everyone that is godly. I said for everyone that is godly. The word for godly is kasir. Kasir means faithful ones. Godly. Pious. Okay? What is pious? What does pious mean? Pious means having a dutiful spirit of reverence for God, fulfilling obligations. Fulfilling your obligations. A dutiful spirit does what's expected from them. Now, what does God expect from us? What is the whole duty of man?
Obedience.
To fear God and keep his commandments, but that's his whole duty. Why are they mentioning woman? Because the duty for man is to fear God. The duty for woman is to follow after her husband that's leading her in righteousness. Okay? Faithful. What does faithful mean? Allegiance. Committed to duty. Belief and trust and loyalty to God. Firm belief in something for which there is no proof. That's what Abraham had. That's called blind allegiance. Firm belief in something for which there's no proof. We didn't see nothing. We didn't hear nothing. But yet, you believe? That's faithfulness. That's what you call faithfulness. Let's read.
Surely in the floods of great waters they shall not come nigh unto them. Verse 7. Thou art my hiding place. Thou shalt preserve me from trouble.
This is deep here. He said, thou art my hiding place. He said, thou art my hiding place. Right? Go ahead.
Thou shalt preserve me.
Thou shalt preserve me. Thou shalt guard me. Thou shalt keep me. From who?
From trouble.
From trouble. From the word trouble in the Hebrew is zadeh resh. It means from trouble, from distress, from affliction, adversary. He said, I will guard you from these things. But in order for God to guard us and keep us and protect us from these things, we have to keep our side of the bargain. And my side of the bargain is to fulfill the laws of God. And by you fulfilling the laws of God, then God will keep his side of the bargain. But he can't keep his side of the bargain if we keep breaking the covenant. We keep breaking the agreement. We keep breaking it. Tamshi.
Thou shalt compass me about with songs of deliverance. Verse 8. I will instruct thee.
I will instruct thee. Who will instruct you? God. And the word for instruct is askil. Askilka. It means to instruct. It means to circumspect. It means to ponder. It means to be prudent. To govern oneself. He said, I will what? Instruct thee. And what?
And teach thee in the way which thou shalt go.
Okay. God said he will instruct you. Okay. God said he will instruct you. So what does circumspect mean? Circumspect means to be wary and unwilling to take risk. Which means this is something that God is going to cause you to be. He's going to make you circumspect. You're going to be careful. You're going to be wary. You're going to be unwilling to take risk. Which means I'm not going to take your word. I'm not going to take the Jews' word. I got to be sure. People are taking the words of man, talking about I can eat kosher meat from the stores. Because the meat is prepared according to the way God said it. So how are these meat prepared according to the way God said it? And they eat Franks. They have Hebrew national francs. And it's shown how these francs is made. Number one, you don't know how the animal died. And God said, don't eat nothing that died of itself. Okay?
That's right.
Number two, francs are made with everything compressed in it together. It showed on the Science Channel called How It Is Made, where they compress gristle, muscle, everything compressed in a thin layer of skin, and it's heated and steamed within that thin layer of skin. But we take chances with our lives and say, the Jews are this. You're not circumspect.
Now you won't follow.
I said, you're not circumspect. Circumspect means wary. When you're wary about something, you're cautioned about the possible dangers. If I do this, what's going to happen to me? If I do that, what God going to do to me if I do this? That's the fear. I said, what God going to do to me if I do this? I said, that's the fear that God is looking for. Unwilling to take risks. I'm not going to take risks with my life. So that's why when I leave the house, I don't walk out there with nothing in my hand. It don't hurt to take what you need, your necessities, and take it to the camp that you're going to congregate at.
Right.
Just so that you don't jam yourself. It don't hurt. Because there are consequences. See, we need to be careful to consider all circumstances and possible consequences. What happened if I do this? What's going to happen?
What could happen?
What could happen? What's going to take place if I do the other? What are the circumstances? What could happen? See, we do and say things, and we don't consider the circumstances of what happened. We don't consider none of that.
Just move on the moment.
Because we're not circumspect. And we justify our actions regardless of the outcome of what you did that caused it. Regardless of that. Then we point the blame elsewhere instead of blaming yourself. All right? To ponder means to think about something carefully before making a decision or conclusion. To think about something carefully before making a decision or conclusion. That's why when we brought certain things to our Father, he said, all right, wait a minute. Don't make no move yet. Let me think upon it. Let me think first.
Sure.
Maybe God will give me an answer.
Yeah.
And he sit and wait. And he wait. Sometimes 2 weeks, a week, no matter how long it took him. But he wait. Why? Because he trusted that God would give him an answer. And he will reveal the answer to him. So we can't just move so drastically. We can't move drastically without carefully before making a decision or the conclusion of what's going to take place. Tom She.
Verse 8.
Go ahead.
I will instruct thee.
I will
and teach
instruct thee. I'm
and-
in Psalms chapter 32, verse 8. Tom She.
And teach thee in the way which thou shalt go.
I will instruct thee and teach thee. You know what's the word for teach? The word for teach is ya'atz. Ya'atz means to guide. He said, I will instruct you and guide you. I will instruct you and counsel you. I will instruct you and advise you. Go ahead.
Which way thou shalt go. And I will guide thee with mine eye. Verse 9. Be ye not as the horse, or
Okay.
as the mule, which
Okay.
have no understanding.
What verse is that? 8?
No. I just read. No, I was just reading that.
You were just reading that.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, it said I will aleka. Aleka. It said I will guide you, I will counsel you, I will advise you according to what? According to my eyes. I will counsel you and advise you according to my understanding. According to
Not
God's
yours.
understanding, not your understanding.
Get mine.
He will counsel you according to the understanding of God. We got to show and prove. We got to show if we are worthy of these things. We got to show that we're worthy of these things. Gotta be godly. Go ahead.
Verse 9.
Verse
Be
9.
ye not as the horse or as the mule, which have no understanding.
He said, don't be like the horse. Don't be like the horse. Don't be like the mule, which have no understanding. The word for understanding is beit yod nun sofi, being. It means don't be like the horse that's not able to discern between right and wrong. The mule, they ain't able to discern between right and wrong. They ain't able to discern what's right and what's wrong, what's righteous and what's wickedness. They can't tell. Okay, go ahead.
Whose mouth must be held in with bit and bridle, lest they come near unto thee. Many sorrows shall be to the wicked, but he that trusteth in the Lord, mercy shall compass him about. Be glad in the Lord, and rejoice ye righteous, and shout for joy, all ye
Be glad in the Lord and rejoice ye righteous.
And shout for joy, all ye that are upright in heart.
What is an upright heart? What does it mean to have an upright heart? An upright heart is an upright mind. It means conscientious, right? And conscientious means conscious of one's guilt. You have recognized and realized that I am at fault, right? To regard for fearness, feelings of obligations of what is right by God, to make amends or corrections with God. So if we don't have a conscience, we can't do and fulfill, we can't do these laws. We can't do these commandments. You need a conscience to serve God. Go ahead, read. No, hold up. Where we at?
That's it.
That's it? Okay. Cut that. And let's go to 1 Samuel chapter 2.
1 Samuel chapter 2.
Got it? All right, go ahead.
1 Samuel chapter 2. And Anna prayed and said, my heart rejoiceth in the Lord. My horn is exalted in the Lord. My mouth is enlarged over my enemies.
Say, Hannah prayed. Hannah prayed and said what?
My heart rejoiceth in the Lord.
He said, my heart rejoiceth in God. The word for rejoiceth is alatz. Ayin lamet sadeh. That word, alatz, it means to exalt. To exalt means to be extremely joyful. To be extremely joyful in God. How many of us are extremely joyful with God, man? That joy. Go ahead.
Mine horn is exalted in the Lord. My mouth is.
He said, my horn, quereb, it means my strength, my might, my power is in God. Tamshi.
My mouth is enlarged over mine enemies, because I rejoice in thy salvation. There is none holy as the Lord.
There is none holy as the Lord. Go ahead.
For there is none beside thee.
There is none beside thee. There is none except thee,
right.
Which means there is none to compare to God. There's no second to compare to him, to consult with him. The God we serve is right without beginning and without end. Right. To him alone belonging strength and dominion. That's the God we serve, man. There is no other God but the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And how do we show that this God is our God? By our lifestyle, how we live. How we live. That's why you could look at a person, man, you don't know God. Because if you knew God, then you won't be doing what you're doing. Right. You won't be moving the way you're moving. You don't know God. I said, you don't know God. Let's go.
For there is none beside thee, neither is there any rock like our God.
That's right. Tamshi.
Talk no more exceeding proudly.
Talk no more exceeding proudly. Having or showing an attitude of superiority and contempt for people. See, everything that I'm reading and we explaining and we teaching is everything's telling us what I shouldn't do to you and how I shouldn't act or talk. Go ahead. Go ahead. Now, superiority and contempt for people, right? Supercilious manner. A supercilious manner. You know what supercilious manner is? Disregard for others, right? A disregard for others, right? Go ahead.
Let not arrogancy come out of your mouth.
Behaving as if you are better than other people. Their opinions, belief, or ideas are not important. Now, we got to take that with a grain of salt. It's not important if it's contrary from what God says.
Right.
It's not important if it's contrary from what God says. Don't mean nothing. Tamshi. Now, what is arrogant? Atak. Arrogant means to speak impudently. Arrogant means wickedly. Arrogant means to speak in a way that is rude. When we say things that's not really a good thing to say, but we say it with intentions to hurt. We say it with intentions to offend. Which means don't show respect or exaggerating your worth or importance. Tamshi.
For the Lord is a God of knowledge.
For the Lord is a God of knowledge. Read.
And by him actions are weighed.
And by him actions are weighed. The word for actions are weighed, for weighed is nitkenu. He said, by him, your actions are weighed. Nitkenu means regulated. It means estimated, right? So when your actions are regulated and estimated, what does that mean? When your actions are estimated, it means to appraise. To appraise means to evaluate the value or quality of your actions. When your actions is evaluated, God will give us the punishment according to our actions. And this is why we come to people and we say, listen, man, that doesn't warrant that. Yeah, the person violated, but now you're going overboard. You're overboard. It's too severe because what you're doing, what that brother did doesn't warrant what you're doing. You're going to seem vile. Yes, there's a thing like that because what God said, he said, don't exceed 40 stripes. Don't exceed 40 stripes. Because your brother going to look at you and he's going to seem vile in your brother's eyes. And if my brother look at me and I seem vile in my brother's eyes, guess what? If you're not pursuing godliness and righteousness, it ain't going to bother you. But if you're pursuing godliness and righteousness, it's going to bother you. To where you're going to go to the person and say, yo, man, I don't want you to think like that about me because I'm not that way. And if you recognize your fault, then you will apologize for the things you've done. Tamshi. Now, hold up. To appraise, right? To evaluate the value or quality of your actions. To regulate, to govern or direct according to law. To weigh means to assess, right? To assess the nature or importance of, especially with a view to a decision or action. Your decision is shown by your actions. By your actions. Tamshi.
Verse 4. The bows of the mighty men are broken, and they that stumbled are girt
The
with strength.
bows of the mighty men are broken. Huh? It means discouraged. Katim, discouraged, having lost confidence or enthusiasm, disheartened them. They had been discouraged. God discouraged them. Go ahead, read.
And they that stumbled are girt with strength. Verse 5.
Verse
They
5.
that were full have hired out themselves for bread, and they that were hungry ceased, so that the barren had borne 7, and she that hath many children is waxed feeble.
Wax feeble. The word for feeble is amar. Amar means weak. She that had many children is weak. Because having all these babies, it weakens you. Pushing out and keep pushing out. It weakens the woman. And that was one of the reasons why a man had 2 wives, had 3 wives. Because a one woman is not going to have 20 children. It's too much for her. But when you have these wives, you got to be able to take care of her. See, Israelites use the law to benefit themselves for their own convenience. And that's what Israelites do. I'm going to be straight up. Israelite men bend the law and do this for their own convenience. They play with it. So now when the woman don't accept it, you can't blame her. You ain't gonna do that to me neither if I was a woman. No, you're not. No, you're not. You can't take care of me, but you're looking at 2 more women. You want 2 more? Come on, man. Time sheet.
Verse 6.
Verse 6.
The Lord killeth.
The Lord killeth
And maketh
and
alive.
make alive.
He bring it down to
You
the
bring
grave.
it down to the grave
Bring it up.
and bring it up.
The Lord make it poor.
The Lord make it poor.
And make it rich.
He make it rich.
He bring it low.
He bring it low.
Lift it up.
And he pick you up. Time
He
sheet.
raised up the poor out of the dust. And lifted up the beggar from the dunghill. To set them among princes. And to make them inherit the throne of glory. For the pillars of the earth are the Lord's.
Wait a minute. For the pillars of the earth is God. Everybody look around and think that the earth is just sitting in space. And that's all God wants you to see, make you think that.
That's right.
But the earth is sitting on 2 pillars. You got 2 pillars that's holding the earth up.
That's right. That's right.
But he don't make you see it. People show the earth, all they see is just that round thing, and they don't reveal the pillars, but the earth is sitting on the pillar.
That's right.
You know what turns?
Uh-huh.
The sun circulates. The earth don't circulate nowhere. The earth is stable. The sun circulates and it makes its runs.
That's right.
Around the earth.
That's right. Scientists see the other.
Around the earth.
That's right.
The moon does the same thing.
That's right.
That's why the sun and the moon, they have a tabernacle. They have somewhere where they go and hide themselves.
So they move.
Time sheet.
For the pillars of the earth are the Lord's, and he has set the world upon them. He will keep the feet of his saints.
Wait a minute. He will keep the feet of his saints. What does keep mean? To shamar means to guard, to observe. I will guard, I will observe the feet of my anointed one, of my saints, of the godly. Now, to observe means to conform one's actions or practice to. To conform means to cause you to conform to the ways and the practices of God. To watch over in order to protect or control, so God guides your feet. When you go off to do something that is contrary or opposite to God, when you go off, that you're going to do something that's going to cause you to get blocked, God stops you. Because God has God, He's guarding you. Because you have hit the realm and the of a saint. Time sheet.
And the wicked shall be silent in darkness, for by strength shall no man prevail.
Now, again, the wicked shall be silent in darkness. Right? Go ahead.
For by strength shall no man prevail. Verse 10. The adversaries of the Lord shall be broken to pieces. Out of heaven shall he thunder upon them. The Lord shall judge the ends of the earth, and he shall give strength unto his king and exalt the horn of his anointing. And Elkanah went to Ramah to his house, and the child did minister unto the Lord before
Elkanah went to his house to Ramah, and the child did minister unto the Lord before Eli the priest. What child that was? Samuel. This was the child that Elkanah's wife asked God of for, because she was barren. She couldn't have a child. So she prayed and laid out her supplication and prayed to God to have a child, because that was the desire of a woman when she solely 100% loves a man. She wants to have your kid. She wants to have your seed. Right? Go ahead, read.
Now the sons of Eli
were
sons of Belial.
They were worthless children. Worthless sons. Tamshi.
They knew not the Lord.
They knew not God. Okay? They knew not God. Tamshi.
Verse 13. And the priest's custom with the people was that when any man offered sacrifice, the priest's servant came while the flesh was in seething, with a flesh hook of 3 teeth in his hand. And he stroked it into the pan, or kettle, or cauldron, or pot. All that the flesh hook brought up, the priest took for himself. So they did in Shiloh unto all the Israelites that came thither. Also, before they burnt the fat.
Shiloh, it means a place of rest. Right? It was a city. Shiloh was a city in Ephraim. Temporary home of the ark of the covenant, and the tabernacle, the place where Samuel grew. Go ahead, read.
Also, before they burnt the fat.
Go ahead.
The priest's servants came and said to the man that sacrificed, give flesh.
Verse 15?
15.
Go ahead.
Give flesh to roast for the priest, for he will not have sodden flesh of thee.
Gam beterem yaktirun, right? Et hakelev. Yaktirun means to burn incense, kweter. Root word is kweter, to burn incense. So they burnt the incense with the fat. The incense was only burnt during sacrifices. That was the only time they burnt incense. So that's why we should not, it behooves you. It's your choice. God said choose. But it behooves that you don't burn incense. Why? Because incense was burnt during the sacrifices. I told one person that, they said, well, these are not the same incense.
Right. No, these
are not the same incense as these times. Incense and frankincense is the same.
Right.
Incense is incense.
Right.
Go ahead, read. Verse 15.
Give flesh to roast for the priest, for he will not have sodden flesh of thee, but raw.
Now these guys are something else. He said, listen here. Give me some of that flesh, but I don't want my flesh cooked. I don't want it boiled. Before you do all that, let me get some of that. You hear the mindset of these people? You hear their mindset? Now, go ahead. Now, mind you now, they ate the fat that was on it. The blood was already taken out, because this was supposed to be cooked, and the high priest and everybody was supposed to eat it. Blood is out while it's being boiled and cooked. Go ahead.
And if any man said unto him, let them not
and
fail.
The fat was already off also. They just ate the meat raw. They wanted it raw. And then the meat was dedicated to God. They was taken from God's sacrifice. See, it was an order that came with this sacrifice thing. They jumped the order. Did what they wanted to do. Go ahead.
And if any man said unto him, let them not fail to burn the fat presently, and then take as much as thy soul desireth. Then he would answer him, nay, but thou shalt give it me now, And if not, I will take it by
He
force.
said, listen, man, give it to me now. If you don't give it to me now, I'm going to take it by force. Which means force. They're going to get violent. Go ahead.
Wherefore, the sin of the young men was very great before the Lord, for men abhorred the offering of the Lord.
He said, the sin of the young man was great before God. For the men abhorred, the men hated, the men despised the offering of God. The word for offering is minka. Now we cannot set up no more minka. We can't set up no more offerings. But we can set up our prayers. Yeah. There is a certain time where the heavens is open for acceptance. There was a certain time where they gave up these offerings. And that was the morning offering and that was the evening offering. So you cannot wait until you sleep, till you're ready to get up to give up no offering. There's a limit and there's a time frame.
It's short. It is short.
Okay? There was a limited time frame in the evening offering. Go ahead, read.
Verse 18.
Go ahead.
But Samuel ministered before the Lord, being a child,
girded with a
linen ephod. Moreover, his mother made him a little coat and brought it to him from year to year.
Moreover, his mother made him a little coat. In the Hebrew, it says me'il. It means a robe. She didn't bring him a suit and tie. Why didn't she bring him a suit and tie? Huh? Because that's called foreign apparel. But a lot of people don't agree that a suit and tie is foreign apparel. But God didn't give you a suit and tie. He gave us robes and garments. Robes, garments, mantles. Huh? So, anything other than what God didn't give us is foreign. That's why when he said, they bring forth vestments. Vestments of Bill. But people say, oh, the vestments of Bill had images. No, I didn't read that there. I didn't read it where it says the vestment of Bills had images. I didn't read it where it said that garment or that robe that Akkad took had images. It was just of a Babylonian fashion. It was a Canaanite fashion. It was a foreign. It's foreign. It's not according to the fashion that God gave us. Right. So if it's not according to that, it's foreign. So every time you go outside looking like a heathen, without your robe and your garment on, go ahead, read.
Moreover, his mother made him a little
Wait a
coat.
minute. Brother gave a good, excellent example. They called Moses an Egyptian.
Right, because it's Italian.
Because of what he had on. I said because of what he had on. It didn't say images.
No.
It didn't say it had images or idols on it. How he was dressed. And they called him an Egyptian. So your uniform depicts who you are. How you dress depicts who you are. So continue dressing like the heathens and the people round about. We take things lightly. We be taking all these things lightly, like it's a joke. Go ahead, read.
Verse 20.
Verse 20.
And Eli blessed Elkanah and his
Eli
wife.
blessed Elkanah
And his wife.
Now, the mother came and brought a robe for her son once a year. Now, I'm going to show you now. Because everybody, all these Israelites like to talk about cleanliness is next to godliness. This right here doesn't substantiate that. Because if she brought a robe for her son every year, then that means that was the only robe he was wearing. And guess what? You don't think, according to your mindset, it got dirty? But God didn't care about that. You know what God cared about? Clean and unclean.
Right.
Holy and profane.
Right.
If you're unclean or clean. That's what God, it's the only thing God talk about. That's the only thing God considers and recognize. Clean and the unclean. And that was a good point. Go ahead.
And Eli blessed Elkanah and his wife and said, the Lord give thee seed of this woman for the loan which is lent to the Lord.
For the loan that is lent unto God.
And they went into their own home.
They went into their own home. Read.
And the Lord visited Hannah.
The Lord visited Hannah. God remembered Hannah. He remembered her.
So that she conceived.
So that she conceived.
And bare 3 sons.
And bare 3 sons.
And 2 daughters.
2 daughters.
And the child Samuel grew before the Lord.
Now
Eli was very old and heard all that his sons did unto all Israel.
We pick out holy and righteous names. And we have a duty to live up to those names. Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Moses, Aaron. Those are certain standards and qualifications that come with naming yourself these names. But you're not living according to the name that you took. Maybe you should have named yourself. Let's go. Let's read.
Now Eli was very old and heard
all that his sons did unto all Israel, which means it's being spoken about. Whatever Eli's sons is doing, the nation is speaking about it. The people is speaking. Eli heard of it. Let's read.
How they lay with the woman.
How they laid with the woman
that assembled at
the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. They wasn't their wives. They wasn't their concubines. These are regular women coming to the tabernacle. These men was taking the woman and having sex with them. Go ahead.
And he said unto them, why do ye such things?
Why do ye such things?
For I hear of your evil
evil dealings
by all these people.
By all these people.
Nay, my sons.
Nay, my
for
son.
There's no good report.
There's no good report I hear.
Ye make the Lord's people to transgress.
He said, you make the what?
The Lord's people.
The Lord's people
to transgress.
To transgress. That's true. He said, you make the Lord's people to transgress. That's why envying anybody is not qualified to be a teacher.
Bad examples.
There are certain qualifications that should come with being a teacher. There are certain qualifications that comes when you decide to make this person a prince or a chief. You can't make people princes and chiefs and they don't qualify for it. And they don't qualify for it. Because with coming with these titles comes a responsibility, comes a duty. Coming with these titles, people is going to come to you for advice. Because you're a chief man. So you know what? Let me come to this chief man and see if I can get me some godly advice, some righteous counsel. Next thing, the person, this so-called chief man or prince man that I'm going to for this righteous counsel, done gave me counsel to benefit him. Counseled me evil and wickedness. Go ahead, read.
If one man sin against another, the judge shall judge him. But if a man sin against the Lord, who shall
if one man sin against another, the judge shall judge him.
But if a man sin against the Lord,
if a man sin against God,
who shall entreat him?
Who gonna step up? Who gonna step up? Which means there is certain laws that we violate, we offend God directly. Direct offensive. A direct offense to God, Tamshi.
Notwithstanding, they hearkened not unto the voice of their father, because the Lord would slay them.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. There is a reason why the his sons did not hearken to the voice of their fathers. Because God's mindset was already, God was already determined to destroy them. So what God did to these two sons, he hardened their heart against doing the things that is lawful and right by God. So we're dealing with the same God, which means he will harden your heart against doing the things that is right. He will harden your heart against doing the things that is lawfully right. Why? Because he's already determined. He's already determined to destroy you. So you're not going to hearken to no correction. You're not going to hearken to no advice. You're not going to hearken to no counsel. Because God is already determined to destroy you. So when people counsel you and give you righteous counsel and you don't listen, now I got to ask myself, why is it I'm not taking heed? That's when you got to do some heavy determination with yourself. Heavy look at yourself and ask yourself to find out, why am I not hearkening to this wise counsel? Is God determined to slay me? What does God have in store for me? Why I'm not hearkening? Why I'm not listening? Why am I going against? Go ahead.
And the child Samuel grew on and was in favor both with the Lord and also with men. And there came a man of God unto Eli and said unto him, Thus saith the Lord, did I plainly appear unto the house of thy father?
And there came what?
A man of God.
A man of God
unto Eli.
And said unto him,
Thus saith the Lord.
Thus saith the Lord.
Did I plainly appear unto the house of thy father when they were in Egypt in Pharaoh's house? And did I choose him out of all the tribes of Israel to be my priest?
Did I choose him out of all the tribes of Israel to be my priest?
To offer upon mine altar.
To offer upon mine altar.
To burn incense.
To burn incense.
To wear an ephod before me. And did I give unto the house of thy father all the offerings made by fire of the children of Israel? Wherefore kick ye at my sacrifice and at my offering, which I have commanded in my habitation.
Yes, in the book, it does states a chief or a prince. The word for prince is nasi. Nasi means a prince. Chief is, man. I forgot the word for chief. Nasi and I forgot the word for chief. But both of those words are found in there. When they gave about chief, prince, governor, they gave kings, captains, all those, Yeah. Aloof. Aloof means a chief. You find that in the Hebrew also. You have chieftain, you read that in there, and you have prince in there also. It's nothing wrong,
Got governors.
Right, got governors, you have all that inside there. What verse we at?
29.
29. Go to 28.
Verse 28. And did I choose him out of all the tribes of Israel to be my priest, to offer upon mine altar, to burn incense, to wear an ephod before me? And did I give unto the house of thy father all the offerings made by fire of the children of Israel? Wherefore kick ye at my sacrifice?
He said, why? Why did you kick at my sacrifice? Why did you rebel or resist or kick at my sacrifice?
And at mine offering.
And at my offering.
Which I have commanded in my habitation. And honorest thy sons above me.
And you honor your sons above me. You know what that means when you honor your sons above God? You allow people, you allow your son, you allow your daughter, you allow your family, you allow your relatives to go against God, and you accept it.
Yeah.
You allow it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's this one. No.
Yeah.
No. This is the rules of the house. And the rules of the house is God's rules. I said the rules of the house is according to the standards of God. And if I allow you to go against God, to go against these rules, then I'm allowing you. I mean, look,
You put your kids above
you're
God.
putting your children above God.
Yeah.
You're putting people and your relatives and your cousins
And your
above
woman.
God.
And
Your woman above God.
God.
Can't do that.
Talking about.
Go ahead.
And honorest thy sons above me to make yourselves fat with the chiefest of all the offerings of Israel, my people.
So there are ground rules. There are ground rules that comes. This cannot be eaten in here. This cannot be done in here.
Can't bring that in here.
You can't do this over here. You have to make sure this is done. This has to be done. That has to be done. And if you feel you can't fall under those subjections, under those rules, under those laws, under God's laws, then we can't live together. We cannot live together. But this is the rules of the house. And the rules of the house is God's rules.
That's correct.
Tom, see?
Wherefore the Lord God of Israel said, I said indeed that thy house and the house of thy father should walk before me forever. But now, the Lord said, be it far from me.
He said, I said. He said, wherefore the Lord God of Israel said, indeed, I said indeed that thy house and the house of thy father should walk before me forever. That was the covenant from the beginning that God said with Lewi. But look what happened now. Because of what took place in Shiloh, and why Eli didn't correct their sons, what God said now. He said, be it far from me. For them that honor me, I will honor. If you honor God, God will honor you. Huh? If you are merciful, then God will be merciful to you. But we want mercy from God, but you ain't merciful.
Right.
You have a problem showing mercy, being
sense.
mercy.
It can make sense.
You have a problem showing pity and compassion.
Right.
You have a problem with doing these things, but you want this pity, you want compassion, and you want mercy from God, but you don't want to show it. Tom, see?
I will honor them, I will honor, and they that despise me shall be lightly esteemed.
They that despise me shall be lightly esteemed. Okay? What do you mean by lightly esteemed? Unimportant, not valuable. They don't think much about you.
Like the video.
Okay? Go ahead.
Behold, the days come that I will cut off thine arm and the arm of thy father's house, that there shall not be an old man in thine house.
And lightly esteemed, it also means slight. You know what slight means? Lacking strength. Lacking strength. And when you lack strength, you need that strength to push for the laws and the commandments of God. Because we have something in us, we're battling ourselves. I am at war with myself. We are all at war with ourselves. We are all at war with the evil that we have in us. We have good. We have two sides in us, man. Good and evil. We have good in us. We have evil in us. Okay? And we need strength to fight the evil that we have in us, because the evil that's in us is stronger than the good. Go ahead, read.
And thou shalt see an enemy in my habitation, in all the wealth which God shall give Israel. And there shall not be an old man in thine house forever.
Mm-hmm.
And the man of thine, whom I shall not cut off from mine altar, shall be to consume thine eyes, and to grieve thine heart, and all the increase of thine house shall die in the flower of their age.
Wait. Go with that. Which one?
I'm at 34.
Okay. He said, all the what shall die in the flower of his age?
He said, all the increase of thine house shall die in the flower of their age.
They're going to die young.
Mm-hmm. They're not gonna grow old.
They're not going to grow old.
Right, and he prong.
This was the curse that God put on the house of Eli. All because he refused to restrain his sons. Yeah, he spoke. But sometimes just speaking is not enough. Sometimes they were supposed to get fired.
Stop.
They continued to officiate
Yeah.
before God.
Never stop.
They continued to take the woman and defile them. They never stopped, even after their father corrected them. Go ahead.
And this shall be a sign unto thee that shall come upon thy two sons, on Hophni and Phinehas. In one day they shall die, both of them. And I will raise me up a faithful priest that shall do according to that which is in my heart and in my mind. And I will build him a sure house, and he shall walk before mine anointed forever. And it shall come to pass that everyone that is left in thine house shall come and crouch to him for a piece of silver and a morsel of bread, and shall say, put me, I pray thee, into one of the priest's offices, that I may eat a piece of bread.
Go to the next chapter.
1 Samuel chapter 3.
Mm-hmm.
And the child Samuel ministered unto the Lord before Eli. And the word of the Lord was precious in those days. There was no open vision. And it came to pass at that time, when Eli was laid down in his place, and his eyes began to wax dim, that he could not see.
So Eli laid up chilling. Eli's laid up. He said, but his eyes began to wax dim that he's not able to see. Because he's getting older. All right, go ahead.
And ere the lamp of El went out in the temple of the Most High, where the ark of Elohim was, and Shemuel was laid down to sleep, that Elohim called Shemuel, and he answered, here am I. And he ran unto Eli and said, here am I, for thou callest me. And he said, I called not, lie down again. And he went.
You know what that is for God to be calling your name? And while God is calling his name, he runs to Eli and says, Samuel, he said, Eli, you called me? He said, no, I ain't called you. He said, go back and lay down. Go back and lay down. See, for God to literally call your name, that's a certain level that you got to be at with God. A certain level you got to be at. Go ahead, read.
And he went and lay down.
He went and lied down.
And Elohim called yet again, Shemuel.
Shemuel.
And Shemuel arose and went to Eli and said, here am I, for thou didst call me. And he answered, I called not, my son. Lie down again. Now Shemuel did not yet know the Most High, neither was
Samuel did not yet know the Lord. He's young. He's a child. So he don't know God yet. He's not able to discern when God is calling him. Because this is new to him. Go ahead, read.
Neither was the word of Elohim yet revealed unto him. And Elohim called Shemuel again the third time. And he arose and went to Eli and said, here am I, for thou didst call me. And Eli perceived that Elohim had called the child. Therefore Eli said unto Shemuel, go, lie down. And it shall be, if he call thee, that thou shalt say, speak, El, for thy servant heareth.
There's a way that you talk to God. There is certain words that you use when you're approaching God or talking to God. There's certain words that you don't use when you're approaching God and talking to God. You won't talk to God as you. You say you, oh no. There's certain words you don't use. It says, thou, O Lord, art merciful. You use certain words when you're directing it to the God, to the Most High. Read. He says, speak, Lord, for thy servant hear it. Tom, see?
So Shemuel went and lay down in his place. And Elohim came and stood and called as at other times. Shemuel, Shemuel. Then Shemuel answered, speak, for thy servant heareth. And Elohim said to Shemuel, behold, I will do a thing in Israel, at which both the ears of everyone that hear it shall tingle. And that day I will perform against.
He said, this what I'm going to do in Israel. When it gets done, every ear going to tingle. Read.
And that day I will perform against Eli all things which I have spoken concerning his house.
When I begin, I will also make an end. That right there substantiated it. Where I said that the head of the house is accounted for what happens in this house.
Sure. Okay.
That's why God charged Eli for what the sons did. God said he's gonna do what to Eli? What he told him?
That day I will perform against Eli all
I will
things which
perform
I have spoken.
against Eli all things which I have spoken concerning his house. But people want to argue with you that only had 2 years in the laws of God doing this. And I'm trying to explain to you and tell you that whatsoever go on in this man's house, God charges him. But I don't read it. I don't stop being so argumentative. And listen. And pray and hope that God will open your eyes to what you're being told instead of being argumentative. God is charging Eli for what his 2 sons did. The same way, whatever goes down in a man's house, he's going to charge that man because you didn't correct it and put it in place and put it in line. Tom C.
13. For I told him that I will judge his house forever for the iniquity which he knoweth.
He said, what? Read that over again.
For I have told
For I told him
that I will judge his
that I will judge his house
forever.
Forever. Huh? Forever. You want God to charge you and judge you for something that you have done forever? No. I want God to judge me and punish me, but at some point in time in life when I correct myself to let it go. Don't hold that over my head. But this what they did, certain things is held over your head and it's a stain on your spirit. You have stained yourself because you're playing around with things that are not to be played with, which is the offerings, those sacrifices. Stop snatching up the poor lamb on Pesach, talking about you're going to do a sacrifice. They don't say that, but they killed the lamb on the eve of Passover, on the eve of the Feast of Unleavened Bread, and they killed the lamb. I don't want no parts of that lamb.
The poor lamb.
Why do we wait until the eve of the Feast of Unleavened Bread to kill that lamb?
I don't want to be there.
The Feast of Unleavened Bread, I could have killed that lamb a week before.
Right.
It's okay. Why wait until the eve? I don't want none of that. Why? Because I don't want no nothing. Listen, man. Tom Sheep.
For I have told him that I will judge his house
Well,
forever.
I told him that I would judge his house for what?
Forever.
Forever.
For the iniquity which you know.
For the iniquity which you know it.
Because the sons made themselves vile.
Because his sons made themselves vile.
And he restrained them not.
And he restrained them not.
No discipline.
He knew what their sons was doing. He had knowledge about what his sons was doing because the report came to him. The report came to him. And Eli didn't ask for no witnesses because this is a whole nation complaining about these 2 guys. But when you're dealing with the godly, see, back then, you didn't need witnesses. Even if they was vile and corrupt, these men still had it in them to confess and acknowledge their fault. You didn't need witnesses with these people. Once they come to you, you're going to say, yeah, I did it. Yeah, I did it. And they're ready to take whatever comes with it. Go ahead, read.
And therefore I have sworn unto the house of Eli that the iniquity of Eli's house shall not be purged with sacrifice.
Shall not be purged or sacrificed.
With sacrifice nor offering forever.
Tom sheep.
And Shemuel lay until the morning and opened the doors of the house of Elohim. And Shemuel feared to show Eli the vision.
Shemuel feared to show Eli the vision. You know why he was afraid to show Eli the vision? Because the amount of respect and honor that he had for Eli. Because of the amount of respect and honor that he had for Eli. So you're not, because of the respect and honor that you have for a person, I'm not going to come to them and do that. Okay, go ahead.
Then Eli called Shemuel and said, Shemuel, my son. And he answered, Here am I.
Here am I.
And he said, what is the thing that Elohim had said unto thee?
So what is the thing that God told you? I
pray thee,
don't hide it from me.
Elohim do so to
God
thee.
do so to thee and more also.
If thou hide anything from me of all the things that he had said unto
And he's talking to a child. You think he cares? The child ain't but how old? And he said, listen, if you hide anything from me, God do so to thee more so. Go ahead, read.
And Shemuel told him every
way.
And hid nothing from him.
He
said, it is Elohim. Let him do what seemeth him good.
He says, God. He said, let him do what seemeth good. Which means I have accepted the chastisement of God. This is coming from God. Okay, I accept it. God did this. Okay, I accept it. I'm not going to be sitting there and asking God why. It's a reason why God is doing this. God got his reasons. We got to stop questioning God. And we got to learn to accept his punishment and his chastisement when it happened. Because you called it to yourself. Tamshi.
And Shemuel grew, and Elohim was with him. And he did
Samuel grew, and God was with him.
And did let none of his words fall to the ground.
Mm-hmm.
And all Israel from Dan to Beersheba knew that Shemuel was established to be a prophet of Elohim.
Mm-hmm.
And Elohim appeared again in Shiloh, where Elohim revealed himself to Shemuel in Shiloh by the word of Elohim.
Mm-hmm.
End of the chapter.
Tamshi.
And the word of Shemuel came to all Israel. Now Israel went out against the Philistine to battle, and pitched beside Ebenezer. And the Philistine pitched in Aphek.
Mm-hmm.
And the Philistines put themselves in array against Israel. And when they joined battle, Israel was smitten before the Philistine. And he slew of the army in the field about 4,000 men.
Because when we're not right with God, everything that's supposed to happen is going to happen. When we ain't right with God, we're not going to succeed. We're not going to prosper. Go ahead, read.
And when the people were coming to the camp, the elders of Israel said, wherefore had Elohim smitten us today before the Philistines?
He said, why did God smite us before the Philistines? Go ahead.
Let us fetch the ark of the covenant of Elohim out of Shiloh unto us, that when it come among us, it may save us out of the hand of our enemies.
They put their trust in the ark instead of putting their trust in God. Talking about bring out the ark of the covenant and hoping that the ark would deliver. No, ark ain't gonna deliver you. Put your trust in God. So they didn't have no trust in God. And then on plus what they had against them, those two guys, the priests of God, it was already sentenced. A sentence done went down already. I said a sentence already went down. So that sentence cannot get overturned. Go ahead, read.
So the people sent to Shiloh that they might bring from thence the ark of the covenant of Elohim, of hosts, which dwelleth between Cherubim. And the two sons of Eli, Hophni and Pinchas, were there with the ark of the covenant of Elohim. And when the ark of the covenant of Elohim came into the camp, all Israel shouted with a great shout, so that the earth rang again. When the Philistines heard the noise of the shout, 6.
Go ahead.
They said, what meaneth the noise of this great shout of the camp of the Hebrews? And they understood that the ark of Elohim was coming to the camp. The Philistines were afraid, for they said, Elohim is coming to the camp. And they said, woe unto us, for there had not been such a thing heretofore. Woe unto us, who shall deliver us out of the hand of these mighty gods?
These are gods that smote the Egyptians with the plagues of the wilderness. They recognized. See, this thing here, what God did to Egypt, was recognized all over.
It's a known thing.
This was a known thing among every nation.
Worldwide.
How God destroyed Egypt.
These are the people.
He said, man, these are the guys. This is the ark, and this is the gods that smote the Egyptians.
Yeah.
He said, man, they got scared. Go ahead, read.
Be strong and equip yourselves like men, O ye Philistines, that ye be not servants unto the Hebrews, as they have been to you. Equip yourselves like men, and fight. And the Philistine fought. And Israel was
Go to verse
smitten.
11. And the ark of
All
God
the
was
Elohim
taken,
and
and the two sons of Eli,
Hophni
Hophni and Phinehas, were slain. You know what Hophni means? To take a handful. And what he took? He took a handful of the offerings of God.
That was always
See, most of these guys' name, they lived according to what
they were
their
named.
parents named them. Okay, because our parents had insight of what the child was going to become, of what the child had in them. So they named them according to their future, what was going to happen later on.
Or what the father was going to.
That's right. Or what the father was going through, or what the mother was going through. That's why Raquel named her son Ben-Oni, means son of my sorrow.
Gershon.
That's right. That's right. Tom She.
There ran a man of Benjamin out of the army and came to Shiloh the same day with his clothes rent and with earth upon his head. And when he came, lo, Eli sat upon a seat by the wayside watching, for his heart trembled for the ark of Elohim.
He ain't thinking about his sons. He ain't worried about the people. The only thing that he's worried about is the ark of the covenant of God. That's all he worried about.
You know what that means?
I got to get this ark back. Okay, go ahead.
And when the man came into the city and told it, all the city cried out. When Eli heard the noise of the crying, he said, what meaneth the noise of this tumult?
He said, what's up with all this crying? What's up with this great noise? Come see.
And the man came in hastily and told Eli. Now Eli was 98
years old.
And his eyes were dim that
he could not see.
And the man said unto Eli, I am he that came out of the army, and I fled today out of the army. And he said, what is there done, my son?
So what's going on? What happened? And the messengers answered and said, Israel has fled before the Philistines.
And there had also been a great slaughter among the people.
And
thy two sons also,
Hophni and Phinehas, are dead. And the ark of God is taken. It
came to pass when he made mention of the
ark. You see how God allowed his ark to be taken by Philistines? All because of our shortcomings with God. The Most High has allowed the temple to be desecrated and ripped and plundered, all because of our shortcomings with God. God has allowed the nation of Israel, this peculiar people that God called his treasure, to be ravished and ran down on and taken into slavery. All because of our shortcomings with God. So yes, we went through this slavery because of our shortcomings with God. And it's not for me or you to hold this against these people. Because God allowed these people to do this to us.
Right.
God told these people to do this to us.
Revolutionary.
And when we don't accept our faults, then we're going to blame everybody else.
That's right.
I can't blame them. You got to blame yourself.
That's right.
We have to blame ourselves.
That's right.
Come see. And it came to pass when he
made mention of the ark of Elohim, that he fell from off the seat
backwards
by the side of the gate. And his neck
broke his neck.
And he died. For he was an old man.
He was an old man and heavy.
And he had judged Israel 40 years.
40 years, read.
And his daughter-in-law, Phinehas' wife, was with child, near to be delivered. And when she heard the tidings that the ark of Elohim was taken, and that her father-in-law and her husband were dead, she bowed herself in travail.
You see this man? You see this man? How much respect and honorability they have for God and for that ark. When that ark got taken, go ahead, read.
For her pains came upon her. And about the time of her death, the woman that stood by her said unto her, fear not, for thou hast borne a son. But she answered not, neither did she regard it. And she named the child Ichabod, saying, the glory is departed from Israel.
The glory is departed from God.
Because the ark of Elohim was taken. Because of her father-in-law and her husband. She said, the glory is departed from Israel, for the ark of Elohim is taken.
And with that, our God was bought. Let me say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Yom Kippur Shalom.
Yom Kippur Shalom.
Call up the next speaker, teacher, and lead.
Michal, stand up.
Taking our time. Ain't no rush today. We ain't getting no break. Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. Giving all due praises to the master of creation, the creator himself, the most high God. I bid you out of tongue of our forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom, Michal.
Out of respect, my Abba, my teacher, my guide, Chief Eleazar, Ben Dodo of the tribe of Lewi. Okay, today's the Yom Kippur. Like I said, there's no rush. I sound a little lower than I usually do, but there are times you're going to hear me sound higher. Okay? First of all, I would like for everybody to stand and rise and repeat after me. And God spake all these words, saying,
And God spake all these words, saying,
I am the Lord thy God,
I am the Lord thy God,
which I brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
which has brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
out of the house of bondage.
out of the house of bondage.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
only likeness of anything
no likeness of anything
that is in heaven above,
that was in heaven above,
or that is in the earth beneath,
or that is in the earth beneath,
or that is in the water under the earth.
or that is in the water under the earth.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
nor serve them.
nor serve
For
them.
I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
upon the children,
upon the children,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me,
and showing mercy to thousands of them that love me,
and keep my commandments.
and keep my commandments.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain,
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain,
for the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
for the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
Remember the Sabbath day,
Remember the Sabbath day,
to keep it holy.
to keep it holy.
6 days shalt thou labor,
6 days shalt thou labor,
do all thy work.
and do all thy work.
But the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
The 7 days is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
In it
In it
thou shalt not do any work,
thou shalt not do any work.
thou,
Thou,
nor thy son,
thy son,
nor thy daughter,
nor thy daughter,
thy manservant,
thy maidservant,
nor thy maidservant,
nor thy maidservant,
nor thy cattle,
nor thy cattle,
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
the sea,
the sea,
and all that in the midst,
and all that in the midst,
and rested the seventh day.
and rested the 7th day.
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day,
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day,
and hallowed it.
and hallowed it.
Honor thy father and thy mother,
Honor thy father and thy mother,
that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Thou shalt not murder,
Thou shalt not murder,
thou shalt not commit adultery,
thou shalt not commit adultery,
thou shalt not steal,
thou shalt not steal,
thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor,
thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbors,
thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house,
thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house,
thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
nor his manservant,
nor his manservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his ox,
nor his ox,
nor his ass,
nor his ass,
nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
nor anything that is thy
You
neighbor.
may be seated. And all the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings and the noise of the trumpet and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. And they said unto Moses, Speak thou with us, and we will hear. But let not God speak with us, lest we die. And Moses said unto the people, Fear not, for God has come to prove you, and that his fear may be before your faces, that ye sin not. And the people stood afar off. And Moses drew near unto the thick darkness where God was. And the Lord said unto Moses, Thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, Ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. You shall not make with me gods of silver, neither shall ye make unto you gods of gold. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings and thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thine oxen, in all places where I record my name. I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone, but thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shalt thou go up by steps unto mine altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon. Leviticus chapter 23.
Leviticus chapter 23.
I want you to have it first.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them concerning the feast of the Lord.
Concerning the feasts of the Lord, these are not our feasts. This is not our feast day. This is God's feast day for us to commemorate and celebrate. These are the days that we celebrate. These are the days that we gather. These are the days that we look unto and look forward to and prepare for. Okay? Not the days that we were giving in this land. Okay? The birthdays, the anniversaries. Okay? There is no anniversary between me and my wife in this way of life. We've been together for 20 years and that's it. I don't have to throw nothing. There's no such thing as a celebration for it. When I get a new house, a new apartment, I don't throw no party celebrating my success of a new apartment or a new house. Because these things is what you call anniversaries. Anniversaries go back to paganism. It's actually called a housewarming. And when I looked that up and found out why they call it that, okay, it comes from the worship of a fire god, hence the word warming, okay? Now, for me to explain more, I'll have to do that tonight because a lot of abominations I don't want to speak about. That has to be done in the actual housewarming or an actual anniversary, okay? The only days that we look forward to celebrate are right here in Leviticus chapter 23. God gives us everything. You can't serve God and then have your own days. Oh, well, we can make up our own days. Like these people today. Today they can make they call it a holiday. They can make a holiday or a day to celebrate right now. Last week was Cheeseburger Day. The week before that was Waffle Day. The week before that was Barbie Doll Day. Watch Channel 12 News. Every day there is a holiday today now in this day and time. Wednesday is a sexual day. They call it hump day. See, all these things we can't get into, man. All right? We have to leave those alone. These are the only feasts. Feast means parties. At a party, where's the food at, right? That's the feast of the celebration. So the only feast that we have outside of this would be like a weaning party. Y'all know what that is? When the child is being breastfed. Okay? And when it's time, when he's big now, right? It's time to take him off and he eats regular food. At that time that she stops giving him breast milk, you can throw a party for that because that's what Abraham did. It was accepted. When a child is circumcised, you can throw a party for that. That's what our forefathers did. It is accepted. We can only go by what we read in this book and what was accepted by God and what God accepted these holy people that were doing. Tamshi.
Which ye shall proclaim to be holy convocations. Even these are my feasts. 6 days shall.
He said, which you shall proclaim to be holy. You are going to announce we're having a holy convocation here for this day. These are my feast days for you to pronounce a holy convocation. So on these feast days, there is no you come when you want to. Everybody have to gather at a certain time on that day. in order for us to do what we're doing. What we're doing right now is having a holy convocation, a holy gathering, and we speak about holy things. When we speak about holy things, we're speaking about God. Time sheet.
6 days shall work be done, but the seventh day is a Sabbath of Sabbath of rest, a holy convocation.
Sabbath of rest, meaning rest from work. You have to understand what you read when you're reading things. Okay? And you have to understand that this Old Testament in the Bible was done in medieval times. Old English was the prominent language on the planet. Okay? Old English. What the English we speak is broken. It comes from Old English. We say you. Back then, they didn't never say you. They say thou. We say why. Back then, they say wherefore. You understand? Mm-hmm. So you have to understand the terminology of Old English to understand certain words and certain terms, because the people that translated it from the Hebrew to Old English were Old English heathens. Okay? And the reason why they transferred, because Hebrew, everybody going to eat Hebrew. Everybody spoke Old English. That was the language that took over. The number one language on this planet is English. So you have to understand the languages and words. That's why we were taught when we study, we look up the words to find out what it means. So when we looked up rest, it means cease from, to decease from, not to go to sleep or stay in the bed or stay resting and laid back in your house. It means you cease from work, but you still got to get up early in the morning as if you was going to work.
That's right.
Y'all understand that now?
Right.
Because just because it's the Sabbath day and because, okay, we're not doing this and that today, means you're going to lay up
and taking time.
Okay? No. It is still, you still have a job and a duty on the Sabbath day.
You up for school and work every day.
But for school and work, to go pick up your check, okay? To go to a party. Let's go. We got to get the same thing here. It's a Sabbath of rest, so that means I cease from that. I cease from that, what I'm allowed to do during the week. What I'm allowed to do during the week, I don't do it today. That's what rest means. It does not mean rest, period. It means rest from work. Stop from work. What is work? Okay? It says, Beleket Abora. Okay? So now you got anything servile, mean you get paid for work, right? I could get paid for just giving out flyers all day. I could get paid for painting. I could get paid for interpreting. This guy speaks English. This guy speaks Spanish. I have a job as an interpreter. See, all of that ceases, and things you don't get paid for, like cleaning. When you clean your house, you get paid for it. No. When you wash your dishes, is that servile work? No, but it's still work. So for me, I said, you know what? I got in a little late yesterday. I didn't have time to wash and clean my kitchen because that's what I usually do before Shabbat. I didn't get a chance to do it this time. Okay? So I leave them.
The roaches gonna come.
The roaches, let the roaches come. Let the flies come. As long as no violation is being done. Right. The roaches, and they, oh man, but you leave it dirty, it's Shabbat, nothing's supposed to be. No. It's not how it goes. That's your test. You was made to come late, to leave, to not have time to do this, to see if you was going to rest from work. That's your test. We be shooting down our tests. Well, what if nothing? Keep the laws, keep the commandments. Right. If you didn't get something done, look, man, I ain't got enough time to cook nothing. Well, we're going to be eating sandwiches on Shabbat. Yeah. I'm going to go get some bread, slap something on it. I'm not making a big, giant sandwich. It's all that is for preparation. I'm not going into cutting. No, because that's preparing. Then what I'm gonna do is take some butter and some cheese, put it on there, or some jelly, put it on there, boom, 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 and be satisfied because the Shabbat comes first. Now do you understand what rest from work is? What it means to be a Sabbath of rest? When you look it up, it means to cease from work, all work, period. Okay? Abora means serve or servile. Now you can serve and get paid for it, and you cannot serve and you can serve and not get paid for it. If I come and I say, here, and I pour water in your cup, I served you. I'm not your servant, but at that moment I served you. Okay? That's why I say your manservant, your maidservant, they got to do what? They rest too. They don't go to sleep. They rest from their job. This is one day I am not master to them. They get the day off. They only pour water in their cups for themselves. So for me to go in the kitchen now and start taking plates of food out, you come, because I'll get your plate, boom. And this brother come and I can't make your plate. I can't make nobody's plate. Right. That's why when we offer brothers food, we bring them in there and show them where the stuff is. They're going to place, you got your spoon. You got to help yourself, self-serve on this day. Okay. God don't sleep, do we?
No.
Do we get tired?
No.
So it's a different type of rest we're talking about. Right or wrong?
That's right.
Not the rest you think you're talking about. So when God created the heavens and the earth on the seventh day, he rested and he ceased from his work. Meaning he did not create nothing on the seventh day. Nothing was created today. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, all the other days, something was created. But not that day. And that's why the Most High, he said, he rested his sleep and he made it a hallowed day, a holy day, a sacrificial day, sacrilege day. Meaning this is sacred. This is different. Mm-hmm. So it does mean rest, but not the rest you think. It means rest from work. Tells you.
It is the Sabbath of the Lord in all your dwellings. These are the feasts of the Lord, even holy convocation which you shall proclaim in their seasons.
He said, these are the feasts of the Lord, even holy convocation which you shall proclaim in their seasons, in their time. Okay? Mm-hmm. That's why they call this time of the year the holy season. Mm-hmm. Because in this month, so many days that we gather that God validated for us to gather are in the month of Itanim. Tells you.
And the 14th day of the first month at evening is the Lord's Passover.
Now, the Passover is called the Passover because the death angel passed over the houses that had blood on the upper lintel and doorposts, mm-hmm. and went into houses that didn't have that blood and destroyed the firstborn of every household in Egypt. Okay, there was a spirit called death, the death angel that carried the spirit of death. He went through, and whoever he hit or touched, they died right then and there. Okay, but not in the houses of the Hebrews because they had the blood. They had the blood here. All right. When you saw that blood of that lamb, see, that's why it's called a Paschal lamb. That's why they did that. That's why they said, take that same lamb, the Passover lamb, you have to do with the blood is put it on there. Are people doing that today? No. They say, this is a Passover lamb. That's not the Passover lamb. Yeah, let's read this book and let's get the details straight. That is not the Passover lamb, because what you do with the blood? What you do with the blood? The only thing to do with that Passover blood is you got to put it up here.
Niggas eat it.
They eat it. They throw it away. They do a whole bunch of stuff. My point is, the blood is supposed to be here. Okay? So, ain't no death angel passing over today. Wow. That's a one-time thing. Right. We're not in slavery. Not that type, nah, man. This is a sentence what we in. This is banishment. We're gonna die wherever we at. Okay? Most of the people call themselves Israelites never even seen Israel with their own eyes. We seen it on TV, that's it. Okay? So this here, Passover, is a one-time thing. What comes up is the Feast of Unleavened Bread. That's what we call it, Chag Matzot. What they did here with the Passover lamb, they only did that one time. Moses and them didn't do it the next year, and then the next year after that, and the next year after that. Right. That was only done one time because they're still in Egypt, and the death angel is about to kill everything, kill the firstborn of everything. So that's why that was in, because that was there. So that act cannot be recreated. That's another reason why you should leave those sacrifices alone. All these sacrifices have a procedure and have a place where it's supposed to be done. And a man that was chosen by a man of God to do these things. Time sheet.
And on the 14th and on the 15th day of the same month is the Feast of Unleavened Bread unto the Lord. 7 days you must eat unleavened bread.
How back then? Let's forget about today. How did they make bread back then? They had flour. They didn't have baking soda. They didn't have yeast in the packet. They didn't have any baking agents, no leavening agents. You had to leaven the bread. How you leaven the bread? By kneading it. The reason why we know that is because you say you read here a little and you read there a little, okay? And you may, okay? You say you may. But look, everyone I've known to read here a little and there a little, they got it. Right or wrong, Chief Sean? Everyone I know that read here a little and there a little and they read, they get it. They say, okay, this is it. This is why we don't do this. You read here a little and there a little, and God, they said, God will teach you and instruct you and guide you. But we read here a little and there a little, and he said, nah, don't mean that. The teacher come and instruct you on this, and you say no. So no matter where you read, you're not going to get it. In order for you to get things here a little and there a little, you got to accept what you're being taught and what you're reading. Sure. In order to get to that point, you have to accept when we tell you woman ain't supposed to wear pants. Okay? See, I just brought that up out the clear head, right? Why? Because everybody in Israel don't agree with that. Yeah. See what I'm saying? There's something going wrong. When we read Thou shalt not steal, and I understand it, you don't. He does, he don't. She does, she don't. There's a problem going on. You're being blocked. Do you know what that means? God has stopped your perception from understanding his commandments and his ways. No matter what you read, no matter what you see, no matter what you go through, and no matter what people show you and tell you, you are not going to see it that way, God said. You're going to see it your way for your own reasons. And that's the lust of your own heart. So you can go on about your life, committing iniquity, and not get right with God. That's the plan. That's why you get blocked. Okay? Time sheet.
In the first day, you shall have a holy convocation.
So on the first day of this Feast of Unleavened Bread, which lasts for 7 days, you have a holy convocation. Everybody comes together to do what we're doing today on that day. Time sheet.
You shall do no servile work therein. But you shall offer an offering made by fire unto the Lord 7 days.
Now, the offerings made by fire, see, while we're doing this, the priest is not in there with us. Y'all know that, right? The priests don't leave the grounds of the temple. When we gather together on Shabbat, the priest ain't there. He cannot leave the grounds. You know what he's doing? Offer made by fire unto the Lord. All these days, even on the Shabbat, The priest is making an offering made by fire unto God. He's the only one that can do that. And guess what? He ain't kindling because the fire been going on. The fire is an ongoing fire. The fire is an ongoing fire. So even today, they say, yeah, but the priest is the only one that can kindle. He don't kindle no fire. Because that sacrifice, that burnt offerings off on the altar, it doesn't stop. And then they reignite. No. Once that oxen that's burned up on there, the fire starts to come down. It's fully roasted. It's ready. They take that and move it, and another one go. You got lines of people bringing up their offerings every day. It's a continual burnt offering, means that that fire never goes out. So nothing was kindled on Shabbat, period. I'll tell you what the priests do. You gotta know that. The priest don't come around. He stays in the tabernacle. He stays in the temple. That's why when we bring our stuff, we stop at the door. He stops at the door. He can't come out. We can't come in. So that's what they do on these days. They're in the temple or in the tabernacle or made offerings by fire unto the Lord. That way, our holy convocation can be accepted to God. This is why it's being done at the same time. Okay? Certain things the prophets did, like Samuel. Samuel took a lamb, a suckling lamb, when they was going to battle. And while they was going to battle, he had to do it while they was doing it, while they was fighting. And he killed the suckling lamb to offer it to God, and God accepted it, and they won.
Right.
Leave them sacrifices alone. Y'all don't even know what y'all doing. There is a place that we're supposed to take these sacrifices. Where is it? Where is the name that God chose to place his name for us to go and worship right now in 2024? Where is it? Where is it? It's not in Israel no more. Where is it? We ain't supposed to be doing sacrifices. It's a game. It's a game, and they're making money off y'all. A lot of Israelite leaders and all these guys are making money off y'all. They're telling you you can do this and you can't do this according to the money that's coming in each camp. They're moving the same way as the heathen. Look, when God said don't move like them, that's in everything. We can't order our houses and how we move with God the same way they move with their God. Time sheet.
In the seventh day is a holy convocation. You shall do no servile work therein.
Mm-hmm.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, When ye come into the land which I give unto you, and shall reap the harvest thereof.
This don't go down. They didn't do this in the wilderness. Because he said, when ye become into the land which I give you, that's when certain laws were activated. They were given certain laws in the wilderness for tests. One of them was, hey, look, the measurement. First, the test was to see if you could just follow command. Okay? He said, gather it, right?
Mm-hmm.
An omer for each man, right?
Right.
No more, no less. It says some gathered more and some gathered less. It said the ones that gathered more, when they got up in the morning, it was stink. It was gone.
Right.
It was no good. He said the ones that gathered least, they got up in the morning, they ain't had nothing to eat. They lacked. So that's the same thing with God's laws. You can't diminish or add on. Diminish means take from it.
Right.
Okay, and add on means put something there that's not there.
Right.
So when it says something in the book, and I say it don't mean that, I diminished. And that's what we do. Okay, time sheet.
Then you shall bring a sheep for the first fruits of your harvest unto the priest, and he shall wave the sheep before the Lord.
So now that means that we were farmers. We were agricultural.
Right.
That was our job.
That's right.
Okay? There was no doctors. There was no hospitals.
Uh-huh.
There were no laundromats. There was no stores. Okay?
Right.
We lived in a country God gave us our independence and we had our own economics, meaning we had our own treasury. We had our own money. We had resources. We had gold. Okay?
Right.
Nobody came and took our resources from us and taxed it, and we had to pay for it. We had our own resources. You know what that means? I don't have to, and you don't have to go to nobody to get to for food. Right. I got it right in the back. I got calves and this, that. Even if it's one goat I got a goat back there. I got a little garden back here. And if not, I can ask my brother and he will open up his arms wide enough for me, sufficient for me. That was our economy. What kept the priests and them eating? Because they can't come out and work and do nothing? Us. That's why I said Eli's sons made the children of Israel abhor God's sacrifice. Because I'm like, yo, man, you know what? Yo, look, when you take your stuff up there to get sacrificed, man, they not making an atonement for it. They're going to take it and cut it up and eat it raw. So I stopped going up there because it's not being done. I'm supposed to go there and you're supposed to make the atonement for me. I can't do it. So now you're not making an atonement. I can't bring nothing there no more. What's the use? And that's why when it said men started to abhor, not meaning they hated God, meaning I'm not going to that camp no more, but they eat pork in there. Mm-hmm. They serve kaziak, they serve swine in there. Okay? Mm-hmm. I'm not going to this part because they sing songs that's being sung in the church. Watch the songs you want to sing. You can't take songs from rap songs, take that beat and put your words on it and put God's name in it. That is not holy. David didn't do that. The heathens had, let's talk. David didn't do that. Did he take any words or any music from anybody else or the nations round about and remix it? Because that's what you're doing, right? Right or wrong? When you take a song that's already out and you take it and do your thing with it, you did what? You remixed it. Come on, let's stop acting like we don't know music now. Let's stop acting like we don't see. When the truth come up, nobody want to talk up. You got to talk up. To down, you got to hammer it. I cannot take a rap song and put talking about my love for God on there. It will not be accepted. That ain't a prayer. That ain't praise. That's not how you praise God. Okay? Songs, the first songs were to a man's God. Do y'all know that? Y'all don't know that. The first songs ever made of love was to a man's God, an idol. Why you think David, all his songs are to who? Or to who? To who? Elohim. Not to his woman. All the songs you hear about today is women that professing their love for a man, right or wrong. Or a man professing his love to a woman. Then you have Serenata. The man in Mexico, they go up to the woman's window with a band, a mariachi band, and he play music and he sing his love for her, right? And then guess what? They wound up getting married. Songs were created. First songs created was for a man's God. That's example, David. That's why Hezekiah and another king, it said they used the words of David to glorify God. They used the words of David to pray to God. They used David's songs, David's prayers, and they didn't make their own. And they didn't go and buy no book from no people and put it out there either. So we use today, this house, we use the songs of David. That's what our father taught us. Yo, that's it. That's what they used. When they was messing up with God, they said, we're going to get back. Get the people back in the temple to sing to God continually, right? They didn't sing their own words. They sung the songs of David. David been dead. Asaph been dead. Asaph copied David. You want to copy somebody who served God.
Right.
You can copy him. Okay? You can copy that. You can copy her. You can copy them. You can do that.
Righteous example.
Okay? Tongue sheet. That's why he said, Abraham, look into Abraham.
Right.
Do everything Abraham do. You want an example? Look to Abraham.
Right.
Woman, you want an example? Look to Sarah.
Right.
Do everything they did. Do everything. You know what? I can't have a baby for my man. Come here, Hagar. You know what? I'm not putting my son before God. God told me kill my son. I'm doing that. Those are the examples we got to look at. That's why he said, look towards them. They're the ultimate of examples. He didn't honor his son above God. He didn't say, well, God, I thought you said you didn't take human sacrifice. None of that. This is where we mess up at. Follow the order, man. He said, learn to do what your God say to do. That's our problem right there. There's always an excuse not to. Time sheet.
And you shall wave the sheaf before the Lord to be accepted for you. On the morrow after the Sabbath, the priest shall wave it.
So I can't even wave it. I can't take the sheaf, my sheep. Boom, I made a sheep. You know what the sheep is, right? I got a bunch of corn or wheat or barley in my field. And 20 stalks make up one sheaf. I take 20 stalks, gather them up, tie them up, bing, tie them up at the bottom. That is called a sheaf. Okay? I'm supposed to take one of these and take it to the priest around this time. And what he's going to do, he's going to take it and wave it before God. As this is evidence of your goodness to us, of your blessing to us.
Right.
That is the reason for that. Tell sheep.
And he shall offer that day when he waved the sheaf a he lamb without blemish.
Without blemish. See, now he waves the sheaf to be accepted, not for him, for you. For you. When he waves that sheaf, God accepts you. Do you see that?
That's right.
Once you in tune now, you're accepted. You got to be accepted also to do these commandments too. We don't have no sheaves now to be accepted. Look at all this. Look at all the things that we have missed that we don't have. That if we had today, it's an automatic exception from God. It's been snatched. It's been taken away. Those opportunities, those windows are taken away. Because our ancestors want to be like the heathen. So, find a way amongst the heathen. Do it like them. Walk around being a question mark. Yeah. Being a question mark. Why are we here?
The Riddler.
What? You heard that before.
The Riddler.
I don't know why. What is my purpose? What is man's purpose in life? And all these philosophers played, all these guys pondered life. God told us what it is. He told us how it began, okay? The purposes, what went wrong, and what we got to do because of what went wrong now.
Right.
And I'm listening to the song. He said, because that's what you were created for, to praise God and do what he said. You were created to serve God. Iniquity got in the way. Okay? That's why you're here. Don't ever ask yourself, why am I here? And you an Israelite? Are you a Hebrew? You say you know the true and living God, and you still asking, why am I here? You're a question mark. Just like the rest of the world. Where do we go when we die? Why do we die? Why do we live? Why do we come into being? This book will tell you the whole thing. But people don't accept this, so they're in limbo. When you don't accept God and what comes forth from God and the standards, you are going to go otherwise. And that is limbo, is meshuggah, is craziness, is what they call philosophy. Philosophy is garbage. All right? There is no philosophy in this book. Okay? And in school and in colleges, I know I've been to college, and they praise these guys, these philosophers. And you get tested by these guys. But I was taught at home, okay, whose words are really followed? The prophets of God.
That's right.
They're better than your philosophers because they are guessers. And they're evil and wicked. The greatest philosophers on the planet were homosexuals. Okay? How good is philosophy? All Greeks were homosexuals. That was their religion.
Okay, they started.
No, they didn't start it. They made a religion out of it.
Oh.
Homosexuality was in Israel before the Greeks. Okay? No. The first world was black. All iniquity started with the first world, that is black. Okay? We're not here on, it's not no race thing.
Okay.
Because the first murder was done by a black man. The first betrayal, all these things. The great sin, Adam and Eve, they were black. So, okay, that's not what we're looking at. Okay? Time sheet.
In the meat offering thereof shall be 2 tenth deals of fine flour mingled with oil, an offering made by fire unto the Lord for a sweet savor. And the drink offering thereof shall be of wine.
You think all this is the animal, the flour, the wine was not bought in the store from a heathen. They got that. You grew this yourself. And look, what the people had brought to offer to God, you could not buy from nobody outside. You couldn't go to the Moabites and get an ox and sacrifice it to God. It said, from your herd and your flock, your wine, your oil, your corn that I gave you in blessing, bringing some of that back to me and show me appreciation by bringing it up to the tabernacle and let the priest wave this and cook this. That show that you appreciate me and I will accept you. What is a hin? It's a measurement. What is an ephah? A measurement. We don't know exactly what these things are. The measurement of man has changed from back then to then. It's back then a cubit was from your elbow to the top of your middle finger. The top of your middle finger to your elbow. That's what they say a cubit is today, right? But people, we were larger in stature. In the book of Ezra, it says it. We were larger in stature, meaning we were taller, we were bigger people. So back then, this measurement was much more bigger. Thank you. Now, Egyptians were naturally taller people than the Hebrews. The Amorites were naturally taller people than the Hebrews. They said they were tall as what? Cedar trees. Y'all know how tall a cedar tree gets? All right, cedar trees and redwoods. You know what redwoods are? They got a forest in California called the redwood forest. And when you look up, it looks like the tree go all the way up in the sky. That's how tall cedar trees are, because they are also related to these trees. He said, man, those guys is as tall as those trees. We are not going to be able to beat them. Okay? Pass that around. Let people see how big those trees are. Measurement, yeah, that's a liquid measurement. Ephod, flour, right. Oh, but look, what was an ephod then? You don't really know it now.
Right.
Things got changed. Sin, iniquity, and man changing the standard of how God had things working. Okay? A lot of things got changed. Okay? Certain fruits that exist today didn't exist back then.
Right.
Certain fruits that exist back then ain't here today. They're spliced and gene, hybrid and all.
I agree.
Okay?
Yeah.
That chicken is all birds have been hybrid. That's why we don't mess with no bird. Even if it's a pheasant. Or what's the one? That everybody's real good on now. It'll come to me. costs a little more than chicken in the restaurant. People even eat the eggs of it. Quail, thank you. Thank you. Quail. Don't eat the quail. I'm not eating quail. Yeah, but it was in the book. That ain't the same quail. What you getting today and back then is not the same quail. Everything is hybrid. You know why I say that? When you study, when it say after its kind, when you start studying the kind, which is the genus, the family, the tribe of these birds, if you look at it today, the chicken, the quail, they're all related.
Right.
How is that? How is that? The turkey, unclean birds, today, all the birds, unclean or clean, whatever you want to call them, they're all related today. The chicken is family to what you call a clean bird. That wasn't like that back then. That's all I'm telling y'all. Okay? I'm still, but he said, yeah, well, I studied that too, and the chicken is related to their equipment. I said, you know what, you're right. I'm seeing the same thing. So there's no way that quail is good today. They hybrid these things, man. Tamshi.
And you shall eat neither bread, nor parched corn, nor green ears until the self-same day that you have brought an offering unto your God. And it shall be a statute forever throughout the generation.
That goes down after
and all
the
your
piece of unleavened bread. After the piece of unleavened bread, right? And they didn't eat no parched corn or green ears until they got into the land anyway. Right or wrong?
Right.
They said that Joshua and the children of Israel ate the corn of the land. That was the first time they had corn. They didn't have no corn in the wilderness. Nothing grows in the wilderness.
Sorry.
They live by the word of God in the wilderness. If you go in that wilderness right now, that same spot where they was, you will die. It's a desert.
Right.
When we read wilderness, and sometimes they say the desert or the wilderness of sin, of this, of that. You check out those places, those are deserts.
Right.
All right? Dry land. You can't dig nothing. Tamshi.
And you shall count unto you from the morrow after the Sabbath, from the day that you brought forth the sheep for the wave offering. 7 Sabbaths shall be complete.
That is something nobody does. These are the things that make you holy. It's called counting of the Omer. You count. You count on your own.
Right.
How you count? 1, today's the first day, today's the second day, today's the third day. Now, they had prayers for it and everything, but that's Jewish. That's Judaism. Them, they just counted the days. Walked off the calendar. This is the first day. And they kept counting until, see, we got to do everything as close as possible as they did it. All right? There's no prayer. You don't have to face the Easter count. When you get up, oh yeah, today's Tuesday. Okay, today's the second day now. Tomorrow will be the third day of the Omer, all the way until, and then you get Feast of Weeks. Tamshi.
Even unto the morrow after the 7th Shabbat shall ye number 50 days. And you shall offer a new meat offering unto the Lord.
New meat offering, that new meat offering, because you got new crops now. That's why it says new meat offering. Because at that moment, you got new crops. And these are, my Abba always said that these are agricultural feasts that God gave us. The feast days are agricultural feasts. By the time we reach Pesach, Feast of Unleavened Bread, there's a reaping. Okay? By the time we reach Feast of Weeks, there's a reaping. So there's new meat offerings, new fine flour offerings. By the time we reach Sukkot, which coming up next week, right? There's right now in the land, we reaping new stuff. This is harvest time. That's why it's called an agricultural season. Okay? Now, no, tell me.
You shall bring out of your habitation 2 wave loaves of 2 tent deals. There shall be a fine flour. It shall be baking with leaven. They are
Huh?
first
They
fruits.
shall be baking with leaven.
First fruits unto the Lord.
You see that? So kneading. I just watch my Ema make bread. And the longer she knead it, sometimes she pick it up and slam it. Somebody get on the phone, she got to use the phone, she'll get the phone, and she'll take the roller and just go like this. While she on the phone, I remember that. Just to beat it. Why you think the man making pizza, what he do?
Yeah, they flipping that.
He also beats it also. To do what? Make the dough soft, more conforming. Okay? The more you beat it, the more your man handle the bread and roll it. You get the air. It's a chemical reaction that goes down. After a while, that bread is automatically leavened. Now, if I take the bread, if I take flour and water, right? Put it together and put it in the kitchen and leave it there. That bread is not leavened. That's sourdough bread. Okay? And in the Feast of Unleavened Bread, the only thing that matters to have in your house is leavening, not sour, not fermentation. Everything fermentates. If you know when you went to school, you will know that everything fermentates. We call spoil, or the food spoil, it fermentated. The food is digested, it got fermentated. Okay? Learn words and learn the process of words. If I take an apple right now and I'll bite into it and I'll leave it right here, I'll laugh because you know I hit the right example now. You got me now. It starts to turn dark right or wrong. It starts to have discoloration right or wrong. When you say refrigerator after opening, it's already starting to ferment. So God ain't talking about fermentation. Everything fermentates. Once it hits the air, it fermentates. When you open up a can of paint, it starts to fermentate. Let's talk science thing. That's what fermentation does. Everything fermentates. Okay? So we're not talking about what soured or what fermented. Okay? Because we're only talking about the process of leavening. Time sheet, verse 18.
And you shall offer with the bread seven lambs.
That's a
without
lot of lambs.
blemish
That's
of
a
the
lot of
first
lambs.
year.
That's a lot of lambs. That's a lot. Where we gonna get all that stuff from today? Look, in order to really get down with these sacrifices, you gotta have flocks. Everybody gotta have flocks,
Right.
and their own
Community.
their own community, our own farmland. The things that are required, where are you getting them from now? You can get it. But you gotta buy it from somebody. It is not accepted. Oh, brother Jonathan, he is right. He got a farm out there. It still don't mean nothing. Okay? I don't know if he regulates his farm by the laws in this book. Does he separate his animals? Huh? Does he yoke? How does he yoke? How does he yoke his animals? Does he go by those laws that's in there for the farmers and for planting? Huh? Does he take one seed or two seeds and put in there? I'm not getting nothing from him. Time sheet.
And one young bullock, two rams.
Two rams. You got to catch those, or they get caught in the thicket for Abraham. You're not gonna just catch a ram like that or a deer. Rams. I've seen a little small ram. You go like this, and he ran into a big cow. One boom, that cow went like this. Boom, dead. The cow was dead before it hit the ground. Rams. This is a ram's horn.
Okay.
The shofar. This is, see how hard this thing here? I can knock myself out with it. So imagine a big long one in rows, two of them coming at you at top speed. Might as well get hit by a car. So this is very rare you're going to catch on to these. A lot of times you catch them when they get caught. Deers get caught, their antlers. You see it on TV. Oh, Good Samaritan. And then look, it's a deer, he's caught. Let me go help him. You better be careful. because he still has a certain fear for man. You're still alien to him. He think you're going to try to harm him. You better be careful. Tell she.
They shall be for a burnt offering unto the Lord, with their meat offering and their drink offering, even an offering made by fire, a sweet savior unto the Lord.
That Shamay just explain y'all, the incense and the fat can burn together. That's why it's such a sweet, sweet savior. That's what makes it such a sweet savior. And for some reason, God liked that smell. Yeah. Do you have a smell that when you smell it, you're not mad no more? No. No. So you see how important that was? You see how important it is to leave that incense alone? Because you're not doing it for smell. The smell don't get to you like that. I'm gonna tell you the purpose of why the whole world burn incense today. It's paganism. Okay? Every idol gets incense burnt to it. Every god gets incense burnt to it. Okay? All right? There was a time when nobody brought incense into their house to make it smell good. There was no such thing. It didn't exist. Incense was made to be burnt to an idol or to the Most High God. Because right now, you go to China, you go into their house with the big fat God. What are they burning in there? Incense. The first thing you do, I see them in the Japanese, Chinese movies, karate movies. They take incense and they light it and they sit down and they do this and do this and do this and do that. Okay? Man has made what God said is iniquity and sin. God, in time, man had taken these things that God said is iniquity and has made it a law. So now today it seems like it's okay and there's nothing wrong with it. Because everybody's doing it now. When everybody's doing it now, automatically in our human mind, because we don't see things as God see it, we're gonna say it's okay. But when you start doing it as God view it, you're gonna
investigate.
No, you're gonna analyze it. You're gonna compare it to the law. So wait a minute. This is no good. That's what you're gonna do. You're not gonna go along with that. You're gonna analyze it through the law first, because that's where your view is at. Tamshi.
Then you shall sacrifice 1 kid of the goat for a sin offering, and 2 lambs of the first year for sacrifice of peace offering. And the priest shall wave them with the bread of the first fruits of a wave offering before the Lord.
With the 2 lambs.
With the 2 lambs they shall be holy to the Lord for the priest. And you shall proclaim on the self-same day, that it may be in holy convocation unto you. You shall do no servile work therein. It shall be a statute forever in all your dwellings throughout your generations. And when you reap the harvest of your land, thou shalt not make clean riddance.
Clean riddance means
of the corners of thy field when thou reapest.
Because when we made our sheets, we left them on the borders and at the corners of the field. Just make them, and as you go, the more you go, that's how you clear the field out. You start at the beginning, and everything go at the borders, at the borders. That way, when you come back, you're just picking up sheeps. You can't pick up all the sheeps that you made. You gotta leave some out there. Am I right or wrong?
That's right.
If you pick them all up, you made clean riddance of the corners of the field. Some sheep. So there are laws for you people. You want to be a farmer? You better know that book. Because there's certain things you can and can't do being a farmer. Gathering, this is in reaping time. There's laws for reaping. This is a law in reaping time. You cannot glean or clean riddance any of your stuff when you're gathering. Because after you take the sheep, you know where you take the sheep at, right? You know where the sheep go? In your barn, in your storehouse. Today we call the refrigerator a cabinet. But the barn house was the original cabinet. Right or wrong?
Right.
That's where the store is at. It's an old store. said you will bring our old store and keep the new store. That's when you know you're blessed by God.
Sure.
Time sheet.
Neither shall I gather any gleanings of thy harvest. Thou shalt leave them unto the poor.
That's why.
To the stranger. I'm the Lord your God.
That's why. Leave these things here for the poor and the stranger. Nobody thinks about them. They're not thought of too much. Nobody's going to think about feeding the poor. He said, man, go get a job. Right or wrong? Nah, man, don't get a big. Right or wrong?
Okay.
The poor, the one who has the least, is thought of the least. The one who has the least, their words don't mean nothing. I don't care how right it is. The ones, yeah. So God gonna look out for the poor. Because you're not gonna do it, even as Israelites. So you got a command. When you working on your field, leave some of the sheep out there for the poor and who? The stranger. The stranger is not as anybody out there, any heathen. The stranger is the ones that live amongst you and that serve God like you and recognize that God is the only God just like you.
Right.
He's sitting in these seats right next to you. Okay? But he's a different color. That's the stranger. But he come from a different land. That's the stranger. It could be the same color, different land. That's the stranger. Or it could be not of the family, blood relative. That's the stranger. But they come amongst you to serve God, they will be treated the same. Enough of the division. I've been seeing that since Ben Azakim. American Israelites against the Israelites that come from the islands. And they all black.
It don't make sense. It don't make sense at all.
I saw that as a child. Come sheep.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, saying, In the 7th month, in the 1st day of the month, shall ye have a Sabbath, a memorial blowing of trumpets and holy convocation.
He said, ye shall have a Sabbath. It is not the Sabbath. Today is the Sabbath day, the official title of Shabbat. The other days get a little bit of Sabbath. Okay? A little bit of it. Why? Because on those days you have to have a holy convocation like the Shabbat. So it is a Sabbath. So no work done, but you can do this and you can do that, you can do that. What you can't do on the Shabbat. What you can do on a Shabbat, you cannot do on the Shabbat. Time sheet.
You shall do no servile work therein. You shall offer an offering made by fire unto the Lord. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Also on the 10th day of the 7th month, there shall be a day of atonement.
You know the way Israelites read this book, right? Let me show you something. It says, well, man, what you just finished reading?
Verse 27.
27, right? It says, you shall do no, it said, speak unto the children of Israel, saying, in the 7th month is the 1st day of the month, shall you have a Sabbath, a memorial of blowing the trumpets, a holy convocation. So he's telling to have a holy convocation. Now, I'm an Israelite reading it how I see it, all right? It said, ye shall do no servile work therein. Oh, so that means, right? It means getting work for pay. That's all it means. This is my mindset, right? Then it says, but you shall offer an offering made by fire unto the Lord. I'm going to think that I'm supposed to do that. It doesn't say the priest, right or wrong. It said, but it don't say the priest. So, but we know you're not supposed to do it. The priest, stop reading the book like that. That got me. Yeah. See, every time you laugh, I know I hit a spot.
No, you tell them the truth.
I know I hit a spot.
You tell them the truth.
Yeah.
No,
because that's how we're reading. Not me per se. That's how we are reading these things. These chapters and these verses.
True.
It's already a common knowledge that the priest does this. All right. So if you leave out saying the priest, doesn't mean for you to do it. Our perception is really wrong. Our perception in reading this book is towards iniquity, to do it wrong. Do y'all know that? Nobody starts reading this and gets it automatically. Yeah. In Ben Azakim, we were getting certain things wrong. And in time of getting that wrong, we were able, God showed us how to get it right. In time of getting what we thought was right wrong. Y'all understand that? So you're not going to get everything at one time. God got to see you put your work in. You join the police force, you don't become the lieutenant. Do you? Do you get to sit behind the desk?
No.
You got to go out where and beat walk, right or wrong. Prove yourself as a cop. Yeah. You got to do what cops do. You got to wear what cops wear. Huh? That's how you know you're a cop, right or wrong.
Yeah.
If he don't have it on, he's what? Undercover.
Right.
So when we don't have our robes on, we're moving undercover. We're moving in disguise.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, think about it. Everybody got a uniform, man. Time sheet.
It shall be a holy convocation unto you, and you shall afflict your souls.
Now, also on the 10th month, that's today, of this 7th month, which is today, we are in the 7th month. We are in the 7th month, where God say is the end of the year. So there is no Rosh Hashanah. There is no New Year. We don't celebrate New Year. We don't commemorate a New Year. It's just another year. That's it. When we begin counting the year, we begin the first month is in Abib, around April, March time. That's when we start counting. It does not say we start the celebration. It does not say we make resolutions. All that is done. You can't do that, man.
What is it, Shana Tova?
There's no such thing as Shana Tova. Do I read it in here? Do you read it in here? Do we read it in here?
Yeah.
I ain't read nobody celebrated a New Year. I ain't even read one wicked person celebrated a New Year in there.
It's Yom Torah.
Do you know New Year started in October? What month we in? The real original New Year started in October, Babylonian. Do y'all know that? October 31st. What holiday does that ride on? Halloween. Y'all better start learning, man. See, y'all don't know the history, so it's best for y'all to listen, read, and do. They're all hooked up together. The original New Year's was on October 31st. And they switched it when Christianity came into play to January 1st. And when we started having clocks in time, they also worship the sun by bringing the clock an hour forward and an hour back. We have no choice but to do it. We got no choice but to do it. The world is setting standard on this time now. You understand what I'm saying? But it comes, daylight savings times comes from winter and summer solstice. And it is more of is time period for worship of the moon and worship of the sun, and how much time those worshipers have during the day and during the night. Yeah, that's where daylight savings times come from. When God turned back the sundial, the meters of the sun for who? Hezekiah, there was no daylight savings time involved. You didn't have to put an extra hour on every year. The calendars, everything is messed up. But we got to go by this calendar because it's the closest thing. Yeah, well, I don't go by none of that. So you're going to be making up your own stuff too then. It's best you go by this. This is the closest.
Greco-Roman.
That is the closest. Time shoot.
And you shall do no work in that same day, but it is a day of atonement, to make an atonement for you before the Lord your God.
Now it said, ye shall afflict your souls, right? Now, there is only one way to afflict your soul or your spirit, okay? To humble your spirit is to not feed it. It's to not feed it or not let it drink anything. When as you can see, the way of the world, when God got a prisoner, does he feed him? No. He be thirsty, right or wrong. He be very thirsty. He be very hungry. Don't they deprive of the guy's in the dungeon? They don't feed him. When they give him little scraps, he scarf it down, a little bit of water, because they don't feed them to humble them, to keep them subservient. So to keep my soul and my spirit subservient when I'm confessing, so there could be some type of change, my soul cannot be happy with food and with water and drink. And we can sustain it for 24 hours. Everybody else don't do 24 hours. Everybody else that say they fast for whatever reason, they don't do a 24-hour fast. In the Muslim world, you know, they eat. They eat right before the sunrise. I seen that in jail. All the Muslim guys got up to go. I said, man, I thought y'all guys was fasting. He said, we are. These guys got some place of food. Right or wrong, you seen it? They got food that they don't normally get.
They eat up until daybreak.
And they eat till daybreak. After daybreak, that's it.
That's it. Until the sun goes down.
When the sun go down, they eat back again.
That's not fast.
That's not fast. You didn't do a day. Because for us, the day starts the evening before. Last night's, that's Shabbat evening. Tonight is not Shabbat evening. Tonight is the first day. According to what we read, I read in Genesis, he said the evening and the morning make
one day.
So the evening come first. Tell she.
For whatsoever soul it be that shall not be afflicted in that same day, he shall be cut off from among his people.
Uh-oh. You know what cut off means, right? What? In the Hebrew. Because it's one in life and there's one in death. There's a cut off in life, there's a cut off in death. Y'all know that, right? In some violations, you get both.
Niklita.
Niklita.
Root word neked means to be estranged.
You're gonna be so that's a lie. You're gonna be alienated from this. That's before you die. You will be estranged. Okay? You will be cut off, meaning you will be. This is going to become strange for you. There's going to come a time in your life where you're not doing this no more. Okay? That's why I said you get cut off in the living, you get cut off when you die. So this one is Nikrita. That happens here when you're alive. Okay? Right. You're not going to be doing this no more. You're out of here. There's no chance no more. You're going to be those people that say, oh, man, you still doing that, man? I remember, yo, what's up with Chief such and such? Yeah, he was a good teacher, but look at you now. Sister, look at you now, brother. Toshi.
Whatsoever soul it be that shall not be afflicted in the same day, he shall be cut off from among his people.
Mm-hmm.
And whatsoever soul it be that doeth any work in that same day, the same soul will I destroy from among his people. You shall do no manner of work. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations and all your dwellings. It shall be unto you a Sabbath
of rest.
And you shall
have to treat
souls.
the work part like it's the Sabbath on that day. That's what he's saying. The same way the rule of no working on the Shabbat applies to that day too. Toshi.
It shall be unto you a Sabbath of rest, and you shall afflict your souls in the 9th day of the month at evening.
Once again, the only way you can afflict your body in many different ways. But that's not what God's saying. Because the people afflict their bodies. They lash themselves. They gash themselves. They bust themselves open. That's what they was doing in the book.
Okay.
Yeah, it's an old custom. Piercings. Where do you think that come from? Worship of deities. Inflicting physical pain upon myself in reverence to an idol. Crucifying. That's where they get the crucifying from. Pain is not associated with worshiping God. Okay? The worshipers of the devil worship pain. They look at pain as something revered. God said, afflict your soul. I want your spirit. That's what makes the body do against my will. So I want you to deprive him. The only way, when I'm looking at Hebrew, the word for it means appetites. Because I've heard some Israelites say, it don't say fast though. He said, afflict your souls. All right, so if it don't say fast, what does it say? What does it mean then? You tell me. You're the teacher now. You tell me. What does it mean? Or sister. Some sisters try to tell teachers stuff now. And sisters teach now. Sisters want to teach. Sisters know it all. Sisters know more than this guy. Yeah, everybody know more. They just got here. Hardly read the book. Tell she.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, speak unto the children of Israel, saying, the 15th day of the 7th month shall be the Feast of Tabernacles.
Feast of
7
Tabernacles.
days unto the Lord.
Feast of booths. Feast of tents. Okay? To commemorate when we lived in tents. We didn't have houses then. When we had houses, you know who houses those was? The Canaanites' houses. That's why God said, houses you didn't build. You didn't build those houses. So you can't come up in here pride high. You're going to have to come in here, right? And you're going to have to hold it down by keeping these commandments. Or you getting kicked out too, just like the people who was here before you. Leviticus chapter 18, tell you all about that. God told him, he said, look, the people who was here before you, I want you to go in there, do not marry them. Do not marry them. Do not marry your sons into them, or your daughters to them. Okay? Because once you start becoming related to them, they are going to turn the hearts of all sons. Once they start turning the fathers, okay, they don't have to turn the fathers. The fathers going to die soon. The sons is who they want. Your children is who they want today. Your children is who they after.
That's a fact.
That's a fact.
That's a fact.
I heard one lady say on TMZ, one of those girls that's right there on TMZ. You know what she said? They was talking about homosexuality. And you know what she said? It'll be accepted when this older generation die out.
On that.
Yeah.
On that.
That's what she said. She said, but you know, everything will be accepted and it'll be together. See, the idea of the world being together and being one and on one accord is wicked before God.
Right.
He said that look what they do. Look, they all together now. And look what's the first thing came to their heads. To go against me. That was the whole purpose. To go against God. The world is never going to unite.
Right.
Let's get that out of our heads. You do not want to unite with godless people. Okay? With wicked people.
Just like the Tower of Babel.
Even Israel, there's a division.
Say it again, bro.
Even Israel, there's a division. There is a limit. There is a level you get to where I can't do nothing with you. Much less pray with you. Or sit down there. I'm not doing nothing with you. We don't serve the same God. We don't eat together. I don't eat with people who don't serve my God because it's different meals. And I don't eat what you eat. You don't eat what I eat. We don't eat together. I go off and eat by myself. The Egyptians ain't want to eat with me. The Egyptians ain't want to eat with me. It was an abomination to them. So to me, it's an abomination. I ain't eating your food, and I don't want nothing from you, and I'm not eating or drinking with you. So I smoke by myself, and I drink by myself. Certain things I'm not doing with you if you don't serve God.
That's a fact.
And that Israelite, that goes for Israelites also.
Come on, man. I'm different.
I'm free. When you get to a certain level, you can't do everything everybody else do. When you get to a certain level, you can't do everything everybody else do.
Different, man. That's why I feel weird going to a restaurant.
Oh, but it's kosher.
Weird.
Oh, but it's all soy.
I feel weird.
You didn't do that.
I feel weird.
You didn't do that. Time sheet.
On the first day shall be the holy convocation.
Uh-huh.
You shall do no service work there. 7 days you shall offer an offering made by fire unto the Lord. On the 8th day shall be the holy convocation unto you, and you shall offer an offering made by fire unto the Lord.
See all of that every time you hear made by fire, there's action going on in that temple, in that tabernacle with the priests. While we're doing our part, he's doing his part. Time sheet.
It is a solemn assembly. You shall do no service work there. These are the feasts of the Lord, which you shall proclaim to be holy convocations. So offer an offering made by fire.
Now, I didn't read about Hanukkah in here. You read about Hanukkah in the Apocrypha. Certain Israelites say the Apocrypha is no good, but they celebrate Hanukkah. You backwards. You know why they celebrate it? Because they made it like Christmas to themselves, which Hanukkah is not like Christmas. See, there was a time when we are extinct. We are extinct. Nobody's serving God, but this little handful right here. Okay? So the majority is going off. So guess what? They came. God allowed the Greeks to come, just like he did the Babylonians, just like he did the Assyrians, just like he did with the Egyptians. Anytime you mess up, God going to allow the heathen to come and prevail over you. He's going to give them power over you. Okay? He's going to make them think. He's going to make them think that they are better than you so that they can treat you the way God wants you to be treated because you're not right with him. So leave that slavery stuff alone. It's our fault. It's our ancestors' fault. One of Hannah had 7 sons. One of her sons said, yo, let's get this straight. The only reason why you got this over us, because God gave it to you for our iniquities. You doing what you doing ain't making you right before God. He's using you because you evil to do evil things to us. Okay? So where we going? Where I'm going when I die, he said, God will give me back these arms. God will give me back my sinews. God will give me back my tongue, my eyes, everything that I had on this planet, God will give me back. He said, but for you, oh thou wicked one, Antiochus Epiphanes, the most evil, wicked seed of your whole father's line. He said, you are going somewhere else, okay? And you will be condemned. But Israelites only take what they want to go with. They condemn the Apocrypha. But it's Hanukkah. It's like Christmas. We got 8 days of giving out gifts. No. There was no gifts giving. There is no day that God gave us that I give you a gift. Well, but it says portions. Food, brother. When you read it in Hebrew, it says food. Like when you go in there and you get a plate of food, and when you come out here and eat, that's your portion. You understand the book now when you read it? That's your portion. Nobody gets money or a card. You got food.
That's right.
When we get to a party, all right, my son getting circumcised. I'm throwing a party this Wednesday. Everybody comes. You think I'm giving all of y'all gifts? I'm food. You're going to get food. You're going to come looking for food. That's what the portion is, man. And if I want to buy my brother a gift, it doesn't have to be a special day. We didn't wait for that because that's not how it went. Let's say, yo, man, here, I bought you this, man. You need a phone. Here, bought you a phone. And I give it to him in his hand, not wrapped up in a red ribbon. Wrapped up in the red ribbon, that is in commemoration of the sky god. That's the most I can tell you. That red ribbon, notice people buy people cars. It has a red ribbon. Every gift, people come, red ribbon. That red, all the other colors come from the red ribbon. The red ribbon was the first. The red ribbon is in commemoration of worshiping the sky god. Those ribbons mean something. Pink ribbons. People wear on sports for what? Cancer. People wear, somebody died, they wear black ribbons. Let's talk. Let's talk. We're not supposed to even wear ribbons. How about that? That's how holy and separate we're supposed to be. Tamshi. We don't wear nothing in commemoration for the day. Okay? We don't erect nothing in commemoration for the day. Okay? God say these things you worship in the day. You're supposed to mourn them the way our forefathers mourned them. Let's do it the way they did it. You ain't see them do it, you should leave it alone. Look. That's the best advice for you to take when you're reading it. Whatever you don't see in there, but you see out here with your senses, that's why the man said don't follow your senses. Because now your senses It's telling you this here, and it looked good. But when you read it in here, it says, thou shalt not. But your senses make you go. Y'all understand that now? Tom shit.
A burnt offering, a meat offering, a sacrifice, and drink offering, everything upon this day. Besides the Sabbath of the Lord, and besides your gifts, and besides all your vows, and besides all your freewill offering, which ye give unto the Lord. Also in the 15th day of the 7th month, when you have gathered in the fruits of the land, you shall keep a feast unto the Lord.
And you know,
7 days.
And you know, you can confess. They didn't just wait till today. They confessed on their own. That's what I said. When you take up a day to fast, you could do that tomorrow. There is a way to do it. That's what Ahab showed it. He said he went quietly. You know what that means? He didn't open up his mouth unless he's praying to God. I'm not having a conversation with my brother today. I'm not going to be on the phone. I'm not going to be on Facebook. I'm not going to be on TikTok. I'm not going to be on Snapchat. I'm not going to be on IG. I'm going to be in the room. Look, on that day, I'll have to ask my imam. I say, Imam, I'm going to pick up a fast tomorrow, and I know you be needing my services. Because I can't go into the store on a fast. I can't do that. So I will do everything the day before. Because in that day, I'm locked in. You sit in the corner and keep to yourself because you're wrong. You are wrong. You're guilty before God. So in fasting, you can't be happy. You got to be down on yourself. Go sit. What are you doing? Okay, go sit down and don't move. Go sit in the corner, right? That's what we do to ourselves when we fast before God. Ahab sat there. He put ashes on his head. What is coming? Pray to God. Fast. Made supplications. Made God do whatever he had to say to get back right with God. And it got his attention. And that man, he did some worshiping of idols. The only one that he didn't beat was Manasseh. Manasseh did more evil than him and turned around. Ahab didn't turn around, even when he fasted. So it depends on what everybody got in them. That's why God look into you, see what you got. Because look, yeah, man, no matter what this guy do, he's going to keep sinning. Tell me.
On the first day shall be a Sabbath, and on the 8th day shall be a Sabbath.
So we have 8 days. First day, and the 8th day is called what do you call that? Shemini Atzeret. Right? That's why I said we can't follow people, but we follow people. We follow what we want. We follow what we want. We point fingers at the Jew, man. But certain things we follow from them. Certain things you gotta go buy from them. You ain't buying this downstairs. What Israelite I'm gonna get this from? What Israelite I know I got the resource to get this?
Everybody who owns one got it from the Jewish.
We all got to get it, and we have to. Everybody needs to own one in their house because it needs to be blown on the Sabbath days and on the feast days. God say, blow it. Where you getting this from?
And once a month.
And on the new moons. When? Where you getting this from?
Jewish man.
So certain things that the Jewish man do, it could be accepted by you if it's accepted in here, in the book, in the Old Testament. Because certain things they do is not accepted. How they eat their meats is not accepted. They soak their meat for 18 minutes. It's not accepted.
Play with me, man.
They soak all their meat for 18 minutes. 18 minutes? That ain't nothing. That ain't nothing. I'm a cook. I know. I watched my father soak meat and soak different meats to see how long and what the. Yeah. We ain't soaking on meat for no 18 minutes. Yo, but okay, so how come they ate the same day that they slaughtered the animal? Because it's the process. When you dress the animal, means the first means you're preparing it to be eaten. You're preparing this animal as a clean dish by God to be eaten. So the first step is how you kill the animal. How you kill the animal determines if the blood get out or not. Now, I've seen people slaughter animals with the head still on. You ain't get rid of all the blood. You have been eaten with the blood. You got to get clean off. It has to be separated from the body. Then now, that vessel will allow gravity to do the rest. After a couple of hours, that blood is out. That blood is out. Then now you skin it, you check out the organs, make sure they're all one color and he ain't got no disease. But you have to know the diseases of animals to know this, to know what to look for. Certain animals, you can look at their eyes, you can look at their teeth, you can look at their gums. If their gums are, if you got a lamb and you look at his gums and it's bleeding, he got scurvy. Or when. These things are mentioned in the book. But now, you eat lamb every week. Lamb chops. Yeah, very good. It tastes good. You don't even know if it's really lamb. If they could take swine and make it taste like beef. You can take tofu and make it taste like chicken or fish, right or wrong? Right or wrong?
Okay.
Did not Sarah. He went to go get venison. She went and skinned a kid of the goats. And she made it. Was it Rebecca? Okay. She made it taste like venison meat. Now, venison and goat,
Two different things.
two different meats, two different textures. Everything about them is different. You got to know what you're doing to make goat meat taste like venison meat. Venison meat is different.
Right.
That's not a common meat people eat. You got to hunt that deer. It's the hardest thing to hunt is a deer. You'll catch a lion before you catch a deer. So you don't know what you eating. You're guessing. You're eating from heathens. You eat your flesh from heathens. Okay? If they tell you, no, there's no blood in there, you say, yeah, the commandment is still there's no blood in there. You will listen to that. When it comes to the flesh part of our diet, you better make sure you know that all the blood is out, all the fat is out, and it hasn't died of itself, or was torn with another animal, or was dedicated to an idol. Time sheet.
And ye shall take you on the first day the boughs of goodly trees, branches of palm trees, and the boughs of thick trees, and willows of the brook. And you shall rejoice before the Lord your God 7 days. And you shall keep a feast unto the Lord 7 days.
Now we can do that.
Yeah.
We not a feast. We ain't got that like that. You know? But the days are kept for 7 days. And you can also confess your sins on those days. There's a window that is open to receive the confessions on these feast days. Not just this day or a day that you pick. Time sheet.
It shall be a statute forever in your generations. You shall celebrate it in the 7th month. You shall dwell in booths 7 days.
You shall dwell in booths. Now, I remember back in the days, Israelites used to read this and said, and when they read booths, they thought boots, like your shoe boots. And you had on Israelites. This is why we wearing the boots, because it said, listen, man, you should have went to school, This is boots with a TH. Okay? A booth is a small hut.
Right.
A tent. That's another word for a small hut. Okay? Or an area that is secluded off, small, just for you.
They still doing it.
They call that booths. Yo, go in the picture booth right there. You go in there to take the picture in the booth, right? You gotta go in there and come in there and sit down in there, right? It's a booth. It's secluded just for the habitat.
Go on 125th, you'll catch it. Go on 125th, you'll catch it.
125th, all those Israelites. That's why they dress in the booths, because of that. A lot of people read this book and they saw something different and it got them thinking they serving God. That's cut off, man. Y'all know that?
That's cut off.
That's cut off. And then that guy that's cut off, he's a teacher and he's a leader.
Man.
And everybody, you got 30 people, you got 35 men and 40 women coming in now. And they're having children. So you know how many people are being born into the cut off states?
Yeah. You don't understand it.
Time sheet.
All that are Israelite born shall dwell in booths. And your generations may know that I made the children of Israel to dwell in booths.
Look. We won't be able to do that part. All that are Israelite born. So today, we won't be able to do that. A lot of people weren't born Israelites.
Right.
They were converted. So this one just, right? So you know why? Because back then, it wasn't so. Everybody in the land is born Israelites, except the strangers that came amongst us. Okay? To me, that's the only ones that couldn't go in there. Because he said, all that are Israelites born shall dwell in booths. The stranger was not Israelite born. So he's the only one that got a pass that live amongst us. Time shoot.
When I brought them out of the land of Egypt, I'm the Lord your God.
Mm-hmm.
Moses declared unto the children of Israel the feast of the Lord.
Okay, go to Isaiah chapter 25.
Isaiah chapter 25.
Hey, people don't want to follow God, but guess what? You go outside right now, look, there's 1,000 Josiahs out there. There's 1,000 Isaiahs. There's 1,000 Isaacs. And none of them serve God. But where they got the names from? The Old Testament? They don't serve God. They don't want to have nothing to do with it. But they name their child Isaiah, Jeremiah, Joel, Noah. Why are you? There's nowhere else where you got those names from. Right? And the men that those names you got from served God and worshiped God and lived a different lifestyle. But all you took was the name. And they gave my son a righteous name. See, that's what heathens do. That's why I call them question marks. Them and Israelites that follow heathens are question marks. They do things and really don't know why. Time sheet.
Isaiah chapter 25. O Lord, thou art my God.
Thou art my God.
I will exalt thee.
I
will praise thy name.
I'm going to always lift you up. I'm going to always talk uplifting things about my God. If you're my God, there is nothing wrong for me to say about my God. You have done nothing wrong. I can't criticize you because you are my God. Israelites criticize the Most High God. And I see, and I've heard Christians say, I'm not going to criticize Jake. I said, wow, look at this. Look at this. A dead idol. Idol that don't exist. And there's more of a consideration towards that idol than the ones that know. Well, I know the true and living God. But you don't have that much strength in serving God like the Christians do in serving idols. That's the problem. That's the problem. Time sheet. You don't hear Christians asking each other too many questions and debating on nothing. Right?
Right.
You don't hear the Jews either. Right or wrong. You don't hear Muslims. Right or wrong. You don't hear Bible centers. No. All you get is here in Israel, we got the great debaters. Debate everything God say. Time sheet.
But thou hast done wonderful things. Thy counsel of old are faithfulness and truth.
He said, but thou has done wonderful things. You have done things. See, the reason why it's called wonderful or terrible, because God did it. You can't do it. Nobody else could do what God do.
Right.
God is the one that does wondrous things.
Right.
God is the one that performs miracles. And they also call him a terrible God. Because when he's ready to put something some evil on you, it's most terrible. You can't get worse than what God put on you. And you can't get better than what God put on you. That's the blessing, that's the curse. So this man here, before he said anything else, he said, "Oh Lord." That means one thing: you are God. That right there, when he said, "Oh Lord," he's saying a lot. You are God. You are the only one. There can only be one God. Y'all know that, right? Mm-hmm. The definition of God, that means that it can only be one. Mm-hmm. And there is only one. Mm-hmm. And he is the God that descended on Mount Sinai that gave the children of Israel those commandments. Look. Abraham, Moses. I noticed when God speaks to them guys, they had to go up the mount. Mm-hmm. David, up the mount. Mm-hmm. Certain visitations, you got to go up. Yeah, everybody ever been in the mountain? I know he has. And I know he has. Because we've been some of the same places. We were lumberjacks. Okay? We was a time where we were made to cut trees down in the mountains. I wake up one morning and the whole house is cloudy. And guess what? That was a cloud. That's how high the mountains are. Well, look out the window. It's a cloud descending on the mountain. Like as if God, the same way God descended on the mountain. When he descended on the mountain, Moses said, "Look, y'all chill here. I got to go up." And he got to hike up that mountain. That ain't no... Sorry. Look, certain mountains, man. It ain't no one day. And he went and he said, when he went up into the mountain to speak with God, he said, when he finished communing with God, he went down. Went down the mountain. Time sheet.
But that has made of a city and heat.
He said, hold on. He said, thou counsels of old are faithfulness and truth. The counsels of old, okay? Not the counsels of today. The counsels of old that we regard. You know the counsels of old? Ah, man, that's old-fashioned. That's the old way. But the old way is the best way. The old way is the best way. Is always the best way. You know why? Because it preserved the lives of you and your children. The old way of marriage is the best way. Not today, where you sample before you get married. The old way of marriage is better when the parents arrange it and we don't go looking for ourselves. The old way of marriage is better. Y'all understand that now? What that means? The counsels of old are faithful and true. You may not like it, right? But if you go by them, it will have you faithful and keep yourself true. Time sheet.
That has made of a city a heap, of a defense city a ruin, a palace of strangers to be no city. It shall never be built.
God did this. He did this to Jerusalem because of what the people were doing in Jerusalem. They were in Jerusalem saying the temple of the Lord are these. You know what that means? No matter what we do, we good because we got the temple there. The ark is in there. That's why God allowed it to get taken. You understand now? Because our pride got lifted up in our haughtiness and in our iniquity. And the things that God gave us, we figured, hey, man, that's it. We can do what we want now because we got it and we're it. And God chose us. That's what happened to them. They got big-headed. He said, God said they wax, fat, and kids. You know what that means? You got conceited. You got too good for me. Oh, you too good for us now. Oh, you got in the land now. Now you don't know God. Oh, wax, fat, and kick. You know what that means? You know what the kick is? When you lay back, put your hands around your head, put your feet on the desk. I ain't got to do nothing no more. I don't owe God no more. When he brung you in there, you ain't had to build nothing. You ain't had to plant nothing. Let's stop playing with me, man. We all owe God. We all owe the Lord. Stop acting like we don't owe him nothing. That's why these men did what they did. That's why David stayed in sackcloth. Say he made a robe of sackcloth and he laid in it. So his sheet and his covering, his blanket, What he had on, what he laid on, and what he covered himself with was sackcloth. He laid in that every night. Just examples. These are just examples of how to get closer to the Lord, to be accepted. Time sheet, yeah.
Therefore shall a strong people glorify thee. The city of the terrible nation shall fear thee. For thou hast made a strength to the poor, a strength to the needy in his distress, a refuge from the storm, a shadow from the heat.
This is what God is. God is all of that, man. You shadow from the heat. When they was in the wilderness, those trees, look, God allowed trees to grow to keep shade on them. Okay? You're going to die from that heat in that wilderness. Okay? All right? Now, the cloud by day and the fire by night had no physical effect on us. The fire by night did not keep us warm. The cloud by day didn't keep us cool in the heat of the day. All it was, you know what that was, right? That was an angel. He says, oh, behold, I sent forth an angel to go before you. He said, provoke him not. Now, when you looked and they saw that pillar of fire at night, that's the angel. We see him as a pillar of fire. Okay? That's who God was talking about when he said, warning, man, I'm not going to come around you guys. You guys are too messed up. I'm going to kill you in one shot. So I'm going to send an angel. He said, beware, because I have my name in him. He will not pardon your transgressions like I do. I left a soldier here. Okay? All right? And he's going to hold it down. All right? So beware. You know what that means? Beware the dog. Beware that you violate, because he's going to take care of you. Okay? So at night, when they looked and they saw the pillar of fire, they said, yo, pillar of fire is there. It's time to move. They follow it. That was a beacon. A beacon is a light to show you where you at in the darkness. That's what a beacon is. That's why you got light towers at the end of every beach and every continent with big lights at the top of it. So when they fire on them ships, when you in them ships and you in them planes, you can't see nothing. But that lights, you know, okay, land is over there. Land is here. A mountain is here. This is here. Those lights, those are called beacons. Mm-hmm. And they got that from the book, the pillar of fire by night and the pillar of cloud in the daytime. And anytime they saw that, it was time for them to move. Wherever it stopped, that's where they pitched tent at. Time sheet. Mm-hmm.
When the blast of the terrible ones is as a storm against the wall, thou shalt bring down the noise of strangers, as the heat in a dry place. Even the heat with the shadow of clouds, the branch of the terrible ones shall be brought low. And in the mountains, and in this mountain shall the Lord of hosts make unto all people a feast of fat things, a feast of wine on the lees, on feast of wine on the lees, of fat things full of marrow, and wine on the lees well refined. And he will destroy in this mountain the face of the covering cast over all the people.
You know what that is? There's a time when God is going to destroy the face of the covering cast over all people and the veil that is spread over all nations. You know what that is? Images. When I looked up the word veil and covering, it goes into idols and images. So right now, God has a covering of images over the planet. This is why people worship idols. There is a veil of that over the planet on people, but not everybody. This is why the world is going down. There was a drunkenness that God put out. There was a certain part in the book where God's saying all the nations going to drink from this. You too, Israel. But because I got to deal with you, your drinking going to be a little different. But you guys, you all going to drink. I don't care if it's Russia. I don't care if it's America. I don't care if it's Libya. I don't care if it's this one. All you guys going to drink. And you will drink, yea, and you will be drunk.
curses over the
That's
of this
of
world.
the world.
Yeah.
That's what this is talking about.
Yeah.
Okay? And this ain't coming now. This is in time. All right? God said he will destroy on this mountain, okay, the face of the covering cast over all people. This has nothing to do with just Israel. There is something that is covering
This whole
everybody,
earth, man.
making everybody turn away from God.
I told him, man, this generation, a cursed generation.
And this generation is even worse. This generation is the worst generation out of ever. This is the most evilest generation. Not the millennials, generation Z.
Gen Z.
Gen Z. We're into Gen Z right now. Okay? You know why it's Gen Z? Z, the last alphabet, the last letter of the English alphabet. This is it. These are the last days. Ain't no good generation coming. Ain't no bunch of people serving God. Can't follow the world. I cannot think like the world. I will not see things the way you guys see things. I will not tolerate things the way you tolerate things. I can't tolerate homosexuality. I will not tolerate homosexuality.
Transitioning jazz.
Why are we so scared? Why is Israelites scared to talk about it now? Generation Z. We went from A all the way to C. They called us X. My generation was called Generation X. They said we're not gonna care. He said all the renegades and the rebels gonna come, the ones that's against. We ain't got everybody's conforming now. Look. Homosexuality got very trendy when the millennials came. Yeah, they got names for these generations now. The generations got names, and these names ain't good.
Bro said transitioning gen.
Transitioning gen. That word trans is in everything now. Transformers, transition, transvestite, transgender, anything trans is evil today. You know, all those people, the homosexuals, the trans, you know, they said, yeah, there is a God, and they call their God Shem. They put she and him together. That's to show you how wicked this planet is, man. Term sheet.
He will swallow up death and victory. Lord God will wipe away.
Okay, no. That's what I wanted to get to in that chapter right there. Okay, we go to 2 Kings chapter 16. 2 Kings chapter 16. Right about now, I'm thirsty as hell. All that reading, all this talking, all this yelling. Whew. But guess what? It feels kind of good. It's starting to feel, while I'm up here, I feel like I could knock out a cow. But watch me when I get down. I'm not going to look that way no more. I always say that. Yeah, man. I feel strong right now, man. You see the fire? As soon as I stop.
As soon as you stop, man, you feel hungry,
dizzy, nauseous. Yeah, man. Because the soul is like, yo, what you doing? You're not making the soul, because the soul is uncomfortable right now by being afflicted. You know what I'm saying? We make ourselves uncomfortable before God to show. And that's see, the people out there, they afflict themselves in a different way. They afflict themselves. They're physical. Like I said, all that stuff about the crucifixion and all that stuff. That's psycho, wicked people stuff. God said, there's only one way I want you to afflict yourself to me. Afflict your soul. There is only one way in this planet to afflict your soul or your spirit, and that's the appetite. I said, man, I'm so hungry I can starve. I'm gonna starve to death. Right or wrong? That's a saying, am I correct? The people in the book said that. They say, yo, man, ain't no food here, ain't no water here. We're going to die. Our soul is drying up. Didn't they say that? We're dying. Because they didn't get no food. That's why they said our soul. Because when you feed that body, the soul is good. The body is, nutrients here, but it's something about the spirit, that pleasure, that personal pleasure is being taken away from it now. To show God that I'm sorry. So I'm not going to eat today or drink today. Nobody does that. The whole world is about eating. Sure. The whole world is about eating. They got a thing called food porn. I said, what is that? Why you have to put that word into the love of food? But I see how they do it now, man. Once you don't worship the Most High God, you are open to worship anything. Y'all know that? Do y'all know that? Once you don't worship God, you don't do what God say, you are going to worship someone, something, somebody else. It could be yourself. Tell sheet, 2 Kings. We're into our last hour. Okay, there is no lunch, so there's no too much moving around right now. But I know by now people move around. Once you gotta use the bathroom, by now people gotta use the bathroom. Other than that, ain't no moving around. We got 1 more hour to go till we come down. Tell sheet.
In the 17th year of Pekah, the son of Remaliah.
Where we at? 2 Kings?
Chapter 16.
Chapter 16.
Ahaz, the son of Jotham, king of Judah, began to reign. 20 years old was Ahaz when he began to reign, and reigned 16 years in Jerusalem, and did not.
You know what? Go to 17. 17. 17 is the one. But we have to identify what sin and what iniquity is, and how you can commit sin and iniquity before God. Right or wrong? The point of this whole thing is not to commit sin. Right? That's the point. That's the whole idea of this. That's the reason why we have these commandments. That's the reason why we are commanded to do the things we are commanded. To prevent what? Sin. Because it said God is the God that hateth what? Iniquity. So our thing is to avoid sin and iniquity. Plain and simple. That's the goal. That's what we're going for. Don't get distracted on anything else. We get distracted very easily. We get distracted very easily, man. Time sheet.
In the 12th year of Ahaz, king of Judah, began Hoshea.
Hoshea.
Son of
Now
Eli.
Ahaz is the father of King Hezekiah. The same Hezekiah that God gave, 10 more years to his life? He turned the sun down. He turned the degrees of the sun. And I can't explain to you how that went down. Because only God can do these things. Where he turned back the sun to turn 15 degrees, and we don't know what degrees that is. Because when it happened, you couldn't see it being done. It said he turned back the sun 15 degrees, and for that man only, it affected to give him 10 more years on his life. Only God could do something like that. He turned back the sun 15 degrees, but you don't see the sun physically go back. You know that's 10 years. That means the sun got to go back every day for 10 years. But that didn't happen. Okay? It's the God we serve, man. Right. And then when he did that, it only affected one person on the planet, man. Hezekiah. And gave him 10 more years. I explain that, scientists, astrophysicists, rocket scientists. That don't mean nothing. We don't go by these things. The word of God said, man shall not live by bread alone, but by the word of the Lord. If God said, man, I don't want you getting hungry for 10 months, you're not going to get hungry for 10 months.
That's right.
Your digestive system is going to go according to what God said. Y'all know that?
King.
He's the live one. My father used to always say, God, come here right now. That chair gonna grow knees so he can run. He can run. He said, the water's backed up. The water's backed up. He said that chair will grow a kneecap and bend and then back off and run. It's the God we serve.
Right.
Almighty God. There is no other God, man.
Right.
My God. The God that created heaven and earth. The God of Moses. The God of Jeremiah. The God of David. My God is the only God. He's the great. He's the greatest. The almightiest. All praises due to the Most High God. Oh, tough shit.
In the 12th year of Ahaz, king of Judah, began Hoshea the son of Eli to reign in Samaria over Israel 9 years.
So Hoshea, see, we got to split the kingdom. There was a time when we only had one king. Then after a time, we got two kings. King of the north, king of the south. This happened because of Jeroboam. Yeah. Jeroboam was the one that was made the first king of the north, the northern kingdom. Okay? Solomon had a son, right? And that son got into it with Jeroboam, right? Then that son died, and he had Rehoboam. Now, Rehoboam could have listened if he followed the counsels of the men that were there with his father. If my father listened to you and he's dead, I'm going to listen to you. You understand that?
Right.
Those were his counselors. Counselor means you're the king, but if I see it, there is something not good, it's my job to come and counsel you. Now, your decision is final. The king's decision is final. The king's decision is final. I don't care if it's bad or good. God takes care of him. Nobody can correct the king unless he sent a prophet to do that. Okay? You can't correct the king. You can't correct your parents. You got to watch who you're correcting. Certain people you cannot correct. Leave that alone. It's not your job. You want your child correcting you? You want your child every minute saying, no, not like this, don't it? It's going to get on your nerves. Right or wrong. Even though you were wrong and they were right, right or wrong. You don't want, you just not in the cut. That's not our job. Time sheet.
And he did that which was evil in the sight of the Lord. But not as the kings of Israel that were before him.
Wait, so he was evil, but not as evil as the ones before him. Ain't that son? So righteousness and wickedness has levels. It has levels. Because this what the tell me. He said he was evil. He said, but not like those guys before him. Meaning he was the best king they had, and he was still evil. You get that? He was better than Ahab. He was better than all the Jeroboam. He was better than all of them. But God said it, but not as the kings of Israel that be before him. Tamshi. But he was still evil enough, okay, for this to happen.
Against him came up Shalmaneser,
king of Assyria. Look it up. When you go home, you will see this person really existed. All right? In Greece, they call him Pul. P-U-L. That was the Greek pronunciation to this guy. I say the reason why they call him Pul, because he was used to pull people out their land. He will come, conquer you, and pull people out the land. Okay? And take you and put you somewhere else. That's what he did. God made him come up because the people were evil. The king was evil. The head is evil. Once the head is evil, the body is going to go down. The body's going to pay for it because the head is in charge. The leader is in charge. The father, Abba, is in charge. Everything that go down in that house is on him. You snuck an idol in the house, it's on him. You getting it too, but he's getting it because it's his house. He's supposed to know. According to the book that I read, Ahab was supposed to stop Jezebel. He didn't know what she was going to do, but you ain't got no business asking for my seal. That's number one. Am I right or wrong?
Okay.
What you doing asking for my seal? That is only for me. I'm the only one supposed to use that. Now she's gonna let me hold your seal. You take it, baby. No. You always question your wife's motives to make sure she's on the same page with you, with God. Nothing personal, baby. I just gotta make sure you thinking right. Time sheet.
And Hoshea became his servant and gave him presents.
Now this guy Shalmaneser king, he came up and he became the big dog. He became the real king. Yeah, those guys are kings, but I conquer these guys. And the only reason why they're living is because I allow them to live and they have to give me payments. They got to pay to live. Extortion. You got to pay to live. They call it tribute. We call it extortion. Time sheet.
And the king of Assyria found conspiracy in Hoshea.
He found some betrayal, conspiracy. He found out he was conspiring against him somehow. What was it?
But he had sent messengers to king of Egypt, and brought no presents to the king of Assyria, as he had done by year.
Now, for years, he's been bringing up tribute. He's been bringing up his taxing, his payment to live, his extortion payment. But all of a sudden, he ain't bringing it up no more. 15 years he's been bringing it up. Everything been good. Okay, yeah, he brought up, that king brought up that. What happened to the king of Israel? What happened to Hoshea? Oh, nah, yo, king. I heard he over there chilling with the king of Egypt right now. And he jacking him over there. He's with the king of Egypt. And all the presents that's supposed to come to you, it's going over there now. So you know it's going to be a problem now. Okay? Time sheet.
Therefore the king of Assyria shut him up and bound him in prison. Then the king of Assyria
came. You see what he did, right? Like the cops. Whoever's in charge could grab you and put you where they want to put you. That's it. That's how it goes. Whoever God put in charge can grab you and put you where they want to put you. They can lie on you. They can persecute you, put you in slavery, put you in jail, and you can't do nothing about it because you put yourself in that position by turning against God. So God allowed them to get you. That's why you was in slavery by the white man. That's why the white man did what he did.
Exactly. That's why we was in slavery.
There ain't no difference to when we was in Egypt or we was in slavery to any other nation. It always was said the reason why God allowed it to happen because they turned on the Most High and followed those same people. They followed those people's gods. So God said, you know, you want to follow those people's gods? I'm going to let those people turn on you then. I'm going to let those people run you then. Since you want to follow their gods. Since you want to follow Jake. Since you want to follow Boo-Boo, since you want to follow Ooh, and all of these people, then go amongst the people who follow them. Let them run your lives. Copycats, monkeys, imitators. That's what we are. We're not doing what God said. That's what you all call yourself bats to get yourself right before God if you have to. Because we like to call each other names, right? Call yourself a name to get better with God. Let's do that. Break that pride that you've been holding on to. That's why you can't advance no further. You still have a certain pride in you. You have not fully broken. Time sheet.
Then the king of Assyria came up throughout all the land and went up to Samaria and besieged it 3 years.
You know what that means, right? He surrounded Samaria for 3 years. Nobody could leave Brooklyn for 3 years. Nobody could come in Brooklyn for 3 years. There will be no shipments coming in Brooklyn. So the stores is empty. That's what happened there. You can't go out to the farm to farm your stuff. The farmland is outside the city. You got to leave out the gates. Early in that daybreak, after Shakarit, is when the gates of the cities open. When they open, you see the merchants, you see the farmers, you see everybody who work out in the field going out there. But when you get besieged and surrounded, your field is taken. The first thing to go is your field. Your field is gone. There's nothing to go out there and plant or pick up or nothing. Your food is gone. Whatever food that you got there in the city with you, that's all you got left. After 3 years, it's going to run out. It's going to run out. And the 2 times in history, we ate our kids, man. We ate our kids, man. We got so messed up with God. God made us eat our children. Come on, man. Turned us into cannibals. We became worse than the Canaanites. Oh, roadkill. Roadkill? I'm eating my own child. Ain't nothing worse than that. 2 women, well, we're going to eat your child tonight and tomorrow. Those deals ain't supposed to be made. That's why the king at that time was Ahab. It said when that came to him, he rent his clothes because this not supposed to be happening. Solomon. No. Solomon. Yeah, Solomon. And another time it happened with Ahab too. It happened with both those kings. It happened with Solomon, and it happened later on again. We had more than one siege. There was more than one time we had homosexuals in the land. There was more than one time we ate our babies in the land. When the king heard these things, he rent his clothes, man, because it's not eating your kids. What kind of betrayal you did against God, man? What were you doing? Tom sheet. We're going to read.
In the 9th year of Hoshea, the king of Assyria took Samaria and carried Israel away into Assyria and placed them in Hala and in Habor by the river of Gozan and in the cities of the Medes. But so it was that the children of Israel.
You know where that's at now, right? That's Persia. That's what we call Persia right now. That's Iran. That's Iraq. That's Afghanistan. That's Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan and all the stands. All that area right there, that's where they was taken. All the stands. There's a lot of them. And all of that is Middle East.
Kazakh is a stand.
Yeah, they got Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Collectistan. Everything stand is over there. Iran was Persia back in the days. And all these places is the places that's still over there. And the people that's over there are the children. That's why you can't knock nobody when they say they want to serve this God and they don't look like you. You can't knock them. Man, how this white boy talking about he want to serve God? I mean, leave that alone, man. You ain't those Israelites no more that were chosen. You crashing the party too. Okay? Time sheet.
For so it was that the children of Israel had sinned against the Lord their God.
For so it was. This is the whole situation. That the children of Israel sinned before God, which had brought them up out of the land of Egypt. They got brought up, and the whole conclusion of it, they sinned. They sinned. God brought them all out by the mighty hand. He did this, he gave this, he destroyed other countries for them to do what? For them to turn. That's how a man feels when a woman go off and leave off from him. Say, girl, I don't kill for you. I don't did this. I sacrificed myself to feed you. Boom, 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 boom. And you turn and you with another man. That's how God feels when we go off. That's how you felt. You went with another man. You committed adultery.
Jealous.
And that makes you know, all men, y'all know what jealous. I'm not telling the woman, I'm telling the man. Our jealousy is death. When we get jealous, somebody dies. When women get jealous, we fight. They do things. When we get jealous, somebody dies. When God gets jealous, somebody dies. Say he is a jealous God. Don't make me jealous over my woman. Look, man, don't play with me like that. So why you should look? I know how I get when I get jealous. So how much more with God, with us, when we turn our backs and go give credit to another and go give what we supposed to be giving up to God to another?
That's the haters of the Lord, man.
You hate God.
The haters of God.
Yeah, God haters. God haters. Whoever don't serve him, hate him. Whoever don't serve him, hate him.
Facts.
Whoever don't serve God, despise him.
How you good?
You're not good and you're not blessed. Let's get this straight.
Yeah.
We gotta stop this happy-go-lucky thing going on. This is a serious situation, man. Only thing you should be happy about is that you know who God is and that you're serving him. Everything else is nothing to happy to be about, man. Seriously, there's nothing else happy to be about. You're not in your land. We ain't got no priests. We ain't got no prophets. God don't talk to nobody. Right. There is nobody he talked to. Nobody saying, here am I, God. Tamshi.
Which had brought them up out of the land of Egypt, from under the hand of Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and feared other gods.
I brought you guys out so you could fear other gods. I didn't bring you out to fear other gods. I brought you out to fear me. That's what God's saying, man. Tamshi.
And walked in the statues of the heathen.
We walked in the statute of the heathen. We learned the days of their celebrations
right now,
and we ain't letting them go.
That's right. Shana Tova.
Look. We take their days and put a Hebrew spin on it.
Yeah.
Tov Memorial for a happy birthday. There is no look. God tell us what a memorial is. God tell us not your birth. You can't tell God or the people what is a memorial.
Your birth ain't no memorial, chump.
Jeremiah said, I cursed the day I was born. Think he celebrated birthdays? You think he celebrated birthdays? He said, the day I was born, may the man that went and delivered the news to my father, that means I ain't gotta be there. The father's supposed to be there when the child get birth. Yo, man. In the old days, the men is in one room, giving out cigars. Amongst the heathen, they were like that. They ain't in that room. There's no woman in that room. I don't want to see that. They didn't want to see that. Right. There was no male doctors taking care of that. There were midwives. Right. That's who go in there with the woman. Now it's doctors. Now you got, who's his name? Can't get it now. But Bill Cosby played a deliverance doctor. Okay?
At home.
At home. So that means your woman going to an appointment at his home in the basement. This is what's set up today now. Y'all know that, right?
Yeah.
And he has to view what belongs to you. What's only for your eyes. That's why no man delivered babies back then. No man. What you doing? Look, catch you up in there. You dead.
Right.
You doing some perverted stuff. What you doing?
Right. Looking at your nakedness.
What are you doing? No man belong in there. That's why I said the midwives. One of their names was Pua, right? Shifra Pua. They were, not every woman was named. Certain men's wives were named, but these two were named. You know why? They said because they feared God.
Oh.
Everybody who feared God, your name was mentioned. God will remember you because you fear for his name. You considered his name. You consider, you say, no, I'm not going to do that. He likes that. because you was thinking about him. Time sheet.
And walked in the statutes of the heathens, whom the Lord cast out from before the children of Israel.
Who God cast out? The Canaanites. And a couple other people that Israel kept around and married into. God said, I got them people out of here. Now you want to walk in their statutes. Those Canaanites were supposed to die. They weren't supposed to be living. Now you kept them alive and you want to live like them. My daughter, well, my daughters are grown. But if I was to have another daughter, she's not going to have no bat mitzvah. She's not a bat mitzvah. That is Judaism.
I thought it was a bar mitzvah.
Okay? All right? The bat mitzvah is for the daughter now. It's new stuff. We can't follow nobody.
Right.
But we point the finger a lot and follow everybody. Everybody who we point the finger at, you follow them. There's some procedure that you do in your house that they do. Time sheet.
And of the kings of Israel, which they had made. And the children of Israel did secretly those things.
Okay, now we're going to start the detail stuff. Say first, they started fearing other gods. How do you fear other gods? How do you start fearing? How you start fearing God? You start fearing everything. The statutes, the first thing. Certain days, you pop up. You commemorate, you celebrate. Okay? That's number one. Okay? Number two, you start doing things secretly against the rules. We'll say it again. You start doing things secretly against the rules. Self-explanatory. That's a lot of stuff that God ain't even bothering the detail. That's a whole nation doing secret things, okay, that they ought not be doing. Okay, so that's two. He said the statutes, and they did in secret things they wasn't supposed to do. They went and hide it. Time sheet.
And the children of Israel did secretly those things that were not right against the Lord their God.
Okay, what else?
They built them high places.
They built high places. Remember when
Shalom.
the king of Moab wanted to get these people cursed, and he went to Balaam, right? And he said, look, man, we got to go to a higher place. You know where they was at, right? The mountains. The high places is the mountains. The hills and the mountains. They believed the higher you go, okay, your request will be granted with those idols. The higher we go, the more broad, the more I can see. You know that, right? The higher the building, the more you can see, and the more I can curse. That's why he said, you know what? Okay, let's not do it here. Let's go up there. Okay? So now I can see, I can see the back parts of Israel. I can see them all. But God kept stopping them every time. Every time he went higher, God stopped them and made them curse other nations. Okay? So they built high places in all their cities. Every city now. It wasn't just one or two cities. It got to the point where all cities had high places. Okay? Fearing other gods, and they're celebrating days God didn't give them. And they did things that were not right secretly. That's so far. Let's go. Top sheet. Verse 10.
And they set them up images in gold.
And they set them up images. An image is a picture, right? Or a statue. If I take a picture and I put it on the wall right here, I set it up. Whenever I take a picture or a statue and put it on display, I set it up. I automatically worship it. I didn't have to pray to it. This is why when Israelites say, well, you can have this as long as you don't pray to it, I don't read that. You're not supposed to have it, period. To own a picture, to own an abomination of sort, an idol, or something that represents an idol, is the beginning of spiritual fornication. All right? That's the beginning of you worshiping another God. Once you have it, you don't have to ever pray to it or bow down to it. You just have a picture of a horse there. Trust me, you worship the horse god. There is a horse god. People made gods of everything. All animals, all creeping things, all fish, all insects. They got a fly god. They got a bee god. They got a water god. They got an air god. They got an apple god. They just don't want to deal with the Most High. So there's a deity for everything. And they set up images for all these deities. Okay? God said he hate images. I said, God said he hate images. Uh-oh. And he hate pictures. And when I read pictures, I looked in the Hebrew and said, Temuna. We all know what Temuna mean. All Hebrew Israelites know what Temuna mean. Even the ones that don't know Hebrew. You know what Temuna mean. You are not supposed to have them in possession. Once you have them in possession, that's the beginning of your soul being corrupt. And it's the beginning of worship of another God. And so it said Micah had a house full of gods. Time sheet.
And they set them up images in groves in every high hill.
If you got a bunch of pictures on your wall, you got a house of gods. Time sheet.
And there they burnt incense in all the high places.
You hear that? You hear that? They burnt incense. They are not supposed to be burning no incense. The only one that burned the incense, if anybody, is the priests. The people are burning incense now. And it ain't to God. They go up in the high place, which is in the mountains, and go to the altars, to the shrines, to those idols. And what they do, they burn incense to it. Because I got to sneak and do it. I can't do it down there.
As did the heathens whom the Lord carried away before them, and wrought wicked things to provoke the Lord to anger.
They burn incense in the high places like the heathens did. Keep burning incense. Tongue sheet.
For they served idols whereof the Lord has said unto them, You shall not do this thing. Yet the Lord testified against Israel.
God testified against Israel. He pleaded with Israel. He said, yo, man, he said, yo, man, I took you out of Egypt. I gave you this, I gave you that, man. What's up with this? What's up with that? Why, you know what? For years, man, pleading with them, warning them. Time sheet.
Yet the Lord testified against Israel and against Judah by all the prophets and by all the seers, saying, Turn ye from your evil ways and keep my commandments and my statutes.
So God sent prophets day and night. He got them, he said, I sent them up early in the morning when you first opened up your gates. Okay? When you first opened up your gates, the prophet is right there. He told Jeremiah, go to the gates of Jerusalem and stay there and tell everybody that come in and out, what? Tell them what? Not to leave out your houses with burdens on the Sabbath. He was sitting there telling them that all day. Jeremiah. He was commanded to go to the gates and speak to the kings and the nobles and all of them. Stand up by the gate where everybody coming. You know why? Everybody got to come in and out of here through this door. They're going to hear me. They can't say I was warned. They were warned. God warned them. Used the prophets. Some of the prophets went to warn the people and said, thus saith the Lord, if you don't stop this, he's going to do this. Oh, yeah, grab him. They kill him. They grab him and kill him. Time sheet.
According to all the laws which I command your fathers, and which I sent to you by my servants, the prophets, notwithstanding they would not hear, but hardened their hearts, hardened their necks.
What he told them was, turn ye from your evil ways and keep my commandments and my statutes according to all the law which I commanded your fathers, and which I sent to you by my servants, the prophets. This ain't nothing new. Y'all know what y'all supposed to be doing. I'm giving you a chance to get back right by sending the prophets. But that was for a time. After a while, there were no more prophets to send. Time sheet.
Notwithstanding, they were not here, but hardened their necks, like to the neck.
Like today. Like today. Time sheet.
Like to the neck of their fathers, and did not believe in the Lord their God.
Mm-hmm.
And they rejected his statutes and his covenant that he made with their fathers, and his testimonies which he testified against them. And they followed vanity and became vain, and went after the heathens that were round about them.
See. For you to go after the heathen, you have vanity in you. You understand that? Because it's a look. To go after the heathen, it's all how you look and how you act. It's all front. It's all cap with them. Okay? It's all front. So you have to be vanity. You have to have some type of vanity in you in order to be with them. You have to have vanity in you to shave. You have to have vanity in you to bald yourself. You have to have vanity in you not to dress the way we're supposed to dress every day. You have to have vanity in you. Okay? To look like them or act like them. That's why it says that. They became vain. And then they went after the heathen. So that was your gate. How you became vain, what made you become vain? Left off of fearing God, made high places, did secret things that were against God. What else? What else they did all before this? They didn't listen to the warnings, which was the prophets, and they hardened their necks. So then what happened next? Now a character, a spirit opens up in them. It takes over. It's called vanity now. Now it's called vanity. And they became vain and went after the heathen that were round about them concerning. These were the people who God was concerned about you following. These are the people that Isaac and Rebekah didn't want Jacob and Esau marrying into. They were concerning Tamshi.
And they left all the commandments of the Lord their God and made them molten images, even 2 calves, and made a grove.
Now, that's later on in history. This ain't at the foot of Mount Sinai. This is Jeroboam time. They said this guy came and he made 2 calves. Remember the calf that they made at the foot of Mount Sinai? When Jeroboam said, I don't want them going back to Jerusalem because then they're going to hook up with the king of Jerusalem and kill me. So guess what? He made certain houses, he built certain cities, Milo and Tirzah, and one more, treasure cities. But they were made to block the path going to Jerusalem so that you can make that pilgrimage 3 times a year. He stopped them from doing that and made them go to the calf 3 times a year. The calf, which is one is in Dan, one is all the way on the other side on Beersheba. If you're too far away from the one in Dan, you could go to Beersheba. If you can't, and those calves were there the whole time. The northern kings from Jeroboam through Ahab all the way to Hoshea, the last king. Those calves that was put at the foot of Mount Sinai when they first came out, they were there in the land of Israel for years. Why? That's why God took them out. For generations, it was like this. Those 2 calves, okay? He said, and he made a grove and worshipped all the hosts of heaven. He worshipped the sun, the moon, and the stars. All the hosts of heaven is the sun, moon, and stars, and everything you see up there. You were driven the urge of worshiping. Say a prayer for the eclipse. And all that stuff, you're worshiping the sun, moon, and stars. That's how they got messed up before God, following the people. He said he worshiped all the hosts of heaven and served Baal. So those are 2 different things. Okay? Tamshi.
And they left all the commandments of the Lord their God and made them molten images.
Go to 17.
And they caused their sons and their daughters to pass through the fire.
God said, don't do that. Don't give your children up to Momo. Now they're doing it. It's not a problem. You taking my newborn and throwing her or him in the fire. That's what they did. Tamshi.
And used divination and enchantments.
And so use divination. Divination is the foretelling of future or past events. Somebody reading your hand. Don't let nobody read your hand. You don't want to know the future. Divining is anybody who does anything to foresee the future. All right? Astrology is one of them. All right? Astrology, the signs, those are the Taurus and all that stuff. Don't go by that. When you read that and you go by that and you believe that, you worship another God. You worship in the host of heaven, because those are constellations. He said, in the use divination and what? Enchantments. Enchantments are spells. And I put a curse on them. What they wanted Balaam to do was an enchantment on a big level. Tamshi sold themselves,
sold themselves to do evil in the sight of the Lord.
You know what that means?
To provoke him to anger.
Who they sold themselves to? Who did they sell themselves to? They was owned. They were owned by God at a time, and they left off from God and sold themselves to somebody else. I'm just saying. Think about it. When they say you sell yourself to who? Or to what? To the devil. That's what they did. When you get so far, let me tell you something. My Abba told me this. When you get so far into practicing divination and enchantments and all that extra witchcraft stuff, you run into things. Okay? And you make deals. That's why today in the music industry, people still selling themselves. Israel sold themselves to do evil. I gave myself up to this entity so I can do evil. Before I gave myself up to God so I could do righteousness. Now I sold myself to the devil so I can do evilness. They sold themselves to do wickedness. You can only sell yourself to be owned by someone. Okay? Time shoot.
Therefore the Lord was very angry with Israel and removed them out of his sight.
There's no reason for you to be here, Israel. You don't made a deal. You don't did so much. You got so much. You made a deal with him. Now you broke the deal with me and made a deal with him. Get out of here. Now I'm gonna make the heathen come and bash you, and you're gonna cry. And now you're gonna want to pray to me, but it's too late. Time sheet.
There was none left but the tribe of Judah only. 2 Kings chapter 17, verse 19. Also Judah kept not the commandments of the Lord their God, but walked in the statutes of Israel, which they made. And the Lord rejected all the seed of Israel and afflicted them.
You hear what they said, man? Not only did they walk in the statutes of the heathen like we heard of people, right now it said, but walk in the statutes of Israel, which they made. They made their own statutes. They had days that wasn't recorded, that they went by. They had their own rules. They had their own days. Jeroboam made a day to counter the Feast of Unleavened Bread. That was his statutes. That's why they said, man, you caused Israel to sin.
That's right.
I ain't no. I'm getting myself out that sin bracket with just me alone. I'm not going to be in that bracket causing nobody to sin. That's one thing that I'm not getting into. I'm not going to tell you, even if it's me stepping on my own foot, I'm going to step on my foot and tell you the truth, man.
That's right.
I'm not going to let my pride get in the way or my title get in the way. No, it don't go like that. It don't go like that. Time sheet.
I ain't gonna tell you.
Yeah, okay, wait. We got days today that they made up now. There are days that are made up that are not in Leviticus 23 or Deuteronomy 14 where Israel come up together. Okay? And then they pick the Shabbat to do it. They made a new Shabbat, a unity Shabbat. And now every region of Israelites has their own. This is your own statute. This is your statute. We got to leave that stuff. Not everything. Look, they were better than us. And they came up with things that God said, no good. What makes you think everything and every idea you guys come with today is good? Think about it, man. We cannot make our own days. It sounds good, but there's no such thing as unity Shabbat. How you going to unite? What are you uniting on Shabbat? Everybody's supposed to be together anyway. Right. So what is being united? I want to dig into that. Like, well, what is it really about? What is it about? Why is that so better than the Shabbat? Because the Shabbat, I don't see everybody come out like that. But when Unity Shabbat come, everybody come out. I don't see nobody, man. Sisters, kids, brothers, chief men, you don't see them. You don't see them at all. Unity Shabbat. They all out. And everybody, then I'm hearing songs that are not supposed to be sung. I hear songs that you singing that I hear on TV as church songs. And I just got told today, we can't keep quiet about this. We're supposed to rebuke each other in God. Nobody's supposed to get mad when we rebuke each other. Right. But we do. Right now, somebody mad.
That's a fact.
Right now, somebody mad. I know it for a fact. Right now, somebody mad. But you know what? I'm going to tell you, like Moses told the children of Israel, it's not me that your words are against. It is not me who you murmur against, but it's God who you criticizing and talking against.
It is the Lord.
It's God. I didn't make none of this up. I'm only reading and reiterating what I'm reading to you. He said, but they walked in the statues of Israel, which they made. So they had statues of the heathen, and they got their own statues. You got your own days you make up. Time sheet.
And the Lord rejected all the seed of Israel and
All
afflicted them, and delivered them into the hand of the spoilers until he had cast them out of his sight.
You know what the spoilers is, right? You know what the spoilers is, right? The guys that play with the toys, that take stuff from you. The guys that like doing this and taking it from you. Stick them up. Get your hand up. Stick them. Spoilers. I'll give you to the top stick-up nation in the world. All right? Shalmanessa and the Assyrians. They're going to stick you up with their arrows. They're going to stick you. You're going to give up everything because you didn't give it up to God. What make you think you're going to turn on God and everything going to be nice for you? You turn on God and everything nice for you. Ooh,
That's your portion.
Boy, oh boy, that's not good.
That's not good. That's your portion.
That's not good. That means he don't want you back.
He
wants you to stay where you at.
That's right.
And he wants you to pile it up.
That's right.
To the day of your death.
That's right.
When you turn on God and everything turn against you, you better hurry up and come back here.
That's right.
That means you belong here.
That's
He
right.
wants you here. Certain people he want here.
That's right.
Certain people he don't want here. Most people he don't want here.
That's
You
right.
understand that? Most of the world he don't want because they have not been accepted.
That's right. He's not a loving God. He loved the world. No.
Love the same world that would chase you down if he could, if they could. That's what they did to this guy who they say they loved. They chased him and threw him up there.
Yeah.
According to that story.
The same 12 he fed dinner the night before.
Said, man, listen, man. Listen, man. It's a myth, man. It's an old Greek myth. All right? Gosh, what it is, he's right. If you know the history of these things they're telling us, man, and none of it makes sense, man. It's all homosexuality. Talk shit.
But he ran Israel from the house of David.
Yo, man, Moses, God's top prophet Moses, had a wife and children. Why he had no wife and children? Walk around naked with a bunch of dudes. I'm talking about Jakey. Where's his wife? Where's his son?
Jesus. Yay. Jesus.
He ain't even had a girlfriend. He ain't even had a concubine. He didn't have no interest in women. Moses, Abraham, all the godly men did not walk around celibate. They didn't walk around like what you call them men? Like monks. Like nuns and monks. God said be fruitful and multiply. But in order to do that, you got to be married. They say no marriage, no fruitful and multiply. It's the way of death. Worshiping idols is the way of death. Time sheet.
For he ran Israel from the house of David. And they made Jeroboam the son of Nebat king. And Jeroboam drave Israel from following the Lord.
You see that?
And made them sin a great sin.
See that? Jeroboam drove them away from God. Watch what you're telling these people. Watch what you're telling them is okay to eat. You can never eat flesh rare.
Well done, meat.
Make sure you get the blood out first. Time sheet.
For the children of Israel walked in all the sins of Jeroboam.
Everything that Jeroboam set up, they followed, and they didn't have a problem with it. Nobody protested Jeroboam and said, this is wrong. You see that? Nobody said, well, look, you know what? Yeah, you're the king. Everything we do, everybody followed the wickedness. It's easier and more pleasurable, and it tastes better to follow wickedness.
Right.
That's why it takes strength to govern yourself. It's easy to go and be wicked, man. You're a weakling. It takes a weakling to go do the easy thing. Challenge yourself. Take the challenge, man. The world is full of losers. They are all losers. They don't have the strength to stop eating something for God who made them. They don't have the strength. They don't have the strength for none of that to serve God in anyhow. So they're weak. That's what makes them heathen. Time sheet.
For the children of Israel walked in all the sins of Jeroboam, which he did. They departed not from them.
They never left. Nobody came into their right mind and said, okay, Jeroboam's dead now. All right, so look, we got to stop now. He's dead. All right, we didn't want to rise up against him because he was, all right, but he's dead now. We don't have to keep that going. Nobody did that. Time sheet.
Until the Lord removed Israel out of his sight, as he had said, by all his servants, the prophets. So was Israel carried away out of their own land.
1,000 years earlier, a prophet said, yo, y'all don't stop. God's going to allow people, strangers come and do this. They didn't listen. 10 years passed. Same thing. 10 years passed. Until we got to a certain point. Time ran out. It got to the point of no return. God said, okay, look. I can keep showing them mercy, but they ain't never going to follow up. And we got a deal, and they're not following the deal. This is the time now. This is the time now. And they were carried away out of their own land to Assyria unto this day. You know what that means? They never went back. You know where Assyria is at? It's in the Middle East. I told you it's the area that they call all the stands. All that, you know what I'm saying? When they got carried there, never coming back. They never saw the land again. They never saw their homes. Okay? Never. 10 tribes, that's the majority of Israel, got put out there and never came back. And it wasn't just in that part of Assyria. Assyria is part of Europe, Upper Europe. So you know what they did? And it said in the Apocrypha, a lot of them said, man, we're not going to stay here. We're going to keep going to a land that hasn't been civilized yet, where no men live. We're going to go there, and there we're going to keep the Sabbaths. So a lot of them left Assyria and kept going into what we call Europe. So a lot of Israelites went into Europe. Okay? That was found in Ireland. The tribe of Judah and the tribe of Dan, the tribe of Dan, left inscriptions in stone from the tribe of Dan in Israel. Northern province. That means these guys, and they have this in museums, actual stuff that they found in Ireland before people started living out there like we know today. God said he was going to scatter them. He really did scatter them. Time sheet.
And the king of Assyria brought men from Babylon. And from Kutha. And from Abba, and from Hamat. And from Sepharvaim.
Now, I checked out all of these cities and all these places. You know what their idol god is? Fire. All those people of Babylon, those areas, they deal with the fire god, Momo. They are ruthless people. They are into torture. They get pleasure out of torturing people. Okay? They took our heads off and play kickball, man. Took our people's heads off and play kickball with them. That's where it came from. That's where kickball came from. That's where that sport came from. The first ball that was kicked around was our heads. When they make their tree and they put ornaments on the tree, you know what was on them ornaments? Body parts.
Right.
Who body parts you think it was? Ours. Fingers, heads, hands, feet. That's why they got the stockings there. Because really they had real people's feet there. Y'all don't even know history. Y'all don't know. There's a reason why God said don't follow these people, man. Tell shit.
And the king of
25.
And so it was at the beginning of their dwelling there, that they feared not the Lord. Therefore the Lord sent lions among them.
Now the guys that got replaced, the guy, they brought in heathens. He took the Israelites out, brought in heathens in there, right? So that's even worse. So now they didn't fear the God. God sent lions amongst them. Lions started attacking them. When they wasn't getting attacked, now they're getting attacked by lions. God don't. The plan. I mean, this was God's plan. Oh, but everybody get it now. Everybody get it. Tell you.
Wherefore they spake to the king of Assyria, saying, the nations which thou hast removed and placed in the cities of Samaria know not the manner of the God of the land. Therefore he has sent lions among them, and behold, they slay them.
Wait a minute. The land is Israel. He's saying that they don't know the manner. There's rules to live in the land of Israel up until today, and if you don't, God will cast you out. Shalom Aleichem.
Shalom Aleichem. Shemo.
Yom Kippur Shalom.
According to the law, right, concerning the blood and the meat, right? Number one, we shouldn't be buying meat out the stores.
That's correct.
Because when you buy the meat out the stores, we don't know we don't know how the animal died.
That's correct.
According to the laws that I read in the book, we don't know how the animal died. And God said that if the animal died of itself, then we should not be consuming this animal. So because we don't know how the animal died, then we can't be going to these local stores buying meat. So one day I told my sisters to send me some deer meat, right? And sheep sent me some sheep, and she sent me some deer meat.
Deer meat.
Right?
Deer meat.
And there was some other meat too from a different animal.
Lamb.
It was lamb, I think.
Deer and lamb.
Deer and lamb. One of them was chunks, one of them wasn't. The other one, the blood came out of. The other one I soaked in cold water and salt. The salt is to draw and suck the blood out, right? So the meat was gray.
It looked like all the blood was out of it.
It looked like all the blood was out of it. Something told
on the outside.
Something told me to split the meat in half.
Yeah.
When I split the meat in half, it was red inside.
Like you
That's
never
blood,
saw.
like it never was soaked. So I had to take all those chunks, split them in half, and soak them again. The reason why we have to soak our meat because how long this meat been frozen that the blood get frozen into the meat.
Once it's
It
frozen,
congeals.
once you freeze
So
it.
now our forefathers was able to consume meat the same day because they made the kill on at that same day. You was able to kill it, the meat, slice his neck, cut whatever you had to cut, hang him upside down, and draw and suck all that blood out.
All the blood will come out.
Okay.
I've seen it with my own eyes.
And we got to be careful with this because the consumption of blood would cause you to be cut off before God. So we can't play with our lives. We can't play with these laws because we're playing with our lives. Yom Kippur, which is the Day of Atonement, a day to expiate and to relinquish iniquities, right? There's no guarantee that your iniquities is going nowhere because in order to get rid of these sins, we need a high priest. And if we don't have this high priest to do the burnt offering and the sin offering and to do the officiating, and while the high priest is doing these offerings and burnt offerings and sin offerings, God commanded the high priest to put a smoke within the holies of holies, so that when his glory come down, he said that Aaron don't see him. So while Aaron is doing the officiating, that thick cloud is sitting right here at the mercy seat. You got the mercy seat and the two cherubims on both sides prostrating themselves towards the mercy seat. So there are ways to get rid of sins. Make your mind up. That's one. After making your mind up, stop doing it and never return back.
Don't go back.
See, we don't have time. See, God deals with time. How long have you been doing these laws without regressing? How long did you put time in doing these laws without regressing?
How long is your streak?
How long? What kind of streak do you have with God? Because we go in and out with the Creator. So another way of getting rid of sins, in the book it said, mercy and truth expiate sins. By honoring your father makes atonement for sins. Not just honoring your father, but with works coming behind it. And with that, I already got what was bought. And a brother have an announcement. Chief Abraham have an announcement.
Shalom. Just real quick, I want to talk about the real quick. I just want to bring up one verse in Daniel chapter 10, verse 3. Oh, excuse me. First of all, I'd like to give honor to all honor and praises to El Shaddai, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, revered God, the Most High God, who bestows his loving kindness and possesses all pains. The Lord of hosts is his name. Shalom. Giving due respect to my mother, my father, family, brothers and sisters. I vision the language of our forefathers. Shabbat Shalom. Daniel 10, verse 2.
Verse 2.
Yeah.
Ooh. Daniel 10, verse 2. In those days, I, Daniel, was mourning 3-4 weeks.
So it said in those days, Daniel was mourning. It's not Yom Kippur. He's mourning. Okay? It's just mourning. Go ahead.
I ate no pleasant bread. Neither came flesh nor wine in my mouth. Neither did I anoint myself at all.
Okay, so
till
he's
3
mourning.
whole weeks were fulfilled.
Okay, so he's mourning. That's it. Put the book up. He's mourning. He's not fasting. This is Yom Kippur. But the ways of the ancient in Jeremiah 6, verse 16, it says, "Seek the ancient path, and the good way, and when you find it, walk therein." So the ways of the ancient was when we mourn, we don't party and eat.
Right.
When we mourn, we fast.
Right.
Afflict yourself.
We afflict ourselves.
Right.
Okay.
That's right.
Right. In the afflicting himself, Daniel said he did not anoint himself. This is why my showers is shut down on Yom Kippur. My water is shut down on Yom Kippur. If you use the bathroom, you got to wash your hands. So be it. No water. You cannot wash your hands on Yom Kippur. You can't take Vaseline and lotion and do like this because you are anointing yourself. When they anointed themselves to be king, the oil was just poured on them.
I don't smell your cologne today, brother.
You don't smell me today, right?
I'd have been smelling.
Shabbat Shalom. Yom Kippur Shalom.
Showers.
Nothing. All that is deodorant.